right, welcome. Come one, come all to the RedDeathMask stream. I am here, back again, ready to finish what I started. By golly, we are finishing No Strings Attached and Ross Road. I want to say I apologize for the quick end to the stream. I didn't know my stream ended. My computer has issues sometimes. It wigs out and I have to like reset the display adapter. Well, I did that and it ended the stream and I didn't know it, so I kept on keeping on, totally blissfully ignorant. And I read the end of No Strings Attached. I read the last part. Unfortunately, obviously no one saw it, and so because of that I'm gonna do a bit of a redo here. But if it seems like I'm not as surprised, obviously that's why. Still haven't finished Ross Road, so we're gonna get to that after we do No Strings Attached. But basically, I just want to finish it strong and do it justice, because it was really, really awesome and is really awesome. Here, let's get a little bit of background music playing. And then also, before we get into the stories, I do have a few things I just want to say right at the top. I'm going to try to get through them somewhat quickly so we can get into the stories, but so the next thing I want to talk about is kind of the feelings about Creepcast and posting fan-made stories on the Creepcast subreddit, and kind of the tension within the community. I realize that some people just want to go on the Creepcast subreddit and see memes and discuss the episodes, and other people are eager to write and eager to have their stories read, and dream of one day getting a story on a Creepcast episode, and ultimately, I think obviously both have their place, and I think both can have their place on the Creepcast community. I see posts like this about fan-made stories overload. IDK about you guys, but scrolling through the subreddit is almost impossible at this point. I love that everyone has got their creativity hats on, but what do y'all think? They should have a separate subreddit for fan stories so everyone's discussion, memes, etc. don't get lost in the noise? Just a thought. Fine post, and I get it. But abortion milkshakes is one of the mods' names. And along with the other mods, they've gone back and forth on this, right? They were doing a mega thread for stories for a while, but then the Creepcast fan episode dropped, and people were like, they want stories on the subreddit, put them on there. And I was one of those people that I was like, I think the fan-made story flare works. You put the flare on, you can see all the stories. If you just want to, you can click on that flare and just see stories, or if you want to see memes, you can click on the meme flare. So I was one of those people as well, and I just have to say that I really appreciate Shakes, people call her, her she's very communicative, she's very awesome, it's clear that she sees both sides, and she says here that they don't want to create some other subreddit because Isaiah and Hunter have only ever interacted with this one. They're not sure if they know about creepcast submissions or any other, break off subreddits, and it's just going to cause more confusion, and they want to avoid that. And I agree with that. And I also, this fan episode just dropped last week, and I do think that over time the mods will get better at, and it's not even all on the mods, but the community as a whole will get better at, sifting through the subreddits, and maybe people will post stories in such a way to where like they take their time, and people aren't just posting every single story they write or whatever, and slowly, hopefully the top stories will float to the top, right? And then other stories, might get lost in the mix, but like that's just any subreddit or anywhere you post, or even a book at a library. It's like, what is it? It's on a shelf with 1,000 other books. So of course, there's the chance that something good might be overlooked, but that's not, that's not their fault. And it's certainly, up to us as a community to parse through and just kind of find the best stories, find the ones that are going to even make the best creepcast episode. Find the upvote a story if you want it to be read on creepcast. And so that's kind of what I have to say, and I just have to give a special shout out to Shakes and just the mod team in general, but clearly they care, and clearly they're trying to make it a space for both memes and discussion, but also for stories. And I do think we can have both. With this comment here, I get where they're coming from, but if we just go back to the creepcast subreddit, it's like, up here we have the discussion thread for the most recent episode. There's a few fan stories, then there's fan made art, memes, merch, stuff like that. And when we scroll down, like, right now it's on top for this month, but it's like I'm still seeing a pretty good balance. There's this story about this girl who got to meet Wendigoon. There's Hunter addressing Patreon stuff, which I'll get to here in a moment. There's still memes, and stuff like that. There's still fan made art, and if I just click on meme, then I'll see more memes. But there's lots of stuff like this. There's the discussion. The author of The Loss of Innocence here, he's like got other stories and stuff that he's gonna post, and so he's talking to the community. That's really cool. And then if I just go to recent, if I sort by new, we're gonna have a lot of stories too, but see, still it's a lot of art. But then if I just click on fan made stories, why I don't go to movie theaters anymore, this is posted 17 minutes ago, but then we have all just fan made stories. And the Splooge Monster, we might listen to this later. This it's pretty creepy, pretty gross, but so I just want to say that, like, people, we just need to be patient and trust that over time the subreddit, these things will just kind of work themselves out, I think. Ultimately it's not that big of a deal. So let's build the community that we want together. Yes. And then just kind of another little thing that I wanted to say is that I had somewhere I was going with it though. Here, hold on. Oh, just in regards to like me, my last stream ending abruptly and stuff like that, just to make things clear, I am an orbiter through and through. I'm a creepcast orbiter. That is what I see as the role of my YouTube channel right now. Do I want to get to a point where I make, edited videos and, do creative things myself and be a creator myself? Absolutely. Do I have the technological know-how? Absolutely not. I'm very new to all this, and I'm just somebody that really likes to read stories and react to them and give honest feedback and opinions. And I just want to say that, yeah, I'm an orbiter, and I realize that what I'm doing is similar to what Isaiah and Hunter doing, although a much shittier quality. And stuff like that. And so I fully embrace that and recognize that. And the main reason I'm doing it or think that it's okay to just, try to read stories from Reddit the same way they are, is because I've been a part of the Creepcast submissions community and the Creepcast subreddit for a while now. And it's clear that there's a lot of stories out there. There's way more than they could ever put into a podcast. Even if the podcast goes for the next 80 years, they're already, between those two subreddits and just the other writing communities, like online, the other horror writing communities, there is a lot. And there's a lot of cool shit that's not even on Reddit or whatever else, or a lot of cool YouTube short, analog horror stuff. Like there's so much. And so I just feel like if I can, just find my place and read some of the newer, some of the less covered but still really good stuff, then that's what I want to do. And I hope that's okay with Isaiah, and Hunter, or Creepcast community as in general. I don't want them to be like, so you're just copying what they're doing, because I do feel like each person's interpretation of a story can be unique, and the feedback and the insight they can offer to a story can be totally different. But at the same time, yeah, I am doing something similar, and I think it's worth it because I think there are so many talented, amazing authors out there and awesome stories that are just going to slip through the cracks, unfortunately. And so I'm just trying to do my part, and I hope that other people will too. And that's kind of my point when I say let's build the community together. Like, if you are an author and you post a story, even if you're only posting a story, say, once a month still seems like a lot to me, but there are so many stories getting posted every hour that, clearly it's a huge community and there are a lot of people posting stories. But if you're posting a story, what I say is read at least, 2 to 3 other stories and upvote or comment on them. Maybe you read the story and it doesn't particularly speak to you, or you don't really like it. Well, then, don't be mean, but comment on it and say your opinion of it. Say what you think the author could have done better, and that will not only help certain stories to rise to the top, but it'll help all these writers get better, a lot of them who are newer writers. And yeah, that's how we'll build and grow as a community together. So that's my main thing, is that I want to say is, if you're posting stories, also read other people's stories. And if you find a story you really like, comment on it and be like, oh my God, I love this story. It was great. And, if the author replies to you, well, then you've already got a conversation going there, and then you can do a read for a read. I forget what they call that, but where you say, hey, will you read my story now? Or if you see somebody posting where they're like, no one read my story and whatever, be like, hey, I'll read your story if you read mine, and we'll compare notes. That type of shit is how people will get better as authors, but then that is also how some of these stories will start to float to the top, and we'll start to have like our own creepcast subreddit certified bangers, which is what I want. And that's the other reason I'm doing this, is because I want to find like the next Rosca, the next left right game, when it was just a brand new story, posted. I want to find the next Mother Horse Eyes, the next Pen Pal, because I just think that's really cool, and it's really fun to support authors when they have the story, they have the raw talent, but they're just kind of figuring it all out. And if you can be a part of even upvoting that story, it's just really cool to see where it can go. Imagine being one of those first people that read Mother Horse Eyes, just found a random comment somewhere and was like, what the hell is this? And then imagine watching the whole wiki and everything pop up around it. Or imagine with these like Twitter ARGs and stuff, like that would have been so fun to be on the ground of social media as they were posting, like, and waiting for the updates. That is just what that is what the internet is all about, in my opinion. That is what makes it fun. That is what makes it have like inherent value in life, because a lot of it is just noise and bullshit. But if you can find something really cool that inspires you, then all the fucking bullshit that you see online might have been worth it, at the end of the day. So yeah, that's okay. Now we're gonna get into the Hunter. So this is the Papa Meat. He posted on Creepcast, and he says, Hunter here, addressing Patreon stuff on the sub. Hi all, been seeing a fair amount of negative attention over the Patreon. Few things I wanted to clarify to make sure we are on the same page. First off, support for the Patreon has been awesome. We have a lot of things that we don't want to share publicly that we are working on, and the Patreon helps not only us realize these goals, but also gives us more room for editors and other things in production. So thank you so much. Now, for people upset with the Patreon, I get it. You may think it's a cash grab or feel left out on paywalled content. I can fully see how you can come to that conclusion. When starting the Patreon, the main thing we wanted to make sure was that the weekly free episode would never change. The Patreon is for those who want to support the channel and want more content from the channel outside of what we regularly upload. Nothing has changed, just that we are offering more over on Patreon. As for rule changes and posts being removed, we are finding a balance of allowing people to vent their frustrations and offer criticism, but we can't have hateful posts insulting me or Wendy along with our mods. People should come to the sub to talk and about the show in a civil manner. Also, having the sub be filled with hate threads takes away from the fun and memes that you all post. So just know I see you, and I'm trying to figure out a way to make sure that you are heard or can discuss amicably. Appreciate all the beautiful Creepcast fans, even if you are confused and upset. I appreciate you listening and watching the show. Cheers, guys. Now, this is a very nice post. I think he stated, he reiterated what the Patreon's going to be about. Well, and honestly, it baffles me that he even had to post this. I know this is the internet and I know that this is Reddit, but the fact that there were people getting mad about this is just ridiculous. You like the show, right? You like Creepcast. It's why you're here. They wanted to start a Patreon so that they could do more stuff. Yes, will they make more money? Yes. But that more money enables them to invest more in the show. It enables them to, whatever they want to do. Fly out guests to have them on in person. Enables them to, I don't know what they're thinking of doing, but maybe they're going to publish a collection of Creepcast stories where they're original stories posted to the who knows what they're going to do. I'm not saying that that's going to happen. I'm just saying that there's a lot of really cool shit that they haven't done yet, that they've talked about doing for a while, playing horror games, bringing back Creep TV, all those things. And while it might piss some people off that they're like, well, what, we're not going to see it, it's just going to be on Patreon. That's fucking life. I hate to break it to you, but whether it's, being creative or whether you just go to a show, there's always going to be somebody who paid for the VIP backstage pass ticket. Now, in some situations, might that offer you more than in others? In some situations, you got like the JoJo Siwa thing where she's like, show up early for the concert and help us set up the stage. And people were like, what the fuck? Or then in other cases, it's like you get to go into the green room and hang out with the band and do all the stuff, And that is going to be with any creative endeavor you do. There's going to be people who buy the regular CD of an artist they like, the new Taylor Swift CD from Target, and then there's going to be people that buy the vinyl that has the 4 additional tracks or whatever bullshit. And you're spending a lot more money, but you're getting more for it. And if you're a diehard fan, then you can do that. With this, I mean, it's $5 a month. I could understand if they were like, we're not gonna post as much unless you all give us $100, but they didn't do that. That's not what this Patreon is. And even in some of the comments, you have people saying things like well, there was this one channel I know where they paywalled everything so that they could do higher production value for their content, and it just ended up backfiring. And it's like, okay, well, that's one outlier example. Do you really think that that's what this Patreon is going to be, that all of the sudden they're just going to stop doing one of the most popular podcasts in America and only do paywall and just put it all behind a paywall? No, that's idiotic. And like, I'm sorry to say, you're being idiotic if you think that, oh, that's where this is going. Almost every podcast I've ever heard of has some form of like a members thing or a Patreon or a way that you can show that extra level of support monetarily. And is Creepcast a newer podcast? Yes. Did they wait a little bit to do it? Sure. But to me, it makes perfect sense. And you take people like Meat Canyon, for instance, and even when he started his second Papa Meat channel, there were those people like, so what, you're not gonna animate anymore, or you're just gonna make commentary? And he's like, yeah, I want to do more commentary, but I'm still gonna have animations on Meat Canyon, and this is just gonna enable us to do more. And the dude made a full set with like wacky cool horror puppets, and he's doing all this other content. So it's like, clearly, even though he started a second channel, he's clearly investing that money into his projects. He's not just laughing all the way to the bank. Same with Wendigoon and like the Stalker film. Yeah, did they do a GoFundMe to fund an SCP Stalker film? Yeah, they did. And guess what? It came out, and you can say, well, I didn't like the film, or it was too much of this and not enough of that. And that's all fine. But they didn't do a GoFundMe and then just not make a movie. You know, it wasn't a crypto rug pull like when the Goon's Twitter got hacked. So yeah, I just find it, I find it a little bit just laughable and ridiculous that people were like, you know, comparing it to, you know, a cash grab, or saying some of this other, or just straight up being mean. Like Hunter says here, we can't have people, you know, like being insulting to me and Wendy. I realize people will be cruel on the internet for absolutely no reason, but you're stupid if this is what, you know, if this is what made you turn, or made you jump on the hater bandwagon. It's ridiculous. And you know, I'm subscribed to the Patreon, and I've already, you know, they've had just like one episode where they read like a story, and then they had they have a few of the other episodes like ad free, the newer episodes, and so far it's like fine. Am I like, is it worth $5? Maybe not yet, but it's also brand new, and there's more content to come. And if I get early access to that content and get to you know, feel like I'm whatever helping to support the podcast overall, and them doing cooler, you know, higher budget stuff, having guests on, having, you know, like more in-person episodes, or having being able to explore other mediums and stuff like that, then it's absolutely worth it. And you're silly if you don't see the value in that, and you're silly if you don't see that these creators have proven throughout their careers that if you invest in like if they ask you for investment for a project, that money's going to be well spent. Like, there's a reason they're asking you to do that. It's because, for all we know, there's like a creepcast short film in the works or something, and you know, stuff like that. It's like there's a lot. And Isaiah and Hunter are both creative, smart guys. It's like there's a lot of cool shit they can do if they just have that extra layer of support, and Patreon allows them to do that. So anyways, I'll stop rambling. But I just kind of wanted to cover it and just say, as an orbiter, as a fan, it's like, fucking, you know, trust and support the people that have proven that they deserve it, you know. And it's clear to me that this is you know, that the Patreon is a great way of supporting, you know, the channel. And yeah, I don't know, that's all. So anyways, now that that's done, that's my Reddit. I can exit out of that. So yeah, now we're gonna get into story. I do want to pop up the chat though and get a few other things cooking. So we got that. If I do take a break, I will play Creep TV, the middle of username. Hello. Okay. I almost just shit my pants because I was worried that my audio was fucking up, but I think we're good. I think we're all good on that front. I have a few of these, the Splooge Monster story. I have this queued up too, so we might listen to this later. I also just have a random short film that I was like, maybe we'll give it a try and we'll watch this. It's got 140,000 views, so it seems relatively popular, but I figured why the hell not? At some point, because I plan on streaming for a while, and I don't want my voice to go completely out, so I figured I could have some other things queued up to do as well. Sorry, I gotta post something in my chat to get it to... Damn it, okay. Oh, maybe, oh, it's up here. Yeah, that's how you do it. Okay. Beautiful. Got it. We got it going now. Okay. Now we can stop watching myself. We can get off of that and we can get into, she said no strings attached, but I think she lied. Part 5 final. All right. She said no strings attached, but I think she lied. It's on No Sleep under extruded introvert, but yeah, I have them under a different name. I'm not. Yeah, it's Rude Dude. It's RudeDudeRudolf is the name that they posted it on Creepcast with. So support the writer, read the story, read some of their other stories they've written, and let's just get into it. And again, I have finished the story already, but it got cut out of my last stream, unfortunately. So I'm gonna finish it because I'm a man of my word, and it was an awesome story, and I want to, I want to conclude this saga of reading this story because it's worth it. It's been one of my favorite horror stories that I've read from the new batch of stuff that I've read, because of the tone. I think the tone of the story is so fun. It doesn't take itself too seriously. It's scary and spooky in all the right ways, but then at the same time, it has fun and funny parts, and it just tickles my fancy. It warms my heart that, because you go and you want to read some of these horror stories on the creepcast subreddit, and so many of them are like just boom, gore up front, or like just really morose and serious. And this one in particular, it had all the right horror elements, but then it also has, a charmingness to it, a funniness to it that just really made me happy and made me fully want to read more of this author stuff, because I do think a lot of what makes the creepypasta community special and what makes it appeal to me in particular is that you get these funny stories that, like, maybe the writers are young or inexperienced, but it leads to just some really funny, hilarious things. This story, I'm not saying is one of them. This writer is very talented and it's a very good story, but it has this level of charming naivete to the narrator that just makes it super fun, and I love and appreciate that. So she said no strings attached, but I think she lied. Part 5, final. To my surprise, I woke up with my body still intact, but I wasn't alone. Moira was there, her lukewarm back gently pressing against me. She lay like a delicate flower basking in the afternoon sun, the sticky silk sheets refusing to cling to her smooth skin. Sticky silk sheets refusing to cling to her smooth skin. For a split second, I thought it had all been a nightmare. She was just here, just as I remembered her. The only thing contesting this illusion was the heavy blanket still smothering me. There was no smell other than her sweet, familiar fragrance. Even the blood Joshua had smeared on my door was gone, scrubbed away. Only the faintest trace remained, barely visible unless you knew where to look. At least now I could speak. Moira? My voice was quiet, hesitant. She let out a soft sound as she stirred and rolled around, stretching out her arms before wrapping them around me in a cold attempt at a warm embrace. I love that line. Because our narrator's been smitten for so long with her, and he still is to some extent. He still is under her spell a little bit, but you can tell he's mostly come to grips with how evil she is. And what I like it is that, like, he could have woken up and it could have went into this long soliloquy about, I can't believe Moira killed Joshua, and I was so stupid for thinking that she actually loved me, and it could have just went into this long diatribe about how he should have listened to Joshua and how he can't trust the people that he meets online or whatever, it could have went a lot of different ways. But it gets right into the conversation between them. And then on top of it, this one line here, stretching out her arms before wrapping them around me in a cold attempt at a warm embrace. That lets us know where the narrator's head's at, that he understands that while she may still want him and whatever, be being affectionate to him, he is seeing through her spell, her her lies at this point. And I just really like that line. Real quick, sorry. I posted in a few places, but I do want to just do my rounds. Good morning, she murmured, her words swallowed by a yawn. Good morning. My mind crawled at words. My mind clawed, sorry. My mind clawed at words, but it didn't know what to say. I wanted to confront her, to ask what she had done with Joshua, but I already knew the answer. I just wasn't ready to hear it. About last night. That was as far as I got before Moira's voice drowned out my thoughts. The doctor came by this morning. We didn't want to wake you. He took a look at you, and we both agreed that you'll be fine after some rest. By the way, at this point, he's broken his neck, hit his head, I think multiple times, and now has broken or popped out his leg. It done something to his leg or knee. This dude has literally been through a crucible of personal injury, and now his best friend was killed or eaten or whatever. But that's also the other thing I love about the story, is just what a kind of klutz he is, and how it's like a Three Stooges-esque. This spider monster, seems like it wants to eat him or whatever, but he, at the same point, is still the most dangerous. He is his own worst enemy. He is the most dangerous thing in his life. Be fine after some rest, she paused, watching me carefully before finishing her words. He even brought me some medicine for the pain. He said I should give it to you as I see fit. A doctor making a house call all the way out here? No. He would have seen the webs. He would have known something was wrong. Her story seemed unlikely, but not impossible. I didn't trust her, But Moira convinced me I needed help recovering, so I played along. In a strange way, she reminded me of the nurses at the hospital. Whether her care was genuine or just an attempt to win back my trust, it was too early to tell. I guess only time will tell. I will try to keep this diary updated even though I feel myself losing the will to continue. I don't know how many days have passed since my last entry, but Moira seems determined to win me over. She feeds me, cleans me, and even gives me medicine when my body aches. Moira surprised me with a lemon pie today. I'm not sure where she got the recipe or the lemons. It seemed a little improvised, but it's the thought that counts. It was sickly sweet, yet somehow just the right amount of sour. Admittedly, it was not the best pie ever, but something about it warmed me up inside. I could tell it was made with love. See, this is what I'm talking about when I'm talking about the tone of the story and the naivete of the narrator and stuff, because he's done this all throughout, where she's done something kind of fishy, like, hey, all the things are fishy. He knows that the doctor didn't come out. He knows that, like, the medicine she's giving him is suspect. It's probably her, like, venom or whatever, that paralyzed Joshua. But then even when it comes to this pie, he was like, it was sickly sweet, yet somehow the right amount of sour. Admittedly, it was not the best pie ever, but I could tell it was made with love. And it's like, bro, for all you know, she might be feeding you Joshua. There might be little bits of Joshua in there, or there might be, the venom might be what's making you, like, incapacitating you, but she might also be poisoning you with the stuff that's, like, hollowing out your mind and stealing your memories. So, but every time you're like, I just love Moira, she's the best. And just the way that he phrases stuff is so funny. And every time, that's the other thing, every time he's smelt like her creatures trapped in her webs, he's always described them as, like, sickly sweet and stuff like that. So now that he's calling the pie sickly sweet, I'm like, this pie is beyond suspect, dude. You should not be eating it, or if she forces you to eat it, you should be throwing up as soon as she walks out of the room, whatever. But again, it's a great quality for a character to have, where they're just kind of like the Forrest Gump-esque character, where they're kind of a dumb character who gets into situations that they should never be in. And for a horror story in particular, it's very good, because I feel like you don't feel overly bad for the person. You're just kind of like, what, you idiot, put the pieces together. Or you're like, oh, at this point, this guy deserves it. At this point, you're like, he's had so many opportunities to see one of these glaring red flags that you're just like, whatever, fuck it, Here, I do want to see how my audio's going. That other head. Hold on. I'm just gonna read the last sentence over. It was sickly sweet, yet somehow just the right amount of sour. Admittedly, it was not the best pie ever, but something about it warmed me up inside. I could tell it was made with love. It's not bad. I just wish I knew more about technology. I wish I could make it sound a little smoother, but oh well. Hopefully I'll learn, right? This is how you get better. You gotta practice. My leg feels almost whole again, and I can turn my head as far as the brace allows without pain. I think it's ready to come off. Yet despite my recovery, my body feels weaker than ever. I keep asking Moira to lower the dose so I can move around more, but she just smiles and assures me she knows exactly how much I need. Moira and I haven't talked about the giant spider-shaped white elephant in the room. But as long as things stay like this, I don't think we have to. Everything is almost back to normal. She sits with me during the day, telling me about all the wonderful things we'll do once I'm better. We could go hiking again, try out real restaurants, meet new people, and what am I saying? Why am I even considering this? Things can't ever go back to the way they were, not after what I've seen. My memories are still foggy, but I don't think I've been declining as much since my accident in the hallway. Maybe I knocked my head back into place, or maybe there's just nothing left to forget, except Joshua. My head is still full of cherished memories of him, yet they only serve as a painful reminder of what I've lost, what Moira has taken. Every day that passes, I become more certain that things can't stay like this forever. As I recover and even gain weight, Moira has been experiencing the opposite. She's growing weak again, and I know what that means. She needs to feed, and with Joshua off the menu, I fear I'll be next. I swear she's fattening me up for the slaughter. I need to do something fast. I have to find a way out of here. I'm pretty sure I can walk. I just need Moira to stop injecting me with her medicine. My arm is covered. Oh god, this part killed me. Okay, I'll just try to get through it and then I'll say why. I have to find a way out of here. I'm pretty sure I can walk. I just need Moira to stop injecting me with her medicine. My arm is covered in track marks like a heroin addict's. My veins bulging like blue rivers with streams of ink flowing through them. Whatever it is, it's definitely a sedative, but nothing like what the nurses gave me. Yeah, bro, it's clearly her venom, and your veins are becoming like hardened or whatever. I forget exactly happens to intravenous drug users. There's a word for it, but your veins basically die from you injecting drugs into them so much. And yeah, like and they become like whatever hard, they become hardened over and you know, again, it's like this guy, he's broke his leg, he's fucked up his head twice, he's completely incapacitated, and now she's giving you track marks to the point where she's gonna be injecting you all over your body to keep you sedated, fat and sedated, to the point where pretty soon she's gonna be injecting her venom into your dick like you're a fucking one of the Sex Pistol guys or whatever, and you're like, I wonder if she loves me, or whatever. And clearly our narrator snapping out of it sometimes, but I just find it so hilarious that he's like, I'm not sure this medicine is the same as what the nurses gave me. It's like, yeah, no shit, bro. Your arm is freaking swelling up and there's like black, blue veins, like, fucking running down it like, whatever, like in The Last of Us or whatever, you know what I mean? You could see that she's fucking. One thing, part of me made me wonder is this just her venom that is a sedative, or is it possible, could she possibly be trying to make him into a spider human too? That was another thing I thought about that I don't think I mentioned last time. But it is interesting, and it's just very funny because, she's fucking feeding him lemon pie and she's fattening him up and, doing all this stuff. And then at the same time, he's in a fucking neck brace and, whatever, got a cast on his leg or whatever. And he's just laying on the bed completely drugged and, she's fucking injecting him. And I don't know, to me, it's just so, it's so funny how helpless he is. It's horrific, but it's also so funny because the nature of the medicine and the way that she's crawled into his brain, it's like he's not that concerned about it. And it's like, bro, you should be concerned. You should be very fucking concerned. She ate and killed your best friend. You might have even fed him to you. Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, just a funny thought. I just love picturing this scenario and just picturing him dopey kind of laying there like, I wonder if I should get out of here. Meanwhile, she's like, okay, time for dinner. And she wheels in a fucking, a giant human-sized, rack of ribs that, are potentially from Joshua or whatever. And then she's like, but before dinner, we need to give you your medicine. And she's like, pull down your pants. And she's fucking jerks his pants off. And then she's like, slapping his wanker, and she's like, all right, ready? If I can just convince her to lower my dose just once, I might be able to muster the strength to fight back and free me from this cocoon. Joshua might be gone, but his influence isn't. It isn't. Yes, listen to Joshua. Listen, don't let your friend die in vain. But his influence isn't. Shifting in bed, I felt something gently prodding into my back. With my free hand, I reached under the pillow and found it. The knife, the same blackened blade he used to fend off Moira. The one he tried to cut me free with. Maybe I could finish what he started. Last night I asked Moira to lower my dosage, since I had nearly made a full recovery. I promised her I wouldn't struggle anymore. I felt bad for deceiving her. See, again, he goes back and forth, and a lot of that you can argue is the drugs and the way and the powers that Moira has over him. But also I think he's just kind of a susceptible idiot. So I felt bad for deceiving her. She gave me a tired smile. I'll think about it, she said, but there was something in her voice that told me she didn't believe me. Since I already went through the trouble of preparing this dose, I'll give it to you as is. I'll call the doctor tomorrow and ask about lowering your next dose. Her voice was soft and comforting, even though I knew it was all lies. The cloudy white fluid in the syringe couldn't have been more than a few drops, but it did the trick. Almost instantly, my muscles melted under the weight of my fraying blanket. The medicine may have dulled my body, but my mind was still hard at work piecing together a plan to escape. Today is the day. This has to work. I don't think Moira can hold back her hunger much longer. She looks ready to pop, as she did that night she revealed her true nature. She'll be back with my next dose in a few hours. By then, I'll have carefully slipped the knife from under my pillow, gripping it as tightly as my weak muscles allow. I'll cut through the last thick strands of silk holding me down, slicing through the main arteries like some twisted surgeon, until all that remains is a dried out net, light as a leaf. Once I'm done, I'll slide the knife back under the pillow and pray I won't need it again. If I write any more after this, then that means my plan must have worked. The plan backfired worse than I could have imagined. It always does this too, where it's like, he's like, if there's any more words after this, it must mean that everything went according to my plan. And then it's just like, it didn't go according to plan. Everything's worse than before, you know? The plan backfired worse than I could have imagined. I just pray I remember where to find this diary in the morning. Hopefully, reading it will give me some clue as to who I used to be before Moira hollows me out completely. It worked at first. I cut myself free, and once the weight lifted, I could feel my strength returning, my veins filled with adrenaline, flushing out the last of her venom. I hid the knife just in time. Moira returned as the sun was setting, right on time for what was hopefully my final dose. She entered the room with a slight limp in her step. Her age was catching up quickly, something that would greatly aid my escape, I thought. In this form, I could easily overpower her and wrestle the syringe from her hand. The syringe was plan A. The knife was my backup plan. Even after everything Moira has put me through, I don't hate her. I hate what she's become. I hate the illness. Again, it's funny because it's like, bro, she was always a Spider Woman. Sure, it might be an illness, you could argue, I guess. We don't know how she became a Spider Woman, but the whole time you've known her, she's been eating people. She just more recently has eaten people close to you. To spare her life while saving myself would be the best outcome for everyone involved, except Joshua. The memory of him was the driving force behind this escape attempt. If I didn't get out, then Joshua would have died for nothing. When Moira took out the syringe, I saw exactly what I was hoping for. I knew that when I asked for a lower dose, she would only increase it. She couldn't bear to give up control, not with so much animosity between us. I could never forgive her for what she had done to Joshua. And now she was starting to realize that. I offered my arm, and her bony hand closed around mine, gently yet firmly pulling it out to ready the needle. Her bony fingers were wielding the same strength with which she had pulled me up the day we met. That's when I knew this wouldn't be as easy as I thought. There was no time to hesitate. I had to move quickly. I grabbed the syringe from her hand. She wasn't expecting it, and before she even knew what happened, I plunged it into her abdomen. The needle punctured her wrinkled skin and slid in smoothly, almost as silky smooth as her skin had once been. As I injected the medicine, I saw her glazed over eyeballs roll into her skull. Only for a pair of inky black eyes to fill the empty sockets. The venom pooled inside them as she stared down at me. But this time, her icy gaze wouldn't freeze me in place. She managed to keep me pinned for a second, but I shoved her back with all my might. The venom was working, even on her. She stumbled back, and I saw my chance. My body ached as I broke through my cocoon and dragged myself onto my feet. My legs buckled, but I pushed through. I made it to the doorway, but before I could leave, I shot a glance back at Moira. She was on her hands and knees, facing the floor. I could see her back bulging. I knew what was coming. I was sure the venom would be enough to paralyze Moira, but no amount of it could subdue the beast inside her. Again, this isn't a horrible plan, but I am just like, yeah, you think the spider venom is going to work on the spider who creates it? And then also, I'm like, you're taking a big risk in all of this, even if the venom works on her, in that she's gonna know that you escaped right away. Like, wouldn't it just be better to use the knife? And I guess because she's drugging him, he couldn't just do this, but I'm like, just sneak out when she's off feeding. You know, doesn't she have to go hunt or whatever? Like, that is what I thought his original plan was. But again, like, I don't know, it does make sense in the sense that, like, this is the only way he could actually be able to walk and get out of the house, is because he has to, like, you know, he has to not get sedated. For a moment, I hesitated. Had I made the right choice, using the needle instead of the knife? I almost darted back for the knife, but then I heard her shrill, agonizing scream. It was an angry scream, her once woeful screech boiling over into a fit of rage. For a second, it sounded like standing next to a boiling kettle, one filled with poison and betrayal. My heart broke. I left the room, but my mind stayed behind. As I stumbled down the hallway, I could hear the same sounds I had when I was forced to witness her transformation, only this time they were much quicker. They sounded rushed, like a video playing at double speed. With each sound, a flash of memory accompanied it. My mind replaying the event in fragments that clouded my vision. A symphony of agony spilled out from my room and into the hallway behind me, climaxing in a loud screech and a heavy thud, then immediately complete silence. I didn't care if the venom worked. And if she was out cold, or if it failed and she was right on my heels. I was heading straight for the front door, not stopping for anything. As I limped through the dining room, I swear I heard a faint sound coming from the attic above me. At first, I wasn't sure if I heard anything at all. Only when I reached for the handle on the front door did I stop, guilt overriding my movement. What if that noise was Joshua? What if he was still alive and I was leaving him behind? I know now what the noise was. Because I turned around, my hopes were crushed by what I saw in the mirror beside the door. Moira was on the ceiling right above me. She fell onto me with all her weight, and her fangs punctured the back of my neck brace. The needle-sharp tip somehow echoed the pain from the dull rock that had landed me in this mess. The pain faded along with my vision, and I fell into a dreamless sleep, so deep I thought I had died. I woke up back in bed, swallowed by deep darkness. It must have been sometime around midnight as I leaned over to look at the clock on my bedside. I was surprised to find that my body was complying. I was not tied down. But as soon as I moved, the darkness spoke. A voice I recognized well was choking on words, attempting to ease the pain, but it was useless. Instead of comforting me, Moira's voice sent a cold weight through my spine, locking me in place. "I'm so sorry," Moira said, remorse stifling her voice. "I didn't want to bare my fangs at you, but you left me no choice." I purposely turned my head away from her. Sorry, I'm writing down a note for something I want to say at the end. I purposely turned my head away from her, and with a slight quiver, I asked, "Is this the part where you eat me like a bug?" I think I did this bit when I read it the first time, but I'll just quickly, I want to be like, "Moira, feed me lemon pie and eat me like a bug, and inject your venom into my penis and eat me like a bug." "Eat you? I could never eat you. It's killing me, but I'd rather waste away and refuse to feed." Her voice was low and serious, the pain clear in each word. "You had no problem eating Joshua," I spat, my words coated in venom. "What a senseless comparison," she said in a cold, calm voice. After a brief pause, her tone shifted. Suddenly, her voice spoke with a quiet warmth that reminded me of why I fell in love with her. "You showed me that the heart is more than a pump. Is this what they call love? Because I feel it in my chest, and I feel it in my head." She paused, weighing out the emotional weight of her next words. "I know all of Joshua's thoughts, every memory he had of you. He only ever pitied you. He could never take away your pain like I have. He was merely a stain on the parts of pain I've already scrubbed clean. In the end, his flesh was worth more than the scraps of insight his memories offered. He didn't love you, not like I do." Her words ricocheted around my head, the first realization bouncing off the second. This was the first time she admitted to killing Joshua, and also the first time she'd told me she loved me. Though it's only in a crazy story like this that you can get those absurd lines where it's like, she admitted to killing my best friend, but she also admitted she loved me. The moment felt wrong. The bitter outweighed the sweet. The realization slowly sank in like a lumpy, bitter pill washed down with a spoonful of thick honey. I turned towards where her voice had come from, my words shaking as I spoke into the darkness. "You're wrong about him. Joshua was all I had. He was the only person left in my life who was real. I don't remember anyone else," I said, my voice a quiet plea, waiting for her to rationalize what she had taken from me. "I tried my hardest to consume only the pain. It was like uprooting all the weeds in a garden, only to realize there's nothing left at the end." She paused, her words heavy with honesty. I thought Joshua was the only thing left worth saving. He was the lemon tree proudly standing in the center of the garden. However, it seems as if all the fruit of your friendship has soured the soil and made it impossible for anything else to grow in its place. I recognize that it's my fault for not clearing him out with the rest of the weeds. Her voice softened, but the coldness in it remained. But now there's only one solution. It is clear to me that I can't leave you with the last of your memory. All the metaphors swam around my head, too much to try to piece together at once. I just sat in silence, trying to process her words. There was a long pause from the darkness before Moira continued. But I promise you, I'm real as your own flesh. So just let your eyes grow heavy and I'll stay beside your bed. As she leaned over out of the darkness, Moira's melodical voice grew into a whisper. There's at least one typo here. I think there might be one other in this last section. Just pointing it out for when you read this, Rude Dude, so you can fix it if you want. Moira's melodical voice, it's right here. Here, I'll highlight it. Moira's melodical voice grew into a whisper, soft and sweet. A stark contrast to the face directly in front of mine. Those 8 cold pearls piercing through me. Do you recognize my gaze as I once again clean you of this mess? The final words of her lullaby lulled me into a trance. I stared into her eyes for only a few seconds, but it felt like a lifetime had passed. I could feel my childhood memories of Joshua slipping away, and with them any connection to my past. My whole existence, up until now, was reduced to a flickering candle in the wind, on the verge of being snuffed out. I shut my eyes, a tear rolling down my cheek as I turned my head away. Was this your plan all along? To hollow me out, to paralyze my body and spirit so you can pull at my strings like I'm your puppet? Don't you see, once you let go, there will be no need for strings. You'll be free, without the memory of ever being trapped. Then you can start over. Then we can start over. I'm not ready to let go. Just give me some time alone with my thoughts. I paused, the weight of my own words sinking in. Or at least what's left of my thoughts. One of Moira's 8 legs curled out from the darkness, brushing the tear off my face with an eerie tenderness. Ugh, creepy. One of the 8 legs just sweeps out and it's like, Moira stared at me unblinking, her cold, inky eyes carrying a warm understanding. But I could still sense the hunger behind them. She agreed and left the room. Her patient voice was the last thing I heard as her silent skittering carried her out of the room. Her words echoed down the hall. I'll be here when you change your mind. Once I was sure I was alone again, I wasted no time reaching for my laptop to write everything down that had happened. I hoped that by the time I wake up tomorrow, I would remember where to find these notes. As I lay in bed, unburdened by webs, a strange sense of trust settles over me. Until I noticed something lingering in the corner of the room. A uniquely familiar shape. I stared at it for over a minute, yet my eyes refused to adjust to the darkness. The pale form melts seamlessly into the white corner where the ceiling meets the wall. I can't bring myself to turn on the light. You would think that Moira's influence feels like a parasite in my head, maliciously eating away at my memories, but no, my head is as clear as it's ever been. Instead, the years of memories I've lost feel like a pit in my stomach, and yet all my memories of Moira are still crystal clear, kept safe inside my heart. If Moira is telling the truth and my life before was as miserable as she says, then why do I hunger for a life I never truly lived? A life where I merely existed, scraping by with nothing to show for it. No purpose, no joy, just an endless cycle of loss and loneliness. The thought of going back to my life without Moira terrifies me. What if all she wants is to take away the pain? Maybe if I give it to her, I could be happy. Maybe we could be whole again. When it's all said and done, she is all that I've got. When it's all said and done, she's still all that I've got. Or maybe she's lying, and the reason she dug this pit was to lay her eggs and watch as they hatch, and then slowly consume me from the inside out. The fucked up part is, I don't know which possibility scares me more. I feel torn in two. Moira's offer is comforting, but the knife pressing into my back still offers a desperate alternative. Bum bum bum. So that is the end of No Strings Attached. She said no strings attached, but I think she lied. I have to say again, I love this story because it has such a fun, entertaining tone, and the characters are charming. Even Moira as an evil spider lady, as a monster, is somewhat slightly sympathetic in that it does seem like she actually loves this guy, and she's like, I would never eat you even if I waste away, and so it's cool, it's cool in that you get to have all this fun, kooky, creepy stuff happen where this spider's on the ceiling and it's in the corner and you can't really see it and it's hollowing out your memories. And so it has all these amazing fun elements while at the same time, it's a pretty good allegory, or like metaphor for an abusive relationship, a person who's, verbally, emotionally abusive or physically abusive, She isolates him. She manipulates him into, turning on everyone else in his life or forgetting them. With her, she's able to literally just erase his memories. And so that's why it's easier for her than, say, like just a normal person. But it's the same, right? And like this line where she's like, I'm sorry for bearing my fangs at you. You left me no choice. I mean, how many times, whether it's in movies or whatever, that's a real thing that abusers say, is they're like, this is your fault for making me mad. Why did you make me do this? Husbands have literally killed their wives, and the whole time they're going, why do you have to do this to me? And it's all about them, and it's all about, why are you making me do this? It's never that I have a choice in the matter and that I shouldn't be doing this. It's always, why do you push me to the point where I have to do this? And that's very sad to think about, and it's very fucked up, but in this story, it does a great job of, in an entertaining way, of showing you the horror of that. And it also serves as a kind of warning. The whole story is like, this woman said no strings attached, and we met on Tinder or on a dating site or whatever, and just immediately it was clear that she wanted to trap me in her web. And that is how abusers are. There, I was bringing we were talking, Rude Dude kind of brought this up a little bit last night, but they were like, yeah, that's what I was trying to show with the love bombing and stuff in the beginning. And it's so true. And one thing I like about the story, and with the kind of naivete of the author, and we don't know how actually naive the narrator, is what I meant to say, with how naive the narrator actually is, or how much of it is just Moira working her evil magic on him. But one thing that I like is that it seems to go back and forth where, he's realizing the creepy bad stuff that she's doing, but also at the same time, he's like, but she loves me, and we have such fun together. And that's the same with victims of abuse, right? They don't hate the one who abuses them all the time, or they're not it's not just a horror show all the time. They're like, he's so good to me, or this person's so kind. I've never had anyone who cares this much or does so many nice things for me. And that's how they get you, right? Because you don't want to give up those good parts. And so that is where, these, over time, these relationships kind of progress and change, and that's how they get smart, reasonable people to stay in a bad situation, because they manipulate them slowly over time into thinking it's their only option or whatever. And yeah, I think it's a very wise story, and I think the tone of it, it could have just been dark and bleak, but it did it in such a way to where it made it super entertaining and funny too. And that, to me, is not only a sign of like the author's skill and humor and stuff, and like they're obviously a great author, but it's just the sign too of somebody being like, yeah, I'm gonna write this story about this guy who's in a relationship woman, or in a relationship with an abusive spider woman, but also at the same time, I'm not gonna take it too seriously to where it's just a bummer the whole time. And although we are sad for what happened to Joshua and the state our narrator's also left in, we're left with that kind of choice at the end, and we can kind of choose how we want to think it's end. Maybe he kills her and escape, or maybe he stays with her and gets hollowed out completely. And I think that is just a very it's just a very kick-ass story. I think that horror, as much as there can be dreary, existential, whatever, I think it does ultimately need to be fun and entertaining, like this story is. And this story absolutely is a blast from start to finish. At every part I laughed in, every part I thought there were creepy moments. There was a lot of, come on, man, look at what she's doing, don't you see, you idiot? There's a lot of that. And what do we do in just even the most fun, kitschy horror movies? He's right behind you, turn around. It's that same sort of thing. And this story did such a good job of that. And I just have to I just have to give my, whatever, my props to Rude Dude, props to the narrator, or props to the props to writing a narrator that was so charming and silly and kind of stupid, but also relatable and likable. That's just really awesome. And I just, I cannot stress enough how much fun it was to read this. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. I upvoted it. Please go upvote this story. Please comment. Please do all the stuff, and I'm really looking forward to reading any other stories that this writer has. So I'm gonna have to do my own research there. But yeah, that was awesome. Now I'm gonna go pee, so we're gonna play this.
Look, I see it every day. You know what I would say to him? I say, "Why don't you get on in here and give me a little raspberry on my belly?" He does one of those things that people do to babies where they like on my belly. Why don't you get in here and do that on my big old belly? Is what I would say. You've been following me this long. You're not gonna come in with a little raspberry on the belly.
I'm just gonna go.
I'm like, you get in here. You get in here. Force his face on my belly. Do it.
I didn't like that. Yeah, I'm gonna leave now. I think I'm just gonna be seeing you all. Have a good one.
The door just like locks immediately. You're going to give me a raspberry on my belly, and I'm going to pretend to be a big baby.
Oh my god. Yeah, you should. That guy should probably just die.
Like,
I was just gonna molest you or something. I didn't want it to be weird.
No. None of those memes. Only raspberries. Ugh.
Man, that poor guy. That's worse, actually. We're gonna go back to the video now.
I thought there was like blood there on the floor for a second. That, like, what the hell is that?
Who knows?
How cute, a tiny little baby. I wish I could find its belly and give it a raspberry. Oh my god, I thought that was someone standing there for a second. That kind of got me. I was like, oh shit. Oh, what the fuck? Are those seals? God, the lighting on this is incredible.
Makes the color look so deep.
It reminds me of like, well, it feels very hellish, first off, because it's completely oversaturated in yellow and reds. So it's very like damning, and I mean like the blacks are super deep and dark. Like the shadows are just infinitely black. So it's just, what kind of void could you be in? Oh, did he see something in that deal?
Whatever he saw in there freaked him out.
Yeah, he had backed up. Just even that tapestry going by. Oh, it's the fucking doll. Oh. So this character that he found, I'm pretty sure there's like meat stuffed in that, by the way. So this doll that he uses on this channel, he found in just like this abandoned building of sorts.
Yeah.
How
hung by
creepy
its
is
neck.
that, dude?
Poor doll.
There's something too with this channel about how casual he, like almost jokingly, he puts into the videos
captions
that makes it, it gives it another level of like surrealist, uncanny horror. I can never tell what his intentions are. I think that's why it makes it so creepy. That shot is heel stomp it. Heel stomp it.
Immediately, like this like black cloud flies out of it.
Yeah.
Forever. Yeah.
Silly smoke or whatever. I will cherish this doll. I want to get a tattoo of that doll's face and put that underneath it in Japanese.
I will cherish this doll.
All right. Well, we got that. So now we have context where the doll came from, so we can at least see what he's doing with the doll now.
So there's more videos with the doll.
Yeah, it looks like there's a ton.
There's a bunch with the doll. We can click through a few of them. May not show up in this one. So if this is just ant videos.
Yeah, I mean it's the videos here, but it looks like there's like little bits of context or audio cues.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just like
top comment, man. These guys never get tired, do they? Thank you. Thanks, buddy. But here we do see the doll. I believe that's the same doll.
Yeah, just behind the. Oh God, how creepy is that?
Just in these otherwise unsuspecting ant videos. I love ant very much.
Fucking doll. Oh, you son of a bitch. Evangelion, take notes.
That's pretty good. How it just like it's watching the ants.
It's just extremely impressive what staging can do. If you understand interesting staging. Oh my god. Good god. Is this stop motion?
No, I think he's just filming it with water coming out of its eyes.
Wow. Good lord.
All right. So
yeah, go to
we
the
get that.
the idle video that you had seen.
Sure.
I want to see this one now. The thumbnail.
Well, hold on. Look at it. There's more. It keeps going. The lore keeps. See this? You don't want to miss out on all this joy, do you, Hunter? Look at this at the end of this one.
I'll tell you what, he's not wrong. He didn't lie though. He is cherishing this doll.
He is in fact cherishing the doll. So it shows up in a bunch of like the background of other videos, stuff like that. I don't know if it does more. Didn't like the audio did that. She is sleeping.
It's almost like they're supposed to be like cutesy in-screen cards with just little.
Yeah, if only it wasn't terrifying.
Yeah, well, it's extremely uncanny.
Well, he's having a normal go of it.
What's interesting is to do this kind of content so long ago.
Like I said, man, for the love of the game, dude. This one he did, it was like another cursed YouTube channel one, like 666. Actually, I haven't seen this one before. It's obviously less popular, but yeah, he just called it another YouTube where it's like similarly.
Yeah, another
there's a curse happening.
Another username 666 thing.
So now, the doll continues to show up throughout those videos. I assume it shows up in the backgrounds of these other egg ones, and then we get this one.
What's kind of interesting is I don't actually think she shows up in. I don't think she shows up in all of them. I think it's just like periodically, so you never know really what you're gonna get.
Yeah, you never know when it'll show up. I don't know what this means. This whole description. I'm gonna just.
I thought it was a URL at first with all the different. Stuff,
no, because it's all like these aren't URL keys, like the.
Yeah.
Is this comforting?
Do you think this audio is played backwards? Oh man, ooh, that got me. Holy shit.
Hi. Good food. Happy. I don't like those arms. I like red food. I cook the tomatoes. Let's cooking. Average family vlog channel.
Yeah, no shit. Ruby Frankie's kitchen.
Yeah.
Like.
All right, we're back. We're so back, baby. I had to eat a cheesecake bite really quick because they're delicious. And I said, why the hell not? So, but we're back. That was no strings attached. Honestly, I need a channel that just plays. The problem is I don't want it to be, creepcast music is perfect. I don't want it to be haunting or like really creepy bing, 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 bing piano. I just want it to be slow and chill for like a really long time. And I don't want it to have any ads because obviously that would be annoying. See, even that is like too. Dark ambiance. We'll try this one. Maybe that's too crazy. That's so like, think I've done this one before. You're studying in a haunted library with ghosts. Alright, whatever it'll have to do. We're gonna try it. We're gonna try it out. God, by golly. Alright. So now we are back on Ross Road. On the non-Euclidean hellish nightmare that is Ross Road. So a lot happened in part 3. I'm gonna recap what I remember. Essentially, we had a just making sure my we had a situation where our Jack narrator, he went to the Cinephia diner, Prim killed herself or got killed, impaled her pregnant stomach. He walked past and then he got exploded too by the exploded car, so his back's all fucked up and burnt and has shrapnel in it. Then he walked for a while, saw a light, saw a car kind of like wrapped around a tree. It was still running. He could hear the engine running. The lights were shining, and those were the lights he saw from the distance that led him to walk towards it. Can't remember if it was wrapped around the sign that he keeps returning to, the sign of the choice of left or right. But what I do remember for sure is then he hears the siren and he keeps running, and he realizes that the siren isn't coming from the road and it's actually coming from the hill on the side of the road. So he's going up the hill and it gets super steep and he can barely climb to the top. And then at the top he sees again the yellow sign, arrows pointing both ways, but this time it's not even on the road, and the deer is crucified to the sign. Almost like like it's a cross, and the deer, and again he saw that deer at the beginning too. There was a dead deer, and in this clearing where the sign is there like a crucifix for the deer, there is also a little girl's body, which basically shoulders down is normal. She's just wearing a dress, but her head is a spinning siren, and it's very creepy, obviously very uncanny. I loved the siren head girl. I think that's been my favorite part thus far. Now, don't get me wrong, not in a creepy way, but my favorite part was the diner up in before that, just in terms of how cozy and like inviting it seemed, and then the fact that it just all went to hell immediately, that was great too. But I really do like the siren head girl. And now his phone had started to buzz as he got to the top of this hill, and like maybe the girl looked over at him, or she doesn't have eyes, but like the siren stopped spinning and pointed right at him or something kind of like that. Also, there was this thing with the crashed car where there are these trees that are growing, these like red and pink flowers or something, and it seemed like those flowers or vines or whatever started to, I think, consume the sign, and they seem to be kind of like following the girl's feet around almost. So there's something weird going on with the nature as well. And also we know that Jack woke up in sort of a when he got knocked out from the car explosion, he apparently slept for a day, but then also there was this point where it was a flashback to him being drunk and his parents were arguing, and he just got up to go to at least I think it was his parents, and he got up to go get another bottle because he spilled all his alcohol or was out. And so yeah, that was very crazy too. And so more of his backstory is being revealed. Obviously, the whole reason he's on Ross Road in the first place was because his dad has died, and he was going to meet with a lawyer back in like Idaho or something to try to get the inheritance, because although his parents were estranged, they weren't divorced, and he wanted his dad wants him to be able to get the inheritance and not his mother. So clearly a lot going on. There's also mention that he's kind of on the rocks with his girlfriend. He was sleeping on the couch before he left. So yeah, that is all I like fully remember thus far. If anything else gets sparked as I'm reading, I'll just kind of explain it as I go. If you're tuning into the stream and you haven't seen any of the prior parts, that's what I'll kind of aim to do. And yeah, that's what we'll do. And if you happen to be watching live and you have any questions or comments, just put them in the chat. I'll pause to read chat throughout. I know it's 3:55 a.m., so I'm not expecting there to be a lot of people in the live stream here, but I just wanted to start. I didn't want to wait till like 7 a.m. to start my stream. I wanted to start right in the middle of the night, because to me, this is like, I mean, now we're getting towards the end, but I work the night shift. I'm used to staying up all night, so this, to me, I feel like I'm in the middle of my day right now. I still got plenty of gas left in the tank. I'm ready to finish Ross Road, and I'm really excited. I can't wait to see where it goes. From what I've heard, I would never guess where it goes. It is kind of a mind fuck in that way. You don't know what's going to happen next, and let me tell you, I've experienced that already. In the part 2, when the diner was happening, I was so sure that I was just not sure it was gonna go into the diner exploding and the woman impaled herself. Like I was thinking it was gonna be a more slower descent. I did think that shit was gonna go wrong, but it was gonna be in a weirder, not weirder, but slower, more subtle way. But that is not what happened. As soon as Jack like fell asleep or what, it completely went. And just when you think this story, you know where it's going, it veers off. You miss the exit, whatever, in terms of this, the story, to put it in the terms of the story, I mean. And you miss that exit and you get left somewhere totally new where you did not expect. And that's what I've really liked about this story, is the unpredictability, and the it's got some good bits in here and stuff about like addiction and Jack's drinking and stuff too. So it's been a really fun read thus far, and we're gonna get into it. So Ross Road, part 4 of 5. The girl's girl's siren swung fast, faster than it had ever moved. It stopped all at once and came in line with where Jack hung, because he's kind of hanging on the side of the cliff right now. The ambulance wailing grew louder, even as the sound waves from the horn reached Jack's ears. He could see her body start to twist back around toward him. Jack screamed a horrible scream, the kind of scream he had only heard in movies. His hands released. Damn it, see, and this was what I was saying before. Once, when he was seeing all this weird stuff, I was like, get up the cliff, dude. Why are you hanging on the edge of the cliff? Like, I realized it was, he didn't want to be seen, and it was completely, like, shocking. But at the same time, I'm like, you're already injured, and now you're hanging at your right, you know? It's kind of this idea of like, well, why are you standing on the edge? Well, right now he's hanging on the edge, and I'm like, just either get up the cliff or slowly start to climb back down, you know? Because, yeah, I was worried that something like this would happen and he would fall, and now he's going to get more fucked up. But anyways, Jack screamed a horrible scream, the kind of scream he'd only heard in movies. His hands released from the ledge that supported him, and his legs attempted to twitch and catch his fall. As the inclining earth of the hill beneath him rapidly approached, his reflexes proved too slow. His legs caught the ground under him, and he was sent into a roll down the hill. Jack and Jill rolled up the hill, you know. Jack fell down and broke his crown, and Jill came tumbling after. Somewhere his brain cataloged a sharp pain in his ankle. Great, now his foot's broken. As his foot took the weight of his body on its side, Jack rolled and bucked against the ground. An exposed root caught him in the rib, knocking the wind out of his lungs. Before he had the time to notice his stolen breath, a rock ripped across his failing shoulder, drawing blood as his head bounced off the ground. Before he had the time to notice, a rock ripped across his flailing shoulder, drawing blood as his head bounced off the ground, softer than pavement, but still hard enough to fill his vision with dark, disorienting bubbles. The phone still rang, vibrating in his pocket. Bzz, bzz, bzz. This is not fitting. Sorry, folks. I've been experimenting with new music, and I should just get. I don't know what they use, or if Creepcast just adds their music in post, but music. I'm so surprised that someone has not made a cinematic version. Cinematic intro. AI generator music. Yeah, that's what I want to use. I mean, they're only short, so that's what sucks. I guess maybe if there's a looper, I could loop it. Yeah, this is the theme music, though. way that I can just put it on autoplay for all this dude stuff? Because this is what they use, something from this, and I mean, I guess if it's on a playlist, right, it should just go through. See, this sounds too happy, but maybe I can find. Okay. We'll do play all from the experiment. There we go. I knew there was that loop button somewhere. Well, now we're gonna play Max Anson, and hopefully this will lead to my stories. The stories I read being kicked up a notch. Let me know what you think in the comments, if you like it or not. Let me know. Or if you have any ideas for how I can incorporate different or better background music, I'd love to hear it. The hill's angle quickly began its return to level, and with it, Jack's uncontrolled fall slowed significantly thanks to a hard collision with a crooked tree trunk at the expense of his other shoulder's integrity. Great. See, in this story, really quick to just compare it with No Strings Attached, which they're very different stories, but in this story, Jack, again, similar to our narrator in the last one, has suffered a lot too. Jack has had all this shit go wrong, but it's all about the tone of the writing. In terms of, for Jack, we feel bad, we feel like things are hopeless, we feel like no matter what he does, this is just the nature of this road, is to fuck with him, hurt him, kill him, terrify him, and so we feel bad for Jack, but we don't feel like, as we're reading this, we don't feel like, other than what I was saying about him getting up the hill so he didn't fall down, we don't really feel like, oh well, that's what you get, dumbass. It's like we feel like it was just inevitable, right? Pretty much all the stuff that's happened to him has just been inevitable. It's been crazy and unexpected, but at the same time, we're like, yeah, you're caught in a supernatural fucking hellscape, so it makes sense that bad shit's gonna happen to you. And there's not really anything Jack could have done to prevent that or minimize that. Even if he didn't fall down the hill, who knows, maybe the siren would have gotten so loud that his head just exploded, so who the hell knows. But that's my point, is it's all about the tone of the writing and stuff like that causes us to sympathize with Jack or not, as compared to the other narrator, which we still did sympathize, but we were able to kind of laugh at his pain and go like, well, you idiot, you dumbass, of course she's gonna eat your friend, or of course she threw you off a cliff, she's trying to make you her slave, and so two tonally very different stories, but I'm just pointing out the similarities in terms of the bad shit happening to the characters and how tonally, you can steer your reader one way or the other. And both stories do it really well and to great effect. And it's just a matter of how do you want, when you're writing, how do you want your story to be perceived? Do you want the reader to kind of laugh and go, "You dumbass, get out of there"? Or do you want them to be like, "God, man, this is brutal. Like, what a nightmare." And that's just the broad places horror can take you as a reader. So, anyways, back to the story. Pain was pounding on the doors of his awareness, demanding to be let in despite the adrenaline's protest. Expense of his shoulder. Yeah, pain was pounding on the doors of his awareness, demanding to be let in despite the adrenaline's protest. His arms and legs shoved against the ground and began to turn him to his feet, racing down the still steep hill now on all fours, then up to his feet, only to fall back onto his hands hard. As he did his best to run rather than roll, he heard, okay, so he is still falling down the hill, but he's trying to get, because that's the crazy thing about rolling down a hill, and especially a really steep one. It's like you can get back up onto your feet, but it's just you're eventually gonna fall again. You're gonna roll. It's just a question of how and where and how much you're gonna hurt yourself. Only to fall back onto his hands hard. As he did his best to run rather than roll, he heard the distant sound of the ambulance behind him. All at once, its intensity skyrocketed as he could only assume the girl had reached the ledge and was looking over. Or maybe had already followed him down. It didn't matter. He wasn't looking back. He was sprinting, crawling, stumbling, falling, hurtling down the hill. I love that. I love those. Definitely paints a brutal picture, and I like that idea of, so often people are chaotically running away from a monster or from something scary in a story, but the idea of you're literally tumbling down a hill to get away from something, or as you're running for something, is just a really fun visual. I like it. And I feel like it's unique. It's not something you see a lot in horror. So Jack reached the bottom at a speed he would later recognize was as far too overzealous. His feet caught him hard against the unyielding pavement of the road. And that's the thing the hill kind of, that Jack didn't realize, because the fog and the night or whatever, is it slowly inclined. So at first he was just walking up it, and then by the end he climbing, crawling up it, Well, I just got a flash of a dream I had, but I literally have dreams where I'm like trying to get up a hill and it gets steep, and I'm like, there's some parts where it looks like I can get up, but then other parts it's like overhanging and I can't. And again, dreams that they're not all the time super nightmarish, but they definitely are scary dreams. And yeah, it just made me think of that. That's awesome. Again, with powerful, interesting visuals, a bunch of really scary shit has already happened, but something as simple as a hill can evoke a lot in its reader, if done properly. And it talked about his climb up, and now his chaotic roll down, it just shows that, it evokes a lot. God, his feet caught him hard against the unyielding pavement of the road. A shock of lightning shot up to his brain from his injured ankle, blowing past his chemical defenses and demanding to make itself known. Jack's sprint didn't stop, but he could feel the sharp stab of pain with each footfall. He ran directly away from the sound of the siren behind him, across the road and into the forest beyond. The trees grew thicker, and for once, the walls of wood felt somewhat comforting. He dodged between trunks as he went, each thick wooden sentinel helping to drown out the shrieking alarm behind him. Excuse me. Slowly but surely, the sound grew muted, then quiet, then silent. That didn't matter. Jack didn't stop running. He wouldn't stop running. Multiple times a rock or root caught his leg and sent him toppling. But even before he hit the ground, he was scrambling back up to a sprint with his hands on it, with his hands and knees. Multiple times a rogue root or rock caught his legs and sent him toppling. Okay, as he's now running through the forest, okay? I just wanted to make sure I was picturing it right. But even before he hit the ground, he was scrambling back up to sprint with his hands and knees. What the fuck? What the fuck was that? What the fuck was going on? There was no room for explanations left in Jack's mind. The time of half-baked excuses and frail interpretations meant to placate his rapidly deteriorating sense of reality was long past. Even willful ignorance now refused his summons as he found himself sprinting through the woods, unable to do anything but beg himself for answers. Strangely, as he ran, Jack found himself thinking about the ambulance siren that had lured him up that hill. He'd always hated the sound of ambulances. They were a sound uniquely designed to demand attention. The siren itself was invasive, yes, but what leadened Jack's feet so much upon hearing it wasn't the sound, but the implication of disaster it carried. He could be driving, walking, talking, minding his own business, and all it would take was a single rising tone from one passing by to slow his walk, dry his mouth, and scratch at his throat. The alarm made an undeniable and unignorable promise to every single person who heard it that a tragedy had occurred. No matter how good of a day one was having, no matter how much life was looking up or things were getting better, everyone was one single unprovoked sound away from being reminded that they were, without a moment's reprieve, surrounded by disaster, catastrophe, and misfortune. There was no choice to be had, no opting out of the announcement. Just around the corner was another person's worst moment. It was an unwelcome reminder of the reality of pain and an unavoidable promise that one day the same alarm bells would be rung for you. Jack hated the sound of ambulances. His mind was suddenly invaded with the image of the car wreck he'd seen just before hearing the siren. Sickly, wet blood soaking into the sharp branch Jack imagined himself skewered on that branch. He imagined Penn. Damn. I think that's my favorite paragraph in the entire story thus far. This is not only a great paragraph to sum up kind of the nature of this road and maybe the supernatural themes of it, but it's just a great paragraph. Great writing, simple, so true of the human experience. And yeah, sure, there are times when, you know, going out through the day or whatever, you hear an ambulance and, you know, or there is the sound of a siren, but you don't pay it no mind, or it doesn't bother you or something like that. And so I do think it's a sign of, you know, where Jack is at mentally in his life. Even before he got on this road, he was terrified of disaster and terrified of these catastrophes happening to him or happening around him, right? But then, you know, we can hear these at any moment. And yeah, sure, sometimes can you ignore them? Absolutely. You know, you ignore them or you don't think about it. You don't pay it any thought or a second thought. But then sometimes you're like, holy shit, someone's dying. I'm gonna die one day. Or, you know, whatever it might be that the ambulance makes you think of, or it might remind you of that one bad thing that happened to you or your loved one. It's all just terrible, you know. It's horrible, and it is so true. I love this story, and I love that paragraph. He imagined Penn. His mental state felt fractured. Somehow all these thoughts were passing through his mind, emotional and distressing thoughts, yes, but analytical and intentional. Simultaneously, another part of his mind was in a frenzied manic rush. His sprinting had not given up, for fear of turning around to see something else impossible, some new violent hue of color breaking into his monochrome world. His blood pumped and his muscles ached against their own fatigue as his lungs seized with short, fast gasps of air. The dissonance of instinct and thought left his perception dizzied. How long had he been running? His shoulder bled from where he'd encountered that rock during his fall. His back was torn apart even further than before, fresh blood and pus running down his... Is pus 2 S's? Or is it just 1 S? Doesn't matter. I know what it means. I was just curious. His back was torn apart even further than before, fresh blood and pus running down his hamstrings. His ankles screamed up at him with each step. And his other shoulder had visibly swollen from internal bleeding. Still, he swore he could feel the siren behind him, just on the edge of audibility, like a shadow announcing the arrival of something new into your field of view. He feared if he stopped, it would once again reach his eardrums. Obscure, but getting clearer. It was just as Jack was beginning to feel lightheaded again that he dodged around a tree and found himself in another large clearing in the otherwise densely packed woods. This opening was far larger than the one up the hill. It stretched out 100 or so feet in an odd twisted shape before relenting back into the tree line. The grass was short and did not lay in any distinct pattern. Yeah, and that was the other thing. The grass at the top of the clearing was like all laying in a really weird like it was like designed. I forget if it was a circular pattern around the sign, but it was something very eerie. The grass was short and did not lay in any distinct pattern. In the middle of the clearing stood a building, old, dirtied, and abandoned. It had strange sections jutting off in every direction. They all connected to a central structure, a long edifice with tall, pointed, and disorderly boarded up windows along its walls. The roof came to an end at a huge pointed steeple with an old metal cross affixed at its peak. Church. All this came into view the second Jack broke the tree line. As his feet came into contact with the grass of the clearing, his body continued its unyielding advance. The distance closed between him and the dilapidated building as he ran. The cognizant part of his mind caused him to steal a look behind. The trees he'd left swallowed up what little moonlight there was and offered no indication of movement nor sound. He didn't trust his senses. Yeah, you shouldn't. At this point in the story, you definitely should not be trusting shit, my dude. Second. Turning back toward the church, he quickly came up on an old, semi-rotted door frame. The door connected to one of the many randomly placed additions that had been tacked onto the church's original cathedral. The door lay lopsided within its frame. The wood was dark, likely originally a shade closer to brown than black. But time and neglect has weathered its edges and let the dark of the forest around it sink into its grain. Jack came to a careless stop, nearly slamming into the shingling surrounding the door frame. He frantically grabbed at the handle. The door shook at his impact, but the aged latch still completed its function and kept the door in place. With some effort, Jack twisted the handle. At first, it protested, but when whatever rust and grime had held it in place gave way, and the handle turned, the latch released, the door swung inward. Jack stumbled in and quickly closed it behind him. The interior was significantly darker than outside. Jack pressed against the door to wait for his eyes to adjust. As he did so, he winced and instantly regretted it. His charred and cut up back reminding him, not so politely, of its current state. I was gonna say, bro, you can't lay down, you can't probably sit down, he can't do anything without hurting himself. yummy milkshake, but can't really drink it right now because it's still pretty frozen. But I just wanted to see where it was at. The room came into a musky and shadowed focus. Small slits and breaks in the roof and walls allowed tiny amounts of moonlight in. Just enough information reflected to keep Jack's eyes hard at work attempting to make it out. The room was small. A stained wooden desk sat up against the far wall, with papers scattered over the top and multitude cups turned on their side, their contents having been absorbed by the wood or dried in place long ago. To its right, a door to the rest of the building stood. This one was also closed, but in a much better state than its exterior counterpart. Shelves with rows of tomes and mugs covered the walls. Covered what walls were still sound enough to hold their Shelves with rows of tomes and mugs covered what walls were still sound enough to hold their weight. Those that weren't as lucky had collapsed onto the floor, sending their cargo across the floor. Just this part right here, I don't like how floor and floor repeats. I think maybe these last two sentences, the author could clean up a little bit. Again, it's not bad or that anything is overtly wrong with them, but it's just kind of a feeling I got reading them. Shelves with rows of tomes and mugs covered what walls were still sound enough to hold their weight. Those that weren't as lucky had collapsed onto the floor, sending their cargo. You could just say scattering their cargo and end the sentence there. Again, just a note, no big deal. It's something that I feel like you might not notice if you were writing it, but reading out loud, it kind of comes up. And that's another thing I wanted to mention to authors, and obviously I'm reading the stories out loud as is, which sometimes I'm just a shitty reader and stumble through it, and it has nothing to do with the writing. But there are things that you will notice if you read a story out loud that you won't if you're just reading it in your head. So I strongly encourage you, whether you're writing a 500-page novel or whatever else, if you're serious about writing and you especially you want it to sound and you want the tone to be on point and stuff like that, I just encourage writers to, you don't have to do it all at once, you can do it by chapter. You can read it out loud yourself, even if you don't like the sound of your voice. I understand, you can use my reading. There are other ways you can do it. You can have someone else read it, but the thing is, in addition to if someone else is reading it and giving you their notes, you should be making your own notes. And it helps to have a recording like this where you can pause and write down, okay, this line I need to fix or whatever. But I do encourage writers to do that. It's something, I was a creative writing poetry major, so especially with poems, it's super important. It's not as important with narrative stories, but you will become a better writer, I'm telling you, if you do this. You'll notice things. You'll notice when a certain line just has a music to it that you really like. You will notice that and you'll go, okay, how do I do more of that? Or where do I want to do more of that? Where do I want these lines to have this extra level of pump, you know? So yeah, that's just a note. Here, this made me think of it, but again, it's not because this story is bad or this story doesn't, you know? It's not that at all, so... Jack made for the desk and nearly collapsed behind it, tucking into the cavity intended for the user's legs. Gripped his legs to his chin and only then realized he'd been crying. As the tears had pooled in the creases of his panting face, spilled onto his kneecaps. Fuck, why? Why was any of this happening? Why had he just frozen and watched that thing? Why didn't he turn around the second he saw it? He lost all sense of himself when he'd seen it. Then his his phone had rung. I was gonna say, I wonder when he's gonna check his phone again. It is only at 5%, and we know that technology hasn't been really working on the road. He hasn't been able to really call out and get anyone. But I also don't think his phone is gonna die. I think it's just kind of gonna stay at 5% as long as he's on this road, because again, technology doesn't really work, but I also don't think time really works the same. So his phone had rung. Jack hastily unraveled himself and dug into his jeans. His shoulders stung and pressed as he pressed them backwards to reach down. In this position, not finding it in his left pocket, he had to shift his weight to reach into his right. Pulling out the small device, he stared at its blank screen. It had been in his left pocket when it rang, hadn't it? Everything seemed quiet as he pressed the power button. Light illuminated its face. One missed call from Penn. Jack's body racked as he let out an involuntary sob. He caught it in his throat, still not wanting to make any noise. But a strangled hack managed to escape. Okay. But a strangled hack managed to escape as tears once again leaked down from his previously dried out ducts. He unlocked the phone and quickly opened the notification, dialing the number and holding it to his ear, cupping the microphone with his other hand to stifle any noise. The phone played a dial tone, then went silent again. Another stifled cry escaped Jack's mouth as he looked at the screen again. No service. Call could not be completed. His mouth began to drool as he pressed his tongue against his grimaced teeth to keep his emotions in. He could feel his nose starting to run, the tears dripping off his chin. His chest was expanding, not with breath, but with painful heat. His pulse was charged, and his heart was beating dangerously fast. No, please, Penn, please, he mumbled into his clenched fist. He He'd been so close to her. If he had just called a few minutes earlier, or if he hadn't climbed fucking hill, maybe he could have. That's when Jack noticed the sound notification under the first. One new voicemail. His heart leaped in a mix of fear and hope. Carefully, he turned the volume to the lowest possible setting and lifted the speaker to his ear once again cupped it with the other hand. The sound crackled to life in Penn's all too familiar and crushingly shaky voice reached Jack's ear. Hi, Jack. Listen, I know you're probably in Idaho by now, but I didn't mean what I said the other night. I hope you didn't mean any of it either. Jack fought against another racking sob, holding in most of the sound but sending more snot and tears streaking down his face. It was just seeing you like that. I should have expected it. I know. But we'd both been sober for almost a month. And that day was the first time I actually let myself think things might be different now. I know that's not a fair thing to put on you. And you just heard about your dad, and the recording went silent for a beat, and Jack's heart pounded. I'm keeping the baby, Jack. Oh, shit. She's got a baby. She's got a bun in the oven. Jack's gonna be a daddy. He's gonna have a little Jack. Oh no. Now he's gotta make it out. Oh God. I'm keeping the baby, Jack. I'm not going to force you to be part of its life. It's your choice. But please, you have to know that you can be better than them. You are better than them. I love you, I think. Jack's face was a wet mess. His sobs were contained entirely in his chest, and the effort of stifling them caused him to convulse as they came, causing phlegm and spit and tears to mix in every crease of his face. The rapid stretches of his rib cage sent painful aches through his back as the muscles tensed and loosened around the debris still lodged within them. The hand that had been cupping the phone had given up its duty, now covered his mouth tightly, like holding it there would keep the sound from escaping. I think I have to believe that you didn't mean what you said, because I didn't mean anything I said, and the recording went silent for a beat. But please, if you did mean anything you said, don't call me back. Don't. Jack could hear her voice breaking through the phone, the timing of her soft attempts to cut her crying short almost synced up with his own heaving spasms. I'm so scared, Jack. I need you. And I know it might be unfair, but I'm so scared. I'm scared of this kid, and I'm scared that you're not who I thought you were. I'm scared because I don't know how to help you, Jack. I can't stop thinking. Would you have done it if you hadn't? Would you have done it if I hadn't walked in on you the other night? Christ, what the fuck am I supposed to do? Was it my fault for telling you? Please, Jack, So that's another thing. Would you have done it? I think, okay, so maybe Jack was gonna commit suicide? We might have gotten something about that earlier. I don't know. This is the problem with not reading all the parts back to back. So I apologize if I am missing something there, but I think that's the subtext of what she's saying. And yeah, I think maybe Jack, she told him that she was pregnant, and then Jack was already a drunk mess or became a drunk mess and then was going to harm himself because he was like, this baby will be better without me. My parents were shit parents. I'm going to be a shit parent kind of thing. So very, very interesting though. Very, we're getting the parts now. And I love the story more now, especially if, you know, Jack was thinking about hurting himself or was gonna hurt himself. It's like, then you have to fight to survive, you know. That's a great, I just like that element of a story. I think that's a lot of fun. So Jack's eyes widened just a bit at the sound, as the sound of Penn's voice tapered off, followed soon by the recording coming to an end. He pulled the phone back from his ear and looked at the screen. That was the end of the voicemail. The image of the screen stretched out widely as the light was reflected through the wells of tears in his eyes. The hand over his mouth was soaked in tears and mucus, and his teeth dug into each other with such force that he swore he could feel them cracking. His phone screen shut off on its own. The battery was dead. Jack sobbed. Damn, so, okay, so his phone did die, so, you know, I don't know, clearly technology's still acting somewhat normally, but again, we don't know. His tears bled over his hands and sunk into the deep brownish maroon threads of his sweater Penn had made him. Of the sweater Penn had made him. There's Penn and then there's Prim, which maybe Prim is a stand-in for Penn. I don't know, because Penn is his girlfriend and Prim, I believe, was the waitress at the diner, but it's interesting, the similarity in the names. They interlocked and wove together in braids, catching the mucus and runoff as he sunk his teeth into the fabric to suffocate the sound. He wished he could help her. He knew he couldn't. She had to know he couldn't. She had to. Not before, especially not now. New pulses of pain were reaching his nervous system from lacerations and bruises that covered his body. He was cold, so cold, and it was dark, so dark in the tiny church office he'd made his refuge from the unfathomable. He thought about a good many things while he sat curled up under the crusted wooden desk. His mind scrambled between thoughts of Penelope, the dual arrow road sign, his mom and dad, the deer with its broken antler, his future son or daughter, the throbbing of his back, and that horrible thing in the woods with the little girl's body. And overlaying all these images in his mind like a transparent curtain was the thought of a drink. God, how he needed a drink. Every aspect of his mind and his body demanded it of him. His hand shook with a chemical pleading. Eventually Jack's sobbing stopped, not for lack of need, but rather his body simply stopped providing him with the luxury of emoting. It was far too busy fighting microscopic battles against his other injuries. He found himself simply sitting, eyes wide, head pulled to his knees, and arms wrapped around them. At some point, he slid his phone back into his right pocket. He had to find a way out of this. He had to stay awake, stay conscious until the sun came back up, then maybe find the road again. He recognized the futility of the thought even as he clung to it. At some point, he would have to face the reality of what he'd seen. Did he really believe that something as inconsequential and irreverent as daylight would make the woods that surrounded him hospitable again? In what fantasy was he living that a change in brightness would make that girl in a sundress bearable? If anything, seeing it without the comforting obstruction of darkness would only make it harder to deny. Sorry, just had to do a bit of a readjustment here. It was in this state of frozen contemplation that the sound first reached Jack's ears. His body tightened with fear and his brain realized something other than him was within earshot. But it also kick-started his senses, making the noise a bit clearer. Somewhere, muffled through the walls and distance, was someone speaking? The words were unintelligible, but the cadence and emphasis of the frequency matched a person's intentional enunciation. Very carefully, Jack leaned his head out from under the desk and turned. The sound was coming from deeper within the church, through the door in the other end. Come on. With me. First, I thought you might want to. It's you. Okay, sorry. Jack leaned his head out from under the desk. The sound was coming from deep through the door in the other end of the office, a door that his now fully adjusted eyes could see was slightly ajar. As quietly as possible, Jack turned onto all fours, forcing the jolts of pain in his shoulders and backs and ankles down into his subconscious, and made his way to the door. Sound was clear here, an unmistakable pattern of human speech. An unmistakable pattern of speech. Paws hurt, baby. Say hi to the people, Stella. Hi, my name's Stella. The sound was clear here, an unmistakable pattern of human speech, and fervent speech at that. Jack's heart had begun to pick up its pace. Jack's heart had begun to pick up its pace again, and his skin felt riddled with anxious dread. See again there, I think you could just say, Jack's heart had begun to pick up its pace, and his skin. I don't think you need the again there. I know that he's had a lot of adrenaline, and his heart starts pumping, but I think you can just say his heart, begun to pick up its pace, or again, Jack's heart had begun to pick up its pace, like that, and his skin felt riddled with anxious dread. He didn't believe for a second that what he heard was what it seemed, yet, be it his own childish folly or an inherent naivety that we adopt in the face of hopelessness, as part of him ached for it to be someone who could help. Jack tested the door, sliding his fingers in the thin opening between it and the frame. To his relief, it moved without any protest nor sound, opening to the room beyond. Sticking his head just barely Sorry, there's something in my kitty's fur and I wasn't able to keep up. I protect them. To his relief, it moved without any protest nor sound, opening to the room beyond. Sticking his head just barely into the entryway, Jack could see the next room was a branching hallway. What looked like multiple doors in varying states of disrepair. Staircase off to the left, and more scattered pages, fabrics, and boxes filled the space and covered discarded pieces of furniture that were strewn about. The room was absolutely still. The sound remained emanating from the far end of the hall. Jack slowly crawled through the precipice and into the room, careful not to disturb anything that was scattered along the floor. As he did, the voice became a touch clearer. It was a man's voice, powerful and forcefully energetic. Every few syllables intentionally heightened with passionate flair. Jack could make out the occasional word. The forest. Together. And I say, every day. It was coming from a door on the other end of the hall. He was certain of it. Painstakingly, slowly, Jack used an arm to lift himself to his feet, remaining as crouched as he could. With a sharp pain in his twisted ankle, he began to meticulously make his way down the hall, sidestepping loose furniture and avoiding papers and books on the ground. As he passed the staircase to his left, he looked up it with a tightness in his chest, only to see it came to a landing and turned 90 degrees out of sight. The voice became clear with each step, and he finally reached the far door. He could see that it too was left slightly ajar. The speaker was loud, just on the verge of yelling. The speaker was loud, just on the verge of yelling, but with controlled rage and an unyielding vehemence. "The blooms of the enemy, so he says to us." Jack was now right up against the door. The opening was just wide enough that he could see more moonlight spilling in from outside it. With a wave of pain, he hunched down and glanced through. The door led to what had to be the main cathedral building he had seen from outside. The chamber was long, with two sections of pews stretching out toward closed double doors in the back, and the passageway between them, along the walls on either side, were the huge stained glass windows Jack had seen from outside. Some were caked in dirt, others partially broken and boarded up, but they all let in large amounts of moonlight, illuminating the hall in a dull bluish tint. The door Jack was looking through was positioned at the front of the room, up on the stage just behind the pulpit. There were few figures in the pews, not many, maybe 10 or 12. They were aimlessly scattered throughout the different rows, but there nonetheless. A pair sat in the very front, their whole visage visible to Jack, and the visage was horrific. The couple were human, normal-sized, and listening attentively. They seemed to be a man and woman, but they looked wrong. The figures were dark reddish color. No semblance of clothing could be seen, and at first it bewildered Jack's brain to try to sort out what he was looking at. As his eyes adjusted to the increase in light, however, some of their details began to elucidate. They were red, fleshy, and their skin looked stringy. With unrelenting disgust and unwelcome panic, Jack realized that the figures had no skin. The reddish color they reflected came from a mix of exposed sinew, tendons, and viscera. He could see individual muscles, how they connected and contracted with the slightest movement. The twitches of the flesh caused ripples of tension in the tendons. Their eyes protruded just too far, and their eyelids wrapped all too tightly around their sockets. The woman in the front had her arms wrapped around her chest, holding something in place. A baby? It was partially skinned as well. Jack could see the mother was using her other hand to peel back layers of healthy skin at the child's waist, discarding them on the seat beside her. This is a creepy scene, but that is definitely taking the cake. Just her nonchalantly being like, well, healthy skin on the child's waist, discarding them on the seat beside her. The infant nursed on its mother's breast, a disquieting mess of muscle, veins, and a circle of mammary glands coming to a point. Jack could see that as it nursed, the baby occasionally leaked out of its tiny mouth. In place of milk, a viscous black liquid spilled from its cheeks, covering its own face and the mother's breast, dribbling out. to its fleshy, peeled belly. To it dribbling down to its freshly peeled belly. Jack felt vomit rise in his stomach. And rapidly shoot to his throat, but he forced his airways closed and swallowed it back down in revolt. Dared not draw any attention to himself. The couple, along with every other member of the congregation, despite their horrid appearance, were singularly enraptured by the thing that stood at the pulpit, the owner of the voice Jack had heard. Okay. Heading to kitties. Standing at the pulpit was a behemoth of a figure. It resembled a man only in that it clearly had a head and two arms. Its torso was an enormous mound of fat and folds that rolled over one another and spilled around the podium itself, leaving any possibility of it having legs underneath completely to Jack's imagination. That's so crazy. Its skin was a pasty pocked white color. Its balding head had only a speck of thinning black hair. It wore a dark gray suit of sorts, stretched to impossible extents by the sheer mass of its body and not nearly long enough to cover the lower rounds of bleached, pale, fatty skin that pooled below. Dried black sludge ran down the front of its side of its body, seeping into every fold before spilling over onto the next. From his angle, Jack could only see the back right side of the figure, but he could hear its thunderous voice. A deep drawl and wetness accompanied its diction. And the good book says... Does it say thunderous voice, a deep drawl? Yeah, okay. And the good book says, my brothers and sisters, the heart of man plans his way, but the Lord establishes his steps. That's Proverbs 16:9. I tell you, Scripture itself pleads with us to trust in his decisions. Sorry, I'm trying to, do the sound of a fat, like Jabba the Hutt with a drawl kind of thing. Not like ooh laka laka, but As the thing spoke, globules of viscous black liquid spit from its mouth, flying onto the pulpit and the steps in front of the stage it stood on. The liquid landed and immediately began to curdle and dry, the moonlight betraying its texture as a mixture of solid chunks and saliva. And so I tell you, oh my ever so joyous congregation, we must turn from man's sinful will, for the Lord is the only safe arbiter of our lives. Fear it, I say. Fear the toiling of the beast, lest it finds you. The creature had one hand braced against the open book on the pulpit. The black liquid spewing from its lips had built up and solidified against against both the book and the hand, leaving a thick, dripping block of black tar like a semi-melted wax candle, cementing the arm to the tome and the tome to the lectern. I say to you, brothers and sisters, fear the beast. Fear epilogy and the Mandevilla blooms. Okay, so we need to look up what these are, obviously. Fear epilogy and the Mandevilla blooms. Fear their encroachment. Hide from it, and let the Lord free us of these burdens. The choice. Okay. This is declension. Choice selection. Okay. So fear, they're supposed to fear the choice. These creepy monsters. I don't really need a translation. I just wanted the selection. Okay. Fear the selection. Fear the choice. Okay. Oh, come on. Okay, so the pink flowers. So it's changed colors. Changes colors, maybe in the winter. Generally symbolize love, passion, and romance, but also represent beauty, elegance, and resilience. The specific color of the flower can add further layers of meaning. For example, white mandevilla often symbolizes purity, hope, and peace, while red can represent love and desire. Spiritual growth. Mandevilla can represent spiritual development and inner peace. Okay. So maybe the mandevillas are like a symbol of choice as well. And those are the flowers that we saw like growing out of the blood on the tree with the car and stuff. Strength and adaptability. Okay. Are known for their ability. This is what I think it means in the content. Mandevilla plants are known for their ability to thrive in various conditions, which translates to the symbolism of strength and adaptability. So I'm thinking that is where, that is where the mandevillas are coming into play in this story. fear the beast, fear the epilogy and the Mandevilla blooms. Fear their encroachment. Hide, hide from it, and let the Lord free us of these burdens. Don't need to listen to Lonely Night Girl. Okay, we'll go back to dark. Oh, maybe this is the same. Whatever. Whatever pitiful hope Jack had been trying to stamp down in his chest evaporated as he watched the scene. The preacher continued, never stopping for a breath, never taking a respite, and the congregation never broke their concentration on his performance. With every ounce of self-control he could muster, Jack went to turn and slip back down the hall, far away from this. As he did, a pair of large, wet, sinew-streaked arms wrapped around his neck from behind. Jack's breath caught in his throat as the muscle fibers compacted his trachea. His hands shot up and tried to pry their way between the arm and his own chin, but to no success. His legs kicked against the floorboard as he felt his back slam into the owner of the arm, suffocating him. His splintered skin met with the frayed chest muscle of his assailant and shot knives of pain up his spine. As he attempted to gasp for breath, his throat spasmed and coughed out the remaining air in his lungs. The figure behind him shot a leg out to kick the door to the cathedral open, calling out with a hoarse masculine voice to those inside, Father Delios, I've found... Jack's fingers remained unable to separate the forearm from his throat. As his vision grew fuzzy, he instead forced his nails into the strands of exposed muscle. They parted with some effort like thick, taut noodles, allowing Jack to tear into the roughage of the flesh and yank it hard. Ah! The figure let out a cry. Delios. I feel like I've heard that name before. Cowardly, fearful, or timid. Describe someone lacking courage, exhibiting fearfulness. Okay. Cool. I love all this symbolism. It's all great. It's so fun. It's so fun to look up this stuff and figure out what it means. It's also so interesting in the context of the story that maybe these flowers or even the thing he saw with the girl, maybe he ran because he was scared, but maybe she was actually a benevolent, good creature in this hellish world, or and the flowers that seem to be like following her or wrapping up the sign in the deer, or whatever, maybe maybe that's how he's gonna ultimately get out of this place. Maybe he has to make that choice to like follow the flowers or to like let them consume him, and maybe that will return him back to his world. We don't know, but it's all very cool, and I loved this scene of this pastor, and I'm anxious to see what's gonna happen, but I think it's all very cool. and very well thought out. It's very clear that this is a very skilled author who has put a lot of time and energy into fleshing out these ideas and what should I name the creepy fat pastor creature, stuff like that. And it's just cool. It's just cool to read a story that, is like, I'm not going to say it's the most high literature in terms of but it is more in the vein of literature, and that's been pretty obvious. The more I've got into the story, that there's, symbolism, and that this is an odyssey of sorts for Jack, Jack's fingers remained unable to separate the forearm from yank. The figure let out a cry, and his arm loosened, shoving Jack through the doorway onto the horrid preacher stage. He attempted to catch himself, but his vision had not fully recovered. Between the panic gasping for newly available air and the oxygen-deprived spinning of the world around him, Jack's legs gave out, and he fell hard onto his side. The sound that reached Jack took a moment to become intelligible again, as his body once again began diverting energy to his senses now that the threat of suffocation had dissipated. There were gasps, multiple voices from different directions, all talking over each other. Jack's left arm braced against the floor to push himself to standing, and in doing so landed in a lukewarm puddle of what looked and felt like tar. Gross. The tar leaking from this dude's mouth, the father Delios's mouth. Of what looked and felt. Buzzing with fear and discomposure, Jack saw that the monstrosity at the pulpit had began heaving the mass of its body towards him, sending rivers of its black sludge flowing across the wooden stage and causing them to pool nearby. Jack came to a shakingly upright position. In his periphery, he could see the skinless figure of the man who choked him out approaching, blood flowing from the ripped through of his arm. Blood flowing from the ripped through of his arm, or thew. I don't know if I know what that word means, but I'm just gonna go with it. The ripped thew of his arm. Nearly falling forward, Jack's wherewithal began to return. He dashed down the stage steps and began toward the aisle of pews, making for the double doors at the end of the sanctuary. As he did so, he could see the preacher begin to shift his immense form. Up on the wall behind him, a huge crucifix was hung. A painted wooden figure of Christ was mounted on it, with braided, deep brownish maroon roots weaving in and out. Deep brownish maroon roots weaving in and out of his skin. Small pink flowers dotted the vines. Crusted black slime had dried along its chin and the cheekbones, spilling from the open mouth and empty eyes. Sting. Scraping noises pursued Jack from all sides as he sprinted down the ratty carpet. At this point, his vision had fully recovered, revealing that he was flanked on each side by the flayed members of the congregation. revealing that he was flanked on each side by flayed members of the congregation, all scrambling hand over foot down their pews toward him. Rippling scarlet arms reached out from the aisles as Jack passed. He dodged it first, but the second scraped at his left shin, causing him to stumble. The third grasped his other ankle, sending him toppling onto his elbows. The rest of the arms were on him quickly. He might have been able to struggle out of the first one's grip, but before he could even let one leg back up, he had the weight of 3 more on top of him. They grappled and pinned his arms to his sides, shoving his cheek into the coarse, dirty fabric of the carpet. "Let go of me!" Jack's voice came out, chopped and wispy. His throat was still hurt. His lungs were squeezed tight between the body above him and the floor. The flayed men pinning him down pushed down with all their weight and started to twist him off his stomach. His back shrieked in pain, and they turned him over and pressed it to the ground. Jack's heart raced as he found himself staring at the church's peaked ceiling above him. Sections of the partially rotted wood had given way, leaving makeshift skylights that spilled moonlight into the cathedral. Four men from the pews had him pinned in the aisle. 2 were holding down his arms against his side with a hand on his shoulder and one on his wrist. The other 2 pinned his legs, kneeling over his shins and holding his hips in place. Jack tried to twist and struggle against them, but each movement sheared the burns on his back against the floor, sending waves of agony through him that threatened to make him black out. From between his feet, he could see the preacher slowly approaching. The gelatinous mass of its body lumbered down the aisle, swaying to the left, then to the right and back again. Jack screamed out. He pleaded for help, for them to stop, for the chance to explain. But the thing that had been called Father Delios continued its march. "A lost lamb come to us by way of the forest." The preacher's massive throat warbled, and its wet voice filled the chamber. All of the congregants gave an affirming hum in response. Run ashore by epilogy, no doubt. Run ashore by epilogy, no doubt. As the preacher spoke, black sludge pooled in the recesses of its lips and began dribbling down its neck. "Come, little lamb, our Lord is His mercy offers you comfort, protection, solace, release from her curse, the beast." The preacher reached Jack. As he did, layers of his fat covered Jack's legs, allowing the skinned men who had been pinning them down to release and turn to the pews, where the rest of the congregation was watching. The men holding his arms remained. Jack tried to kick, but was held solidly in place by the preacher's mass. The behemoth leaned forward till its face was directly over Jack's, staring straight down into his eyes. Jack pleaded, his voice a shrill imitation of itself. Please, please, I didn't mean to come here. I'm just lost. I'll leave. I'll never tell anyone about this place. Please let me go. Preacher looked at him and gave a stomach-churningly sad, earnest grin, like a parent envying the naivety of a child. Its mouth was a row of thin gray teeth, with large gaps in between them. Jack could see the edges of the bones were discolored with black stains, and more of the inky slime was running along its gums. And yet, here you came, my son. You took your path, and it brought you here. I pity you. I pity you for what horrors you were no doubt subjected to from the turns you made along the way. We offer you, no, the Lord offers you freedom from that yoke. Okay, so here we're getting some answers, some world building. And yet here you came, my son. You took your path and it brought you here. I pity you for what horrors you were no doubt subjected to from the turns you made along the way. The Lord offers you freedom from that yoke. So, essentially saying, and you're here either way, and you're gonna face each turn you make subjects you to kind of new horrors, which we've already kind of gotten that. We've already figured that out, but maybe the siren and the Mandevilla flowers or whatever, and the siren girl, maybe that again, the fact that but then it seemed like the flowers were on the cross too, so I don't know, whatever. I'm not going to be able to guess what is going on in this story. I mean, we know what is happening, but I mean, I'm not going to be able to guess like the malevolent nature or the virtuous nature of any specific entity in the story. Like, it's all no doubt, it's opaque or whatever. I'm not going to be able to. Sorry, my kitty wanted out, but no doubt she wanted to be free. She's been in here hanging out with me for a long time, so had to let her go. At that, the congregation's collective voice rose in unnatural elation. The preacher's face was now directly above Jack's own, looking straight down at him. Freedom from folly, little lamb. Do not go back into the dark forest, child. Eat with us and be full. From behind, Jack could hear the approach of another figure. Sure enough, a pair of skinless hands reached from out of the view and grabbed his head. One gripped his forehead while the other tightened around his jaw. As Jack began to yell, the hands pulled, forcing his mouth open. Jack screamed a deep, deep scream, and water found its way back to his tear ducts. He cried as if he cried as he fought to get free, but to no avail. The preacher's grin turned into a wide yawn. Then something even further. The mouth opened broader than any joint should have ever allowed. The rolls of its body racked violently, and Jack could hear the guttural spurting coming from its throat. All at once, the thick black liquid came up from the preacher's stomach and fell into Jack's open throat. The slime hit his tongue and was surprisingly sweet. It was warm. The texture varied widely from smooth as silk to riddled with gelatinous chunks. His gag reflex fought the onslaught immediately, sending globules of the sludge back out and spilling them over his face. But the downpour kept coming, and eventually Jack's body was forced to swallow instinctually. It was a nightmare, a horrid nightmare, that he would sooner die than spend another moment. Jack flailed his arms as widely as he could, but the frayed man held fast. Held fast. Keeping his forearms pinned to the sides of his legs and leaving him with only the range of motion of his wrists. Despite having every desire to suffocate on the black sludge and end his torment, Jack's body continued to reflexively swallow, hoping it could make way for air to get into his lungs. He cried and fought, his heart beating so hard and fast that it pounded against his skin. Jack's hand slammed against his pocket in the struggle. There was something there. As quickly as he could with his limited movement, Jack's hand shot into his pocket and pulled the object from it. The salt packet from the diner. What? Okay. As the sludge pulled up and over his mouth, it poured across his face, forcing him to shut his eyes. In the terrible darkness, Jack ripped the packet into using his thumb and index finger, then cupping the salt in the palm of his pinned hand, slammed it in the uncovered sinew and muscle of the arm, securing him. Okay, I see. At first I was like, wait, aren't his hands pinned? I was confused, but then it made sense at the end. The salt dug into the exposed flesh, and without skin to cover it, the pain must have been immediate. The churchgoer released Jack's arm and lurched to his feet, howling. As he did so, his head and shoulder collided with the preacher, throwing it off balance and cutting off the torrent of sludge. The preacher's massive form suddenly shifted, forcing everyone else in tight quarters off balance. There was only a split second where the pressure on Jack's body let up, but in that heartbeat, Jack spun, tucked his knees, and pushed off, falling into a full-on sprint. Because they're holding him up into the air. Okay, falling into a full-on sprint. Or was he on the ground? I don't know. I guess it doesn't matter. But falling into a full-on sprint, like he had taken off on a 100-meter dash. The slime that had covered his face thinned a bit as it slouched to the floor, and he gagged and spit violently as he ran, sending the black muck in his mouth to the ground. The preacher's sopping, wet southern drawl echoed through the hall behind him as the mob regained its composure. Flee, flee, and sequester thyself, child. Take my blessing and bathe in its refuge, lest the Lord forsake you, and the Mandevilla blooms find you. Okay, we're almost done here. We're almost done with this part. I mean, because there's just a lot I want to say, and so I'm like, how much more do we got? But just these last 2-3 paragraphs. Jack could scarcely parse the words he heard as his bruised shoulder slammed into the large double doors. Thankfully, the doors burst apart, and Jack found himself stumbling across the open field once again toward the dark forest ahead. The pale bluish moon offering what little light it could. As he passed the tree line, Jack risked a glance behind him. No one was following. The church doors he'd burst through had been closed tight, but he kept running. And see, like, they're scared of the forest and the Mandevilla blooms or whatever, so I'm guessing they're not going to follow him. I'm guessing they just stay in that church and pastors, whatever, puke, you know? I don't know. Creepy there were all those people too. And the other thing I wonder, just real quick offhand before we finish this part here, is that I wonder if what's it called, if I wonder if this person had written this before they heard Baraska or after. Obviously, it's completely different from Baraska, but just the whole idea of the flayed people and the flayed men. And I just wondered if, like, when they heard the skinned men in Baraska, if it sparked any ideas. This idea of skinned men, and then in their story they have flayed men. Because I think there was another maybe nod to Creepcast at some point in there. But anyways, I can't remember if it was in No Strings Attached or in this one, but I feel like there might have been some other little Easter eggs. Or no, I think the author did tell me that this, they were like, and there's a few Creepcast Easter eggs, so I don't know, I might be making that up. It's been a long day. And I know that some other people, like other authors, have posted that they put Creepcast Easter eggs in their stories. But yeah, I was just wondering about the flayed men, as this story calls them, and the skinned men, and where those, if those came from each other or had any inspiration on each other. But he kept running. He ran and ran. Jack couldn't be sure how far he'd gone. There was nothing but trees surrounding him now, and no sign of the church nor clearing. As he took another fevered stride, his leg muscle spasmed and faltered, causing him to rapidly meet the forest floor. In a panicked thrashing, Jack rubbed and scratched at his face, sending the already drying black muck flying across the grass. With considerable effort, Jack forced himself to his knees and braced an arm against a nearby tree. With the other hand still partially coated in the grime, pointed his index finger and middle finger out and reached as far down his throat as he could. His stomach lurched and his arm shot from his mouth as he kneeled over in a forced gag. The violent upheaval didn't produce anything. Jack tried again, forcing his hand deeper and holding it longer than before, crumbling into a dry, heaving arch. Nothing. Jack tried again and again and again to force the muck he'd swallowed out of him He triggered his gag reflex until his already crushed throat was bleeding from the coughing, and the crest and airways burned with his stomach acid. His eyes were red with tears and bulged against their sockets with each urgent retch, but not a single drop expelled itself from his throat. His exhaustion tightened around him like a noose, and mid-heave, Jack's world went dark as he fell against the tree. Part 5. I'm just reading Rude Dude's comment too. Yeah, so I agree with everything Rude Dude said about Jack and Penn's relationship and just the horror of this whole church scene, and for me especially the part of her peeling her skin off, the skin off the baby's stomach. All that was horrifying and terrifying. The black thing is disgusting. And again, this isn't a question that I think that the story answers, but or even needs to answer, but I do wonder. So the pastor does have skin. He wasn't skinned. He was like a fat, amorphous thing, and then he puked. And I wonder if the puke is what sustains the congregation. And but then I'm also like, well, what does he eat? Does he eat anything? And why does he have skin if the rest of the congregation doesn't have skin? I think there's something there about them, his congregate. He is, feeding off his congregation. They are the ones who, literally have lost the skin off their backs, whereas he is a fat, globulous monster who, pukes this black ichor into at least Jack's mouth, and I'm assuming maybe the other people's mouths. And then is that ichor, now that Jack has consumed some, is that gonna cause him to tear off his skin too? Is it that sort of a thing? I don't know. But it's all very cool visuals, and it's very effective horror. And it's very creepy, and I really loved those bits about you were brought here by the choice kind of thing. And I do think that this epilogy, I do think that maybe that's their word for the sign. And then the Mandeville blooms, I assume, are the flowers, but the flowers are also in their church, and even on their cross, I think. So their crucifix, and I have to assume that those are Mandeville blooms. So I don't know if like the blooms are just everywhere and you can't avoid them, but to them the blooms are agents of change and agents of whatever these horrors that befall them in this universe. And so I don't know, but it's very cool to theorize and think about, and a lot of questions, but also a lot of some more things being answered and some more things being fleshed out, and I like that. I also like that we've had this character of Prim who was pregnant and was a very, like, at first a very loving, kind woman to him, and was gonna make him pancakes, and he made a choice about what he wanted, and she was like, okay, great. And she had written on her notepad of stomach, and so because he chose the one thing, she checked stomach, and then later she was impaled in the stomach. But so we had this mother character that was I guess maybe not overtly evil to him, because, like, she didn't do anything to him, but she left him in a dangerous, hellish situation, and took her own life or was impaled through the stomach. And that is also representing of the fact that Hen is now pregnant and all this stuff, and so that's creepy. And then in the church we get this father who, whatever, is fat and maybe representing of, like, greed and gluttony. Maybe that's representing Jack's father, or maybe that is just representing of Jack's desire to not be a father, and or fear of being a father, and this is the monster that he fears he will become when his child's inevitably born or whatever. And so obviously there's a lot going on there, and it's super interesting to think about. And I also just kind of go back to, like, are these congregations just like, is the father creature, is he some sort of cosmic eternal being, whatever, who has always been on the road, and then he finds these other people who get lost in this dimension, and sort of sucks them in and tells them to fear the Mandevilla and all this other stuff, while at the same time feeding off them and using them, and eating their skin. Maybe that's what he's doing. Maybe he's eating their skin. I don't know. All very cool and very fun to theorize, and I think this part was just pretty much damn near perfect in terms of not telling you too much, not like, could there have been a part where, like, as he was walking towards Jack, he picked up some of the skin off the bench and, like, ate it or something like that? Sure. Or could there been could he have given, puked into some other congregant's mouth, and it was clear that it's like this ichor that comes from this being is what sustains these flayed people, maybe. But then also Jack has eaten it too. Jack was forcefully eaten it too, so we might see anyway, like, he might be tearing his skin off anyways, so we might kind of get that answer anyways. So super fun to theorize about, super fun to think about, and honestly, yeah, like I said, it's pretty much damn near perfect as it is right now, without yeah, I don't know where I was going with that. It's a damn near perfect part. of the story, and great horror, and there's not a lot that you can say in terms of like, well, I wish this would have happened, or something like that. I think it was all pretty effectively and just super well done. Yeah, there was something I was gonna say about, oh, like, I don't know, there was little parts here and there where I was so in, like, especially like once he gets to the church and the one guy started to choke him out. There was some parts here and there where like it was just explaining like the multiple people pinning him down, and I was kind of like, okay, I get it, he's pinned down. I remember thinking that, like, but it kept describing like, well, this person is grabbing him here and pinning him up against there. And I kind of like, I was so in it that I was like, I just want to get to the next thing that's gonna happen. And so, like, pacing wise there, I think maybe there's some ways that you could like clean it up or make it a little bit more snappy. But then again, then there was this other part too where I was like, well, isn't his hand pinned down? And I was like a little unclear as to whether he was on the floor or not. So I don't know, maybe I'm wrong about that, and maybe it is just being just clear enough and it's only saying what it needs to, the story. But yeah, just some things to think about. But honestly, I don't think I can confidently be like, yeah, well, it would be better if it didn't have this sentence or something like that. I'm not saying that at all. I think it's great. I think it's, way better than I could do. I just, it was just a thought that I had at one point, but then I had another thought that seemed to kind of counteract it, like I said. So, and then, oh yeah, and then in terms of the call with Penn, or the voicemail and all that stuff, again, yeah, like, I really liked that, and I thought that part was super well done too. And it seemed real, like a realistic voicemail. I just also wonder, like, clearly it's very emotional and he's like at his wit's end, but I almost, because there was this part where it seemed like it kept describing his sobbing during the call, and I almost wondered if it would have been like more realistic, or like, I don't know, if it would have maybe more impactful if it's like Jack quieted his sobbing and was like desperate to hear, and it's like almost he stops crying and he just listens to the voicemail, and then because of how the voicemail ends and everything else, then as soon as his phone dies and the thing over, then he just completely breaks down, and kind of like that. Like, I wondered if that would have had I don't know, because there was just some point, like, with how he was trying to be quiet and like stifle his sobs while also listening and all this stuff. I just wondered if, because Penn is like, it's like this whole, yes, it's painful and all the shit she's saying, but it's like, with everything that's happened, it would be like, I feel like it would be so hopeful for you to hear someone you love's voice, right? And I feel like that would maybe kind of snap you out of like your tears and all that sobbing. But then, because the phone dies and it ends in such a sad kind of way, then the breakdown happens. But either way, I really like it. I think it's really good. It's just a matter of like I don't know if you needed all those like he stifled this sob and he and he cupped the phone to hear. Like I think it might be just as effective if it was like Jack was crying and hyperventilating, and then he plays the voicemail and all of a sudden he can calmly listen, sort of thing. But I don't know. Again, it's just something I thought about. It's not something that I'm saying for sure would be better or even work. It's just more of like, yeah, it's just more of something I considered when I was reading it. But again, and that's not because I want to be a critic. That's the other thing that I want people to know is like my goal is to only share ideas and feedback and offer like maybe different ways of thinking about stories and characters and things. My goal is to not find like a critic's job, the way that I see it, is to criticize, and it is to find things wrong with shit. I am the opposite. I'm not a hater. I don't want to find things wrong with shit. If anything, I want to find things I like and things that I feel like are good and things that I think a story is doing right and things that I think that they can build on. And so yeah, that's more my goal and my criticism. So, or in my reactions. And so if it ever seems like, well, are you just looking for something to say about it? Like, it's like I'm not looking to talk shit about anything. It's more that I'm looking to consider things differently and to find a different way or other ways of conveying things, in a story. But like I said, this part is damn near perfect. My only other note, yes, is that if this is like, it is, I don't even know if it's a short story at this point. It seems more close to a novel. I don't know how long all these parts are, if you put them in a book or if they run together. I don't know. But I do feel like if this story is meant to be more of like a novel, a novella or a novelized story, then I think it's great. And I think it has really good pacing and it builds in a really good way and gets crazier and crazier as it goes. But again, in terms of short stories, like this is part 4. However, and this isn't really a good note because this isn't something that you'd want to do. But however, if this whole church scene happened in like a part 1 of a story, or if this was, the only part of the story with this crazy ass church scene, I think that just that a lot more people would have like not only read to that far in the story, but I think it would have more upvotes. I think it certainly deserves more upvotes, but I think because it takes its time building and getting especially crazy, I don't know how many people have even clicked on the story, but I wonder how many people who clicked on the first 1 or 2 parts actually made it to part 4. And, part 4, it's getting really fucking good and really fucking crazy. And so, and that's like with a lot of stuff. It's, people say like, you gotta keep reading, you gotta get to this part. So I'm not saying to actually change it and put the church scene earlier in the story. That's not what I'm saying, but it's just more like I wonder how many upvotes this would have if more people have read part 4, because I do think that pretty much anyone that would read this would be like, yeah, this fucking rules, you know, upvote, comment, whatever. So anyways, that is part 4 of Ross Road. I do think we're just gonna get into part 5. Let's see. I don't know, offensive language. I'm curious if there's a way for me to like get a word count just so I could know going into it, like, okay, this one compared to this part is why are you breaking in? Anyways, hold on. Sorry, my cat just scared me. But yeah, just so I know, like how, I mean, it's about as long as all the other parts. I'm not, you know, and I'm not like hating on that. I'm more just wondering, like, can I do it? I'm planning on streaming for a while longer, as long as I can. This is kind of a marathon stream, so I'm planning on doing it. I just don't know if I should like give my voice to rest first for a while and watch like some short films or something and then come back to it. But this is what I think we're gonna do. I think I'm gonna finish my milkshake. We're gonna listen to, actually we'll watch this short film. Just to clarify, this is from Alter channel. I don't know who made this. I just found it on YouTube and I was like, sure, I want to watch this. So I figure we'll give it a shot because I do want to. Basically, I knew I wanted to stream for a long time, but I also knew that if I was reading that whole entire time, there was a chance I could lose my voice. So, you know, or, you know, my voice get really tired. So I'm just going to try to give myself a little bit of a break. We're going to watch this short film and then, you know, I don't know, maybe we'll keep watching some of Creep TV and then we'll get back into Ross Road Part 5 once I've had a little breaky.
What would you do to make sure every door will always open for you? Me? I do what it takes. Whatever it takes.
This is the most important thing we'll ever do. We win next week and our lives are set. UCAS, uni, life. It games to be won or lost. Daisy can't cut it. She was holding us back. Prayers to the hospital, obs. But there's no more room for weakness. Everything's to lose. So let's not, yeah?
some ladies here. Some ladies who are gonna murder a teammate is the vibes I'm getting.
Temple's fighting the band. My sister told me, apparently there's this team like 5 years ago, broke the record by something crazy, and Harvard just offered them places on the spot.
Where are we right now?
Torval Cross.
Just like that. Apparently, yes, literally.
Just goes to show, doesn't it?
They want elite.
Elite. Exactly. Proves it.
What's the current record?
28:37:04.
Do you think
We're beating it, all right? That's amateur hour. We're beating it. We stick to this. We eat their record for breakfast, before breakfast. The key's sleep. The other teams will schedule in at least 6 hours plus cooking and eating. Cut it down to 2 or 3. They say we finish in less than 24 hours. Everything to lose?
so? Let's not.
Clem? Here.
Are they competitive hikers?
Fingers once more. Ooh.
How far through are we? 12 miles down, 58 to go.
Putting us neck and neck with the other schools.
Dartmoor's big, isn't it?
Guys, I love you, but these breaks are killing us. Is there any chance you could maybe like have the treats on the move? Because I think you've had like 5,000 calories already today, Maddie, so it probably won't kill you.
Bitch. Fuck you.
Thank you.
Only like 3,000.
I'd say, bitch, I'm hiking with an 80-pound sack on. We're out here in the fucking foggy moor or wherever the hell they are, out in Dartmoor. I'll eat as many calories as I fucking want. And actually, you know, I'm gonna start a fire and I'm gonna make a fucking, you know, I'm gonna cook up some bacon and sausage, bitch.
You okay?
Shit. Oh my god, your ankle.
What happened?
Slipped.
Try moving it really gently.
It's fine. Doesn't hurt.
It's not serious. She'd be crying if it was actually serious.
I don't know, it's getting quite warm.
Which just will be disqualified if anyone else drops out. Like, it's fine. If you can't.
I'm literally fine. Look, let's go.
See? Sometimes people making a fuss just makes it worse, doesn't it?
Shut up, you idiot. Gross. Vampire movie? Zombie?
This isn't on the route.
No. It isn't. This wasn't supposed to be here. There's no river.
That's funny, because that big wet thing.
No, I mean, it's not on the map.
This is not on the map. I'm just... Mitch, please.
I guess I just find it really funny that someone who got 12 A stars at GCSE can't read a map.
Okay, you know what, Heather? It's not actually that big of a deal.
We all want to win this as much as you do. It doesn't actually matter if we're supposed to be practicing for the real thing, okay? We shouldn't be killing ourselves before we've actually done the real thing.
You know what? If that's what you think, let's just give up now, Claire.
Heather, that's not what I meant.
No. Do you know, I've been getting really sick of carrying around
Heather.
all this dead... Wait, stop! Like, I literally don't know what more I can do, so please, let me.
Heather,
Give you.
Heather,
Give
what?
me.
Heather, don't!
If any of you cared as much as I do, you'd
Heather.
rather be ripped apart by old
Stop.
fucking animals
Heather,
than live
stop.
out a shitting little pleasure of a life.
Heather, just do!
Psychopath. This is why you don't go out into the woods for any reason ever. And if you do go out in the woods, you don't go out with people who are emotionally unstable and must achieve a goal at all costs, you know? It's like if you go out in the woods, you go out with no goals, you know? Maybe you're hunting a deer, you know, or something, and it's like, you know, maybe you'll get one, maybe not. That's okay. You don't go out with goal-oriented, you know, psychopaths who, whatever, must win at all costs and get mad at other people who, for eating food, and meanwhile like the taste of their own blood.
There's a bridge! Just up there! Heather? Heather, please, no. Heather, stop!
Fucking idiot. Plus those are like super expensive backpacks. What a fucking idiot,
No sleep till we're back on schedule.
dude. You don't even have. I do hope I hope the way this is going is that they all kill Heather. Because Heather is definitely sucks.
We're not gonna win because of Heather.
This is all Heather's fault.
Heather's pushing things too far. We're not
Heather couldn't do it.
Heather's pushing things too far. Heather's lost.
Heather couldn't do it.
Heather.
Heather's lost.
Heather's pushing things too far. Heather.
We're not going to win because of Heather.
We're lost.
We haven't.
I'm sorry, Heather! Stop! Stop! We can't! We're sorry, really, but this is insane!
No, guys, please! We're so nearly there, just... I promise I know where we are, and just one more big push!
Heather, we can't. We need food. We you to keep going. I'm sorry, Head. I'm calling my mum. Wait! Wait, just... If you need food, then eat me. Eat me!
taste like a winner. You taste like a period.
Guys? Guys! Get out here! Oh my god, she's right there! Winners! Winners! We did it!
So I feel like I would have liked that a lot more had they just killed the one friend who was like being crazy and pushing everyone to ridiculous extremes and was causing them to train so hard that they would risk losing their hiking competition. I feel like it was supposed to be with the whole just eat me like thing. I feel like maybe it was supposed to be a metaphor for something that I'm just not quite getting. And then the whole idea of they just eat like part of her stomach or whatever, or it seemed like that's what it was, like something out of her gutty works. And then like she's fine though, and then they finish the thing. Like I feel like, I don't know, that's supposed to be a metaphor for something that I'm not getting. But I do like the concept of like these friends, you know, they're serious about this outdoor competition. They're going out there, but then one friend is just crazy and pushing them all too hard, and so they're just like, we gotta kill her. You know, I like that premise. I just don't know if I like how that ended and all that stuff, but whatever. I mean, we're watching this mad, meaty little romp. It was inspired by my time at an all-girls school. Okay. Were all girls schools generally a bit bonkers? Okay, that kind of makes sense. I kind of agree with this comment. It lost me when they literally just stood there letting her throw the backpacks in the river, and it got worse from there. But I mean, I don't think it's totally like horrible where it went. I'm just kind of like, I don't know if I get it or if I get the whole idea of like, just eat me, and then, but you can eat me and I'll still survive. Like, I don't know. But yeah, you're supposed to suspend disbelief. It's supposed to be, you know, I don't know. Supposed to just be a weird, kooky short film about an all girls experience at an all girls school. So not sure about the story, but the sound engineer did incredible work recording in adverse wind conditions. Yeah, this comment, I understand that I don't understand it. I am kind of confused. Can someone explain? I mean, I do get that they are eating her out. Okay, that's the other thing. Like, I was like, is it just meant to be like, oh, and they had a sexual experience, but they turned it into a horror slant on that? And I was like, okay. I'm a big fan of cryptic stuff, but this one doesn't seem to be connected to anything. Want to beat a time during a hike. They are slowed down. One of them throws a tantrum. They want to go home. They become lesbian. They win? Huh? Am I missing? What am I missing? Also, why not just freaking leave the bags there instead of throwing them in the river? What was even in those bags? Why would they need 4 fully packed bags for 24 hours? Interesting. I I like it if only, or like, I don't like it that much. I like how everyone seems to be confused as I am. So in that sense, I'm like, if its job was to just get kind of kooky and do something weird, I think it succeeded because a lot of people were weirded out, it seems like. um but yeah, that was fun. You know, it's fun to watch horror shorts, and it's fun to get you know, to get out of your comfort zone, which is where I find horror shorts a lot of times lead me, or not just horror shorts, but short films in general, because unless you're in that genre or you're like a short film maker, it's just very different, you know, medium of storytelling. It's fast. Like there's a lot of other horror series that it uses like short 15-minute or so clips, but it does link them together into a cohesive story. And that, that's a little different, but just these standalone shorts, I just, if nothing else, they're thought provoking. Hell, that one made me go, what the fuck? And that is a thought to have after all. So, yeah, that's cool. I mean, who the hell knows? I would like people in the comments or in the chat or just I would like to be sent more horror or just more short films in general, because there are a lot that I like. They typically have like an actor or somebody that some reason, or maybe a writer or somebody that I follow and like, and that kind of gets me through the door. But there have been a lot of good ones. Maybe later on stream, depending how long I go, maybe I'll show one of Niall Abston's short films, which again are more in a comedy genre. Although he does have a comedy, he has a comedy sci-fi short that I think is really good, that I would want to show people as like, this is a short film I really enjoy. But we don't have to do that now. But let me know if you have any cool shorts or cool, horror shorts, short film directors, creators that you like, and I will check them out, because I enjoy it. I like that. If nothing else, I like that in 15 minutes I can watch a story and that's all it is. I like that, and it's something that's like thought out, and clearly a lot of people put time into, and then at the same, like, it's that compared to like, or if you want to watch something a similar length, you can go on TikTok and watch like clips. And don't get me wrong, there's fun stuff on there too, but then I'm just like, at least this, I think I get to be like, well, why'd they do that and this and that? Whereas TikTok, I'm just like, okay, or I'm like, the fuck is this guy talking about, kind of thing. So I have to use the restroom, and I'm probably going to get some more drinks, but we're going to play username 666, and I will be right back, and then we'll probably get into Ross Road Part 5.
This is what the Ace family is.
Yeah. Austin McBrim be like,
please don't cut your neck. Yeah, this is what all the families do before they go on, so that they can be blessed by the algorithm gods.
please burn bacon.
Please listen to my song.
Do you think the audio that's happening is being played backwards?
Yeah, that definitely is.
I love all the close-ups of just like focusing on the eyes are so good.
I can't explain to you how scary this was watching as a kid with your friends in the dark at like 3 a.m.
I mean, dude, if you were, to be completely honest, I mean, I don't know if I'm over exaggerating or not, but if I was by myself and I was just like alone, cranked the headphones up, and I was in the dark, I would that still feels just as unsettling as anything else I've seen.
It's creepy. It's creepy. It's very well done. Very effective.
Beautiful set dressing too, like the little backdrop. Because you know what it makes me, all the draping cloth, but I keep feel like I keep seeing seals, like protective seals or some kind of like weird seals.
Those pieces of paper with the writing on them. It feels purposeful.
This only feels only in my only real context to that, admittedly, is just from like movies like The Wailing, whenever they put like the seal over the archway to the person's house, or even like Incantation, that kind of thing.
Yeah. There's a bunch of other videos of like happy-go-lucky, cutesy stuff getting corrupted, which seems to be his thing, right?
Well, there's like a weird a weird balance going on of like, oh, this is just me with my bugs. Oh, here's a cutesy little thing. What's interesting about it too, Isaiah, that I'm thinking about is that it almost seems like it's like from the perspective of the doll, the girl.
Oh yeah.
Where I wonder if the person running this channel is cursed and she is like taking control of him somehow. I mean, look at that. Good fucking God. My word. But all these cutesy stuff that's happening too, because you have all this stuff, but then you also have like tons of weird Minecraft videos with weird audio in the background. It's just very interesting.
It's almost like it's too much, you know? Like the happiness aesthetic to it and everything.
Oh, it doesn't feel genuine. No, it feels
it feels like it's too painted on.
It's a ploy.
And then you cut to like the real perspective of it almost.
And I don't know. Like, once again, this is just me, but every time he sees these ants and these bugs, it feels like just like almost if you were going to take any interpretation out of like if he was being controlled by this little girl, or like if you're watching someone else watch somebody else through, or you're watching somebody watch creatures trapped inside of a cage, basically. So I wonder how indicative that's supposed to be of the situation the guy's in as well. If he,
I mean, it feels purposeful, you know.
I think so.
Now, I will say, after the Fukushima travel one, I'm not seeing the doll pop up in any of the stuff until we get here, where obviously we see it pop up.
Oh, she's like hidden perfectly on that transition.
Yep.
That spin reveal.
The head's back over there. Yep.
Oh my God. I am a baby.
Pretty face. I am baby.
What's weird too is he keeps making new farms for them to like build. Right? Like all these different tunnels and stuff. He keeps recreating them for them to do that, but it's God damn, this is just fucking unsettling.
I don't like the way that thing moves. And it just shows up at the end. How are these making you feel, Hunter?
It's just uncomfortable. In the sense of like I keep swaying on like stuff of like I either think that it's oh my God, it's just like a video of a baby in a crib. What the fuck is
That's a baby doll. That's a baby doll.
This is a baby doll? Oh, okay. This frame makes it
look at
real.
its arms.
Oh, it's a real baby. Oh, the eyes there. Did you see that face?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like we should put an epilepsy warning on this video.
Is that the Plague Inked music? I think that the audio's from the video game Plague Inc. Okay, so it's definitely related to like hospital, illness, stuff like that, right?
Yeah, it looks like an inspection. It looks like an infection spreading.
Uh-huh. And you can hear the heart rate monitor. It seems like almost like one of those like interpretive art piece things or whatever about like illness, you know?
Yeah,
almost like a manifestation of how someone would feel about it.
It feels like I would see this projected or something, like going to see some certain art exhibits and stuff, like installated art or something. It feels like this is very beautiful in my opinion. Like
yeah.
This is very like surrealist and odd, but it has like an eerily calming effect as well in a way. Like yes, there's big like abrasive noises at times that kind of jolt you, but there's something very like I don't know. It's deceptively calming.
I want everyone who's watching this right now to keep in mind this is what Hunter defines as calming.
There's so many different ways you could interpret this. I'm curious how each individual would interpret how they feel when watching this.
Mr. East loves mom. Maybe it has something to do with maybe someone in his life passed away or something like that, you know? I don't know.
Well, it feels to me.
Well, now he plays Minecraft.
Yeah, I saw it too. To me, it was reading as someone with an illness going through the trials and tribulations of trying to cure themselves through medical expenses and seeing how people, like basically other sick people around them, but then also how it affects people in their natural life as well, and how everything kind of just gets distorted and changed. And then obviously the ticking stop or like the alarm clock at the end feels like it's the end of their life kind of thing. Like
Yeah,
they pass
time's
away at the
running
end.
out.
Yeah.
He's got a passion, all right,
Man,
for
seriously,
something.
good lord. Should we go to should we do the house walkthrough?
I think so. I'm trying to remember. I feel like there was an ending to the doll storyline. I don't think it was in house walkthrough though. We're not going to watch them, obviously, but there might be doll stuff in the Minecraft series.
Well, from what I've seen through a couple of the Minecraft ones, I think it's just you just hear a little girl talking at times. So I'm wondering if that's supposed to be her talking through it.
Oh, he's making a horror game 3 years ago? Oh, I bet that's awful.
Yeah, I wonder how fucking like crazy that is. Oh yeah, and he just gave like glitch assets to people. Pretty crazy. He still uploads today.
Yeah, almost 2 weeks ago, Minecraft.
Almost 20 years, and he's still just kind of going about this whatever storyline he has concocted.
12 days ago. We are self-sufficient in food. Just like it's potato garden. What the heck?
Just fascinating. Fascinating, especially because you know so little about the creator. So we can speculate as much as we want, but we have no idea what his actual intention is with this. You know, he could just be like, these are legitimately ants, and I think this little doll is cute. Who knows? You know, I just like being fucking weird with it.
Like he could just be like, haha, I like being strange and obscure.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like it could be just it could just all be a joke of like, oh, I think it's funny.
Oh, okay. His first animation was a video called Akiko, which I don't think's on his channel anymore. The video is about a girl who found a doll at the back of a building who would later commit unaliving by pouring boiling hot water on herself.
Wow.
So is that... Oh, hold on. She finds a doll at... Here's a re-upload of it.
So we're under the impression, too, that this is over 16 years old by this point.
It would have to be, yeah. According to Wikitubia, this is the correct one. I can't read Japanese, so I'm going to assume that's, yeah, something. Okay, well, I understood none of that. But according to Wikitubia, that told me that she took her own life and that the doll's related to that somehow. So maybe it's the spirit of that girl inside of the doll, maybe?
I think so.
Maybe that's the implication.
It feels like this is possibly a continuation of that idea through a series of maybe YouTube videos.
Well, now that you have that great image in mind, I am curious what this one is, though, with it over her face. I love how happy these are.
It just feels like the real kind of, it's just like little narrative, just like extremely bite-sized
just
stuff
breadcrumbs thrown around, yeah. And then, what is this? It's like all redacted. I think this is just more of his standard tomfoolery. I don't like that noise. Alright, well, yeah, normal go of it, as always. So now, you get the gist, the doll, the egg, all that stuff. So now we can get to my house walkthrough, which is one of my favorite videos. Actually, here's some lore for everyone. YouTube had this little show called Watch History, where they asked me to come out and interview. It was a very good time. I do remember, however, they had a bunch of studio lights, and I kept sweating, so they kept putting makeup on my face. So by the end of it, I just looked like... I was like so pale. I had so much cover up.
You look like a Saudi prince almost.
I know. I was so done up. But they asked about like my favorite YouTube videos or the scariest YouTube videos. Internet doesn't count. We're good. I found it. It would be the My House walkthrough. At the time I saw it, I almost thought that I had dreamt it. It's such a strange video. Yeah, so but basically like when YouTube directly asked me what's one of the scariest videos you've ever seen, I'm like, oh, this one. And the reason is I was when I first saw this, I was in high school, I remember. And I remember I came across it late one night. And then later on, I was trying to remember it, and I thought it was like a dream I had. I was like, what was those images
that kind
of like...
shit happen to me too. I know exactly what you mean. It's like very uncanny. You're like, what? Like you're misinterpreting media that you've seen as being something where you're like, I could have swore that was just a dream, and when it turns out to not be, it's such a weird head trip.
Yes. It like slaps you in the face because it's almost like my brain was factoring it as a memory of some kind. Because I'm like, what kind of video would that be? And I came across a video years later and was like, oh my gosh, yeah. But yeah, so my house walkthrough has like a personal head trip for me for that reason. But also, out of everything I know of Nano's work, this is by far his best piece. So
okay, I'm stoked.
Let's go. This one sticks with me a lot. The captions tell a great story. It's so well done. All right.
So I want to introduce my house. Oh God. In a doll room. Oh my God.
This is the altar and ancestors.
This iteration of that back wall looks like flesh almost.
This is bathroom. Say hi, bathroom.
Hello. I hear a sutra.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so he's insinuating this. He lives with his grandfather.
Yes. The wall peels off of the ceiling when it rains.
He's like repeating himself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, this is all stuff he said at the beginning.
This is the ancestor wall.
His grandpa sealed off one of the rooms.
This is my grandmother's bedroom. It was closed up by my grandfather.
So creepy. There's like it's like the shuffling, the distorted audio, but it's also the I feel like you can hear breathing. Like breathing through a nose, like. Oh, the thing's tilted over now.
Yep.
Oh shit, are we actually gonna go in the bathroom now? Do not like that.
What, the rat's nest?
Yeah, it doesn't look like a head of hair almost.
I don't know what you're talking about. You're probably just imagining things, Hunter. I hate how quickly he does that too.
I know, it's such a
throwing the door.
I think it's digital. I can't tell, but oh shit. Also, like the walls are just like falling off. Like I know he said that earlier. Okay, that's tons of blood. Grandma?
What are you up to, Grandma?
Holes eaten by insects have turned black like bloodstains. Ugh, wow.
Do you see why I thought this was a dream? like what reasonable? How would this be a YouTube video?
Well, yeah. It's also just the set and stuff. Like all like the torn apart paper window type stuff. Like it's just fascinating. Also the frame rate and stuff. Like it's just.
This doll has been left there for decades.
Grandmother, my grandfather.
I feel like he's making too much noise, you know?
Well, yeah, I feel like I'm like, you're gonna, I want to feel like quiet. Also, I thought somebody was moving there.
His audio, the lines are getting all messed up, reversed around.
Yeah.
This is my mother. My grandfather listens to Sutra. There's a typhoon in Japan.
The repetitive of this too makes me think of the PT.
That's
game.
exactly what I was thinking. I was going to wait till the end, but yeah, this reminds me so much of PT to the degree that I almost think PT was partially inspired by this. Yeah.
I mean, it has to be. Oh, wow. Now there's newspaper on the floor. Oh, my God.
I've seen this video so many times, but it still makes me tense up.
God, like right there, that felt like a person just standing there.
Yeah, that was the mannequin.
Yeah, just the mannequin.
Earlier.
I'm saying that with the lag in the frame and stuff like that.
Yeah,
like,
it feels like a person.
Oh my God. Grandmother's here. Holy shit.
My grandfather is not here.
Oh my God. That is amazing. That is so uncomfortable. Do you think that this is trying to say too that the guy is like on a loop that he doesn't know about in his house?
To me, this has always felt like a kind of hell. Some aspect of, like him saying there's a typhoon in Japan almost makes it feel like the house was destroyed in a storm and he's like a ghost who can't leave.
Wow, all the blood on the floor now.
There's a doll in the sink.
Uh-huh.
Again, PT reference.
Grandfather's here. There he is. Wow. Wow. This might be one of the best horror videos I've seen on the internet. This is incredible.
Look at the door.
The door is red now. There's another hallway. Oh my God.
Look at that, dude.
I wonder if this is practical or how much of this is digital, possibly.
It's all practical.
It has
I
to
watched
be for how long
I watched
ago it
a video
was made,
of him explain. Yeah, I watched a video of him explaining how
it
he
looks
did
like
all of
paper mache. stuff over it.
Uh-huh. See, all the sound of wind woke me up. I hear the sutra. It's like he's stuck in time, right?
Yeah, it almost reads like a poem.
Yeah. The sutra keeps getting louder.
Also, the holes eaten by, like the holes left by, you could read that as like your soul being torn apart kind of thing, or like your soul being tormented.
And just then he said, no one's been in this room a very long time. This is my room.
Fan all covered up. It's so simple, but so good. Good Lord, man. Are terribly damaged. Wow. Oh, nice. They have the making of thing. How cool. Man. What a perfect video to end on for this series. That is definitely his best work.
That's his best work by far. Yeah. I think about that video all the time.
It seems like such a accumulation of all these different ideas, but it seems like the most inspired too. Like even just the way he set up that area. I don't know, maybe I don't know if like he owns or in his family if there's just like dilapidated buildings and he's just like, fuck it, I'm gonna shoot in here. But like already such a tore up little, basically like it looks like an apartment or some kind of like house of a series of hallways and rooms and stuff, but to be able to transform that with like what essentially looks like paper mache, to give it like, especially with that low quality, it almost looks like skin growing. It looks like some kind of hell, like you're saying, that's forming. It's just amazing.
There's some aspect to it where it feels like the person making the video stuck in a loop. We see his grandmother's body and his grandfather's body. The grandfather's body almost in a position that implies he took his life, maybe.
Well, especially given that it's in the bathtub too.
All right, I'm back. I'm ready for Ross Road Part 5. I hope you are too. Sorry, that break took a little bit longer than expected, but I'm here now. I don't like to do chair reacts. I don't, I want to be on my stream when I'm streaming, but I also am trying to do a bit of a marathon stream today. I'm not sure how many hours I'll be going for. 4 hours and 44 minutes right now is where we're at, but yeah, I'm just trying to go. I don't know. I don't know. This is too long of a stream. If people are gonna be like, "Hey, condense it down. Don't do it so long," but it's my day off, and I want to stream, and I want to read stories, and do some other fun stuff. And so I was like, why not just, start kind of in the middle of the night when I wake up and just go till I can't go anymore. And so that's kind of my plan. That's what I'm doing today, and I hope people are here for it, at least somewhat. Just in terms of, they're not like, why did you stream for 8 hours, because it seems like, that's what a lot of the big streamers do. They do these all day things. They do it, and yeah, people find them that way. So hopefully people will like this stream. And that's all I have to say about that. All right. Some music going, and then let's get some music going, and then let's. What's his name, bro? Come on. I had it up earlier, I know. Max Anson. Okay, that's right. What song is it? Hours. Yeah, Hours. Okay. There's gotta be a way to just loop one song, right? Am I stupid? Am I just not seeing the loop button here? There we go. Fucking A. They gotta make it hard, don't they? Gotta make my life difficult. God damn it. Sick sons of bitches. Dude. So this part has a content warning for offensive language. If it bothers you, plug your ears. The stairs were taller than Jack had remembered. He stood at the top of them. One foot had been outstretched just a moment ago, with the intent to find the first step. But now Jack balanced there delicately, both hands gripping the railing. Just as his foot was about to meet the stair, it had fled from him, stretching downward and away, along with the rest of the staircase, elongating in Jack's vision as his head flushed with heat and dizziness. After a moment of focused breathing, his depth perception corrected itself. Jack carefully let the foot find purchase on the land. Hand still wrapped around the banister to his right, he took the next step equally as slowly. Whether that was out of cautiousness or inebriation, he wasn't sure. The way the steps moved and shifted was funny, made him want to giggle. I'm the one with goddamn cancer. You don't get to play high and mighty anymore. No one gets to judge me anymore. That's my reward for life fucking me over. There was that voice again. It was coming from down the stairs. The volume of the argument was as painful to Jack as it was nauseating, like the sound waves were disturbing the delicate balance in his stomach had found. The other voice, the female one, rose up in response, just as loud as its partner, but with a cold control the other lacked. Just like you to make everything an excuse. If you think I will sit by and let you ruin our family's reputation, then fuck you and your reputation. The man's voice cut her off. She raised her tone further in reprisal. For Christ's sake, Clark, it's not my reputation. Don't you get that? Think about our boys. What people would say if they see you like this. Or heaven forbid, they were to find out. Don't you bring the boys into this. You don't give a shit about them and everybody knows it. They're just fucking dolls for you to dress up and parade around like the prissy bitch you are. Jack reached the bottom of the stairs. The sudden level of his newfound footing sent another wave of unsteadiness rushing into his brain. He sucked in a deep breath and closed his eyes, in and out. Just needed another bottle. He turned the corner into a wide dining room. Along the far wall, a dark wooden cabinet stood, with china and trinkets hidden behind the glass panes of the upper doors. Atop the cupboard, a small cross was leaning against the off-white of the drywall. The dining table sat in the middle of the room. It was a humble wooden structure with a vase of nearly wilted pinkish flowers sitting absently at its center. There's our mandavellas, or whatever they're called. The left wall of the room opened up into the kitchen beyond, where two fingers stood around an island. Where two figures stood around an island. A third person, a small child, sat in a high chair nearby. Yes, fall back on profanities like you always have. Set a great example for your sons. You think you're such a big man that this is your moment to finally stick it to me? Yeah, Janine, maybe I fucking do. Maybe this is my moment. The male voice was clearer now. Every other syllable slurred slightly into the next. Doesn't that just piss you off that I might be right one goddamn time? Jack tried, and given his struggles with the stairwell, likely failed to keep his footsteps light as he crossed toward the cabinet. The bottles were in the bottom drawer. Or was it the middle? Jack almost laughed aloud before he caught it in his throat. He felt funny. The female voice ignited again. You know, I pray to God every night that I'll take you from me. Some terrible accident or other, so I can raise these boys without having to fend you and your poison off every day. I knew you were dirty the day I married you. And now God's punishing me for my willfulness. A drunken, cowardly, godless man. Jack was on the cabinet now. Figures arguing were right in his periphery. They were turned toward each other. He fumbled with the latch mechanism. It didn't make sense anymore. He just opened it earlier that night. Why was it so much harder now? He nearly giggled again. Oh, and you think you're doing them any fucking favors? Having a self-righteous, arrogant prick of a mother? Ha! The man's voice was interrupted by a deep belch that he quickly recovered before continuing. Sorry, I'm drunk. You think you're so much better than me, don't you? I know you. You're nothing. Jack got the latch to click as he heard a loud swish of liquid from the kitchen, followed by rapid gulping sounds. Nothing but a 2-cent worth nothing life-ruining whore. The cabinet door swung open and Jack snatched the first bottle he saw. It didn't matter which one. He had to make it back up those stairs. He hoped they hadn't gotten any longer since his last encounter. It was only as he turned that, with a mix of regret and fear, he saw a woman in the kitchen had taken notice of him and was looking his way. Look what you did. Called your wife a whore in front of your son. Real class act, Clark. Really making the most of your moment, aren't you? Jack wanted to run, but his muscles took quite a while to get the message. It felt like his whole body was semi-melted. It made him want to chuckle again. Tell him, Jack. The woman turned back toward the man, her voice both thunderous and calculated as it spiked each word with controlled icy hate. Tell him how it breaks your heart to have a father like him. A no-good do-nothing who drowns himself in a bottle and the bodies of other men to avoid watching over his own fucking family. Oh shit, you got a gay dad. It's crazy that it's like, bro, just get a divorce. My parents got divorced when I was 5. You know, they fought a lot before, but that's the thing. It's like, do not be miserable. Just go and live a happy life as a gay man, you know? Why make yourself be miserable? I could understand if you had a wife that was like, you know, understood that like she was your beard and that you know, whatever, you couldn't come out because of like your job or society or whatever. And so I could understand then, and like your family was a cohesive unit, but this family is not that. So it's like, just get a divorce, bro. Jack wanted to be back in the stairs again, where things were quieter. Oh, in the stars. I was like, okay. Jack wanted to be back in the stars again, where things were quieter. The bottle would take him there again. He would make it take him there. The voices dulled a bit as Jack's perception was assaulted by another worse wave of nausea and fatigue. Jack didn't feel like giggling. He was walking when he returned to consciousness. Jack's head was hung, but his eyes blinked and light reached them. Light reached them again. His surroundings slowly defined themselves. From the grayish blue fuzz to a picture on the forest floor. He saw his feet below him, stepping casually but intently, propelling him along. He could see the front of the sweater he wore, any sweater, with its brownish maroon threads. They were steeped in dried black mucus, the refuse that had spilled from his open mouth when the preacher had pinned him on the ground. The air was cold on his skin, despite his disapproval. Jack's sense of touch began to return to him, only to remind him of his horribly mangled back and barely operable limbs. As the surreality. It's surreal, but surreality? As a surreality, I don't know how you say that. As the surreality of his situation returned to him, Jack did not cry. He figured he probably should, but the depth of his exhaustion seemed to disagree. Yet for no particular reason he could find, he continued to walk. Looking up, he took in the woods around him. The forest around him was not the same as the one he'd passed out in. The trees, for one, were much larger. Their trunks were thick and jettisoned into the sky above. They were spaced much farther apart than the trees he'd collapsed among as well. As Jack walked in the spaces between them, he had nearly 10 feet of empty distance on either side. The night was the same, however. The moon was nowhere to be seen, but its light filled the night filled the vacuous forest, but its light filled the vacuous forest he walked through. with a blue tint that betrayed only as much of the forms around it as was needed for traversal. The canopy had larger openings in the foliage, and through them, Stella. This is very blue. Very blue indeed. See? As Jack walked into the spaces between them, the canopy had larger openings in the foliage, and through them Jack could see the stars against the black-blue backdrop of space. Once Jack's vision had restored itself, his hearing followed suit. The forest was still, unnaturally silent, save for a hint of sound pulled along by the wind behind him. It was metallic, artificial. It came and went like a wave, building and building, only to dampen again. The siren. Jack's trauma-induced apathy was cut short as his body somehow found whatever adrenaline and instinct that remained in its reserves and spiked his heart rate in panic. Jack's head spun around him as his sprained ankles shot from a saunter to a stumbling run. There was nothing but fog-filled space and monstrous trees as far as his straining eyes could make out. But the sound coming from behind was unmistakable. It was getting louder fast. The darkness of the night cut his line of sight off significantly. Turning, the gaps between distant trees into curtains of silvery black that seemed to echo the ambulance call. Like the forest itself had opened its mouth and was building a horrible howl in its throat. Jack ran again, as he had so many times through the woods, his ankles seared with pain at each step, but the building pressure of the siren behind him insisted at their continued agony. His back bled and his shoulders popped as his arms pumped his momentum forward, but he could not stop. Suddenly, Jack found the trees around him beginning to be replaced with small, wooden, torn-down structures. A shell of a cottage with its windows and walls collapsed, as well as a well with its stones spilling onto the forest floor. Tents and posts twisted onto their sides. As Jack sprinted, he soon found himself in the center of what was some sort of dilapidated encampment. It was then that his right ankle snapped. Fuck. The unrelenting pressure of sprinting had pushed the hyperextension tendon farther than it could handle, and what would have just been a hairline fracture had been pounded to its limit until one last impact splintered into a breakage of bone and marrow. Jack collapsed forward and his leg bent without the support of its base. He shrieked in pain and rolled onto his side, tenderly reaching for the ankle. The bone did not break through his skin, but it lunged outward, pushing the epidermis with it. He had no time to think. The The siren sound behind him had done nothing but get louder and closer as he'd been running. Pain tugged at the edges of his vision as he looked around desperately. The ancient campsite was a mess of toppled stones and caved-in huts. There was about 30 feet from him. About 30 feet from him, Jack saw the rickety remains of a shed. The whole thing was angled ever so slightly, but remained upright. A rough-looking door made of old dried wooden planks hung open on its hinges in a sea of other structure that surrounded him. It was small and inconsequential, easy to miss. With considerable effort and numbing amounts of pain, Jack pulled himself onto all fours, save his shattered ankle that dragged behind him. Crawled as fast as he could to the shed, his ankle screaming in protest as it caught on the occasional root or mound of grass. After what felt like an eternity, Jack found himself at the precipice of the structure. It was so much smaller than he initially guessed. It must have been a tool shed of some sort. The interior wall had hooks and posts in place along it. In its entirety, it was just deep enough to stand in with some wiggle room. Carefully, to avoid putting any weight on his ankle, Jack knelt and grasped one of the hangers, pulling himself up to a shaky stand before grabbing the door and latching it closed. The darkness forced its way in with the closing of the door. While not pitch black, Jack's eyes still took a few moments to adjust the best they could. Small shivers of moonlight slipped through the dried-out cracks in the shed walls. His arm shook ever so slightly with the effort as he relied on them to keep weight off his broken foot. His breathing was ragged. Lungfuls of air were loud and rushed as his body fought off the exhaustion that was threatening to overtake it. With every ounce of willpower he had left, Jack closed his eyes and forced his breathing to slow as much as it could. From wheezes to coughs to gasps, and gasps to whispers. Jack breathed only when absolutely necessary, his ears aching with the sound of the ambulance siren, which grew louder and closer. As it approached, he could hear the Doppler effect of the siren spin. He could picture the metal cone sitting on top the impossibly real body of the little girl spinning. Sound was muffled at first, only to build until it crescendoed as it faced him. Then faded again as it continued its revolution. Jack's heart slammed against his chest, urging him to panic and pleading for oxygen. Jack's heart slammed against his chest, urging him to panic and pleading for oxygen. As he limited his breath, breathe in, wait, listen, breathe out, he felt his tear ducts come to life again. As the sound outside grew and grew, he could feel the blood pushing against his veins as his broken mind begged for his reasoning to explain all. The ambulance siren became louder and louder outside. Jack's ears throbbed. He desperately wanted to cover them with his hands. But grit his teeth and bared it for fear of falling should he let go of the hanger supporting his weight. Just when he felt his eardrums might rupture, the volume leveled off. The artificial whooping of the siren was close. It no longer came from the woods he had run through. Oh. Just when he felt his eardrums might rupture, the volume leveled off. The artificial whooping of the siren was close. It no longer came from the woods he had run through, but rather from the center of the encampment where he'd fallen. The sound oscillated meticulously, and as it did, Jack grimaced in pain at each crescendo, picturing the siren pointing directly at the shed, at him, before patiently moving past. Jack's stomach shrunk. He knew it was out there. The sound reaching him from beyond the door refused to move, spinning, scanning. His body felt frozen and far too hot. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his mind was assaulted by a deluge of vertigo, nearly loosening his grip on the posts holding him in place. It was like a fever had come on all at once. His throat felt arid and head swollen. He was sick, terrified, nauseous, unsure, weak, crippled, guilty. In that instant, the rotation of the siren shot around, the volume increasing as it did. The sound was piercing. It did not relent, and with a petrifying complacency. Jack knew it had stopped its spinning. Facing directly at him, it saw him. More than that, the sound found him. It surrounded him. It knew him in full. He was naked, made small by the force of it. Jack's breath left his body, and he seized the fear-stricken paralysis as the noise approached the shed door. Jack could do nothing but stare. His jaw may have hung open. He didn't know. His hands clung to the wall without his permission in a sort of pre-rigor mortis. The whole world was that door standing just in front of him, and the sound screaming through it from the other side. The rays of moonlight that poked through the holes in the wood went dark as something blocked their path. Completely and instantly, the siren ceased. Jack's ears struggled to make sense of the ringing silence left in its wake. He felt like he could hear the movement of the dust that floated in the air. The moonlight, however, did not return. The thing now just stood on the other side of the door, no sound to imply its proximity, but there nonetheless. Slowly and silently, like tiny little garter snakes, Jack saw sickly brownish maroon roots peek underneath the door. They made no sound. They twisted and slid as they extended onto the rotted wood floor. New vines sprung from the sides of the door as well, clinging to the interior walls and forking into countless new branches. They came more through the top of the door frame, clutching the irregularities in the roof and making their way toward Jack over his head. Interweaving through the holes in the wood and one another, the roots surrounded him from every direction. Jack's eyes had glazed, his body turned stone from physical and emotional contusions. He could not move nor speak, only scream into the echo of his mind. The vines reached... Hold on. He could not move nor speak, only scream into the echo of his mind. The vines reached him, but they did not touch him. They could not. They curved around his feet, his shoulders, his head, creating a ragged outline of his sorry state against the boards of the shed. They waited there, poised and hungry. Jack's chest heaved with uncontrollable. He was still lightheaded, like the air had lost its oxygen. Strange, he realized. Even his gasps didn't make a sound. A moment passed, then another. All at once, deep pink flowers began to bloom from the roots, all across them, in every direction, like hundreds of tiny fireworks going off in sync. They blossomed and spread themselves open. They surrounded Jack and dotted the interior of the shed like stars in a night sky, untainted by city lights. It was then that the door opened, not fully, just a crack, enough to allow a small figure to step into the cramped space with Jack. Not the siren girl, he realized. It had its back to him, but it was a person, a child. The back of its head was facing Jack, showing short-cut golden hair, no monstrous features, just a kid. As soon as it was entirely in the shed, it closed the door behind it and turned to face Jack, back pressed against the door. It was a boy, pale skin, wearing cargo shorts and a faded dark blue graphic tee. He couldn't be older than 3 or 4, and his face, Jack knew the face. From the depths of his psyche, Jack found the voice again, and Jack found his voice again, and cracking and hoarse with fear, broke into the supernatural silence that filled the tiny shed. Dean? The boy stared back at him. Its soft blue eyes were calm and studying, its mouth a thin line. The skin on its face was soft and clean, the kind of texture that only comes from a lack of years to weather it down. The boy opened its mouth awkwardly, like it was the first time ever doing so. A sound came from deep in its chest, deep and shifting, like a radio being turned to the right frequency. Dean? The sound came from the boy's mouth, changed as it went, before it found the footing as a perfect copy of Jack's. Jack's face went numb, his body separated from him as he failed to do anything but watch. He was sick, so sick. His throat managed to release a sputtering. Please, what? Please stop. The boy looked back at him as calm as he was motionless. I never had a voice of my own. Jack's eyes, despite everything they had seen thus far, began to well up as his face contorted in fear, shame, terror, and disgust. The boy's mouth opened wide, wider than it should. The chin slid down like a wooden puppet, the skin on his cheeks stretching beyond their limits to accommodate the shift. It stood there like that for a moment, with its jaw unwound into a pit of black, before the sound drifted from its throat. Not a voice, but audio, the sounds of a scene. Don't bring him into this. The voice that the boy's mouth produced was not Jack's. It was another man. It had an echo and a shape to it, like it came from a room away. The voice rose again, its words slurred. You think he needs to hear this? Fucking hell, Janine. For once in your life, stop pawning off your shit on these kids and face something yourself. Jack wanted to ask, to beg the boy in front of him to stop this, to close its mouth. But his own throat was so horribly tight that it was all he could do to get air to his lungs. A female voice rose in protest from deep in the boy's throat. Face something myself? That's rich coming from you. You think you're special? Millions get diagnosed every year, Clark. This doesn't give you an excuse to ruin our lives. The man's voice cut through the air louder and faster than before. You're the only reason I took that goddamn job in the first place. You sanctimonious bitch. Oh, right. That's why Jack's dad, I just remembered something. That's why Jack's dad was rich, was because, or had money to pass on, was because he got some sort of a settlement from his job because he got sick from it. I see. Oh, big words coming from the drunkard over here. Do you know what that word means, Jack? I doubt your dad does. I said, stop bringing my son into this. Why? Afraid your son will learn that his father is a drunken faggot? The voices were silent. Tension extended beyond the scene. Jack felt every muscle freeze and strain. In a strain, the air around him pregnant with anxiety, awaiting a reaction. The man spoke again. You cunt. Let me just say, pause here. I don't condone these words. They're in the context of the story. I'm not somebody who says these words. I have said these words in the past when I was a young, dumb kid. I have since learned better. So let me just add that disclaimer as I'm continuing to read the story. But I want to do it justice because, you know, it's a good story, and clearly this fight and her calling him that in front of Jack is, you know, gonna be a last straw of sorts, I imagine, or it's important, you know, it's important to the story. And yeah, so I didn't want to water it down. It's art, you know. From the boy's mouth came a whooshing sound. Jack recognized it. A glass bottle being thrown. There was a flurry of noise and a sickening scraping thud, followed shortly by the sound of glass shattering against tile. There was another moment of silence, filled not with fear, but with shock. Then came the shriek of a child, the unrelenting squealing of a toddler in genuine pain. The woman's face rose again, unsettlingly calm and smug, despite the bellowing cry of the child overlaying it. Look what you did now, Clark. Does this make you feel good? Do you see why I'm right about you? Why I've always been right about you? The roar of the child peaked and continued. Jack's body shuddered at each cresting of the bellow. Every instinct in him urged him to help. Dean, I didn't mean... The man's voice was softer now, beaten. Oh, you didn't mean to, did you, Clark? That just makes it so much better, doesn't it, Dean? Tell Daddy it's all better now. You know what, Clark? The voices dulled against the increasing shriek of the child, the continuous scream of one another at one another to argue. All the while, the crying grew louder and more pained. There was a rush of sound. Jack knew what it was. He could see the scene in his mind as the noises emanated from the boy's gaping mouth. The scurry of feet on tile, picking up the bleeding infant, and the swing of a screen door being bashed open. The distant protest of the man and woman behind him, demanding he stop. He rushed opening the car door, followed by its slamming closed. Don't worry, Dean. The voice that came from the boy's mouth was Jack's own now, much younger. It was wet with tears and sloppy with effort. Oh shit. I was worried this was gonna happen. So Jack is drunk too. His dad is drunk. But he's drunk because his parents are fighting. I mean, this is very much their fault. I don't know how old he is. I assume he's like a teenager at this point. But, you know, and he, in his drunken state and hearing his parents fighting, he's like, and then his little brother gets cut and he's like, I'm gonna get us out of here, Dean. And that's the car crash he saw earlier. Was, I'm guessing, he crashes the car and his little brother dies, and yeah, very fucking sad. I remembered it said something about his brother being gone or what, but I just always thought it was like an older brother or something, you know. I thought it was like an older brother, and yeah, the parents, that's what like maybe tore the parents apart, was the death of the brother. But no, it sounds like the parents were always pretty fucked up, and that unfortunately led to their kids you know, running out in a bad decision. But you know, they should never been put in that situation. First of all, the parents never should have, you know, never should have let made Jack have to numb all their trauma that they put onto him with alcohol, and then put him in a situation where he felt like he had to drive to get his brother out of there from being hurt, and yeah, ends up killing him, you know. Oh shit. I mean, this story's been very heavy, and now I'm just seeing the full scope of the heaviness, and I'm like, well, fuck. Don't worry, Dean. We're leaving. But Jack's now much younger. It was wet with tears and sloppy with effort. The click of the keys entering the ignition came next, followed by the disapproving roar of an engine stuttering to life. I'll get you safe. The younger Jack's voice was broken. Between weeping and gags, his words came out in a teary slur. Tires spun against asphalt before catching. Sound of the car frantically flying down the road filled the tiny shed as distant yells insisted it turn around. The voices dimmed as the sounds became entirely those of driving down back roads. The occasional screech of tires correcting their trajectory interrupted the rhythmic bump of the engine and the cries of the child. Yeah, so again, he's driving drunk here. Jack could hear the slosh of liquid, the sound of a deep swallow. Even hanging here in the shed, he swore he could feel the burn of the fiery liquor in his own throat. Don't worry, Dean. We'll get fuck. The shriek of the tires and brakes blasted from the boy's open mouth, the sounds of rubber and dirt and metal coming into contact. Then it was silent, horribly, accusatorily, completely silent. I love that line. Accusatorily, completely silent. That's just brutal. Patiently and intentionally, the boy's mouth shut itself. Jack could see the skin contract in relief and the jawbones click back into place as it did so. Jack's body was broken, and now he could feel the foundation of his spirit crumbling. The skeleton of will and thought that made him up, his emotional bones had begun to snap. As the boy's mouth shut, Jack felt a vibration in the left pocket of his jeans, and he heard a familiar tone. His phone was ringing. So his phone's not, his phone was dead, but Again, I'm not surprised that all of a sudden it's ringing again. The boy looked passively down towards Jack's pocket, then brought its eyes back up to Jack's expectantly. Jack's heart was shredding and pounding. He could feel the blood in his forearms as he found himself reaching and pulling out the phone. Call from Penn. Senseless and stinging with pain in his temple, Jack swiped to answer and held the phone to his ear. Sound played from the speaker. Before he could say a word, his own voice came through, first screaming, "I killed him! Don't you fucking get that? I killed him, Penelope!" Penelope's voice interrupted him, also shouting in anger. Just hearing her again brought a stifled sob to Jack's lungs. You ever think that maybe you need to grow the fuck up and move on, Jack? Otherwise, you might as well have died in that car too. One last tense silence filled Jack's ears before he heard himself through the crackling speaker of the phone again, his voice calm, but with hate behind every syllable. Fuck you, Penn. I hope you wake up hungover with a dead baby in your stomach. See, that's with that is why, because of what he said, that is why the first with Primrose or whatever, Prim, that's why, Prim, that's why the stomach should happen. The phone call cut, leaving a numbered dial tone playing in his ear. Jack's hand fell to his side, limp. Phone clattered onto the mix of roots and floorboards below. With tears smudging every part of his vision, Jack looked pleading into the eyes of the boy in front of him. It spoke with Jack's voice one more time. You'll get them killed too. You'll get them killed too. The door behind the boy exploded inward. A sharp and ragged branch jammed through it directly into the back of the boy's skull. Oh shit. The sound of the door splintering was that of a metal crumbling and glass shattering. Tires shrieked. In an instant, the branch punctured through the boy's head and shot out of his mouth, lifting him off the floor. Blood erupted onto Jack's sweater and its brownish maroon threads. The boy's body hung there, skewered from the nape of his neck to the mouth of the bloodied branch. Without moving, Jack's stomach led up its contents. Black bile rose through his throat and rolled out of his mouth on the floor with a wet thud. His arms released the hooks holding him up, and his ankle buckled under the weight, sending him toppling over, reduced to a kneeling pile of flesh and regret at the boy's dangling feet. Jack remained there, his lips and chin dripping with black, viscous liquid. He was no longer there, in truth. Even the echo in his mind that had been screaming and clawing against his shock to fight back was now silent and unfeeling. The shed was somewhere far away from him. The roots began their march again, no longer concerned with the borders of his personage. His feet, arms, and head each had strands of vines spread across them, just enough to tighten a grip on him. Brownish maroon, bloodied branch in front of him still held the body's boy aloft, but it began to shift. It fell in on itself and changed shape, becoming smoother, rectangular. Its coloration took on a dirty metal tint as the boy's body also elongated, his shorts and shirt combining to stretch into an old faded flower dress. That's the girls, so the blood turning to dirty stains. In front of Jack now stood the girl again. Okay. From her head came the familiar wear of an ambulance siren. Jack simply looked at her. He could not move. He would not feel. Calmly, the girl reached and took hold of his wrist, pulling him from the shed and dragging him out along the forest floor. Jack's skin and head bounced against the roots that grew in the girl's footsteps. He could see the world on its side. The fog of the night subsumed the tiny shed behind him, and soon the entire encampment. How long he was dragged on the forest floor, Jack did not know. The trees changed, trunks thinned, and the forest grew compact once again. Jack did not blink, his eyes strung, and his charred back felt like it was seared anew against the pine needles and rocks on the ground. Eventually, the grass dirt did give way to even harder, more unforgiving pavement. Jack could see streaks of red and black and brown left in his wake by the asphalt. Smears and bits and pieces of curdled flesh on his back were torn against the grain as he went. He didn't quite understand what he was looking at. With a hint of confusion, Jack realized he'd stopped moving. More than that, the ever-present sound of the ambulance siren had stopped. But his arm was still held tightly over his head. He craned his neck to look at the thing dragging him. Siren Girl now stood at an intersection in the road. In front of her was a large yellow street sign with a dual-sided black arrow emblazoned in its center, gesturing in either direction. Behind the sign rose a wooden ridgeline that stretched alongside the road. The girl stood there for a moment, then she ducked beneath it, pulling Jack along with her, and stood on the other side, dragging him up the hill. The ascent was even more painful than the asphalt. Gravity pulled stubbornly at Jack's body, but the girl's grip was unrelenting, shearing his exposed flesh against the incline. Eventually, the ground leveled out, and Jack was dragged farther still before the grip on his wrist was released, and he fell limp onto his back, staring at the stars above, tiny pearlescent shines across a sea of black. Jack could feel something moving through the earth beneath him, what felt like thousands of tiny pinpricks across his whole body. In his periphery, he could see his arms being slightly lifted by brownish maroon roots. The roots subsumed his body. Some pierced his skin and weaved in and out of his flesh. The branches turned him as they lifted and wrenched his body into a kneeling position. Jack's head hung low. He saw the forest floor in front of him. The intertangled roots that had surrounded him had begun to form a sort of trunk around his legs. They wrapped around him and spread out onto the ground. From his shoulders, tendrils of quick-growing vines slithered along and circumvented his arms, forking branches piercing his biceps and forearms just to come out the other side. The vines reached his hands and semi-enveloped his fingers, leaving his palms exposed. Laying there on the ground in front of him, Jack saw an antler, broken at the base with dried blood. The tip had been whittled to a deadly point. Distant and confused, Jack's neck strained to lift his head. He knelt in a clearing in the forest. Before him was a semicircle of a half-grown tree trunks with brownish maroon bark. They had no leaves, and they came to splintering chaotic points. At the cusp of the semicircle stood the siren girl. She was still, arms at her sides and facing him. Jack squinted. He could feel the roots gliding through his muscles. They were expanding. There was no pain. Maybe it had all been used up. His eyes were drawn to the half-trees again. He could see that there was more to them. Each tree consisted of multiple twisting sections. They wrapped and wove in on one another. And in the center of each tree was a figure. They shared no similarities. There were men and women, young and old. Each one was almost entirely encased in the tree, save for one thing. They all had one outstretched arm, wrapped round and round by the roots, with their palms exposed. Each individual had a scar on their palm, a shape crudely etched into it. One had a peace symbol, another a cross. Some illegible attempts at words were scraped into many of them. One had what looked like a pentagram, another an outline of a tree, others simply had been shorn clean, no skin remaining. Jack felt his arms move. As they did, he looked down. The roots surrounding his hands had turned his exposed palm toward him and grabbed the sharpened antler with the other. "Who are you?" The sound wasn't a voice. Jack looked up to see if it had come from the girl. It was shrill, unnatural, like the siren sound it had been making, but forcibly contorted into language. It was a sound he wasn't sure. It was a sound he was sure couldn't be, and yet he had heard it come from her. "Choose." Jack stared for a moment. He was hollow. He glanced at the figures entombed in the trees around him, and then back down at the antler in his hand. Tears fell from his eyes, and mucus and spit ran from his mouth and nose as he lifted the antler to his neck. With as much force as he could gather in his feeble state, he jammed the antler toward his throat, giving one last sob as he did so and clenching his teeth in expectation. No pain. His eyes were closed tightly as he waited. He waited and waited. After a moment, he opened them again. The antler had not reached his neck. The vines surrounding his arm had constricted, holding him back. He pushed against them, but to no avail. Only when he tried to pull the antler away from his throat did they relent and allow him to return it to just above his hand. Jack looked again toward the siren girl, and the curve of trees that reached out on either side of her, the figures within them contorted in agony and despair. "Choose." "Choose," Jack cried. There were no sobs left to give, but tears flowed from his eyes and dripped from his chin, tinted black against the dried slime that remained. He looked back at his palm. "Choose," he He couldn't. The emptiness that he had. The emptiness that he had merged with was defining. He was desperation incarnate. He was ambiguous. He was contradictory. Indefinite. Tears landed on his hands as he ran the antler across his exposed skin. Blood welled in his palm as the point of the bone tore through him and was dragged along. It thinned and pooled in the lines. It thinned and pooled in the lines of his hand and began to drip off the edges. After a moment, he lifted. Thin and pooled in the lines of his hand and began. Hey. The hand began to drip off the edges. After a moment, he lifted the antler and let it fall to the ground again. Jack looked to the siren girl and line of the trees, stoic and expecting in their stillness. He lifted his hand, palm outstretched, and faced it toward them. Stained red with freshly flowing blood, a dual-sided arrow had been carved into it. There was a long time where they remained like that. Jack held in his kneel by the roots with his bleeding palm raised. The siren girl staring back in seeming indifference. The bodies encased in the trees surrounding them, the wider forest keeping a silent, watchful guard over their communion. The roots had woven themselves. The roots that had woven themselves into Jack retreated. His arms were let free and his legs unwrapped. They sank back into the ground and Jack collapsed at the sudden responsibility of his own weight. Reorienting himself, he pushed with his shaking arms to an unstable half kneel, looking back toward the siren girl in front of him. He saw her take one step to the side and turn just a bit, leaving an opening into the forest. Jack stood, his ankle fully bent to the side, leaving him lopsided. Blood still fell from his palm as he took a trembling step, then another. His body swayed as he did from exhaustion as well as unevenness of each stride. Slowly, he made his way toward the opening. As he reached it, he found himself walking right past the siren girl without giving her a second look nor a thought. And out of the clearing he hobbled into the trees and the fog. Jack shuffled, each limping gait pressing his snapped ankle into a more and more acute angle. Angle, not ankle. Angle. The fog was so thick he couldn't see an arm's length in front of him. Each step revealed just enough ground to see where his leg landed. At some point, the dirt beneath him gave way to asphalt again. Jack didn't notice. He kept walking. Only when he took a step and found himself on a thick, white highway line did Jack stop. He looked at it puzzled. Then, Turning around, he saw the fog was gone. He stood at the edge of the highway, the off-ramp of an exit behind him. To his left stood a massive green sign held up by twin metal posts, white lettering, Exit 27, Ross Road. His gaze fell down the ramp where he could make out a distant fork in the road with a yellow street sign in its center, adorned by a dual-sided black arrow. Jack turned back to the highway, and to his left, the road was silent. The fog had lifted, but the night was still present. All at once, his exhaustion began to return. He could feel every inch of sheared and burned flesh suddenly, and his ankle gave way beneath him. He collapsed onto the pavement of the breakdown lane he was standing in, and his head hit the ground. Once again, his world was on its side. He could see the distant horizon of the highway. Was it that far? Or maybe it was just the curve in the road along the hill that cut off visibility. There was the slightest difference of light over the horizon, like light shining toward him just beyond the bend. Funny, he thought, just in time for sunrise. And there was a sound too, faint. As faint as a sound could be, but he swore he could hear it coming from just past the limits of his vision. His brain released his consciousness. Jack let a hint of light take him to relieving oblivion. He recognized that sound, a siren. Let me see. Wow, that's the end. I do want to read this comment though real quick, and then wow. Holy shit, man. What a crucible. What an odyssey of psychological trauma, past trauma coming back around to, I don't know, in a way be like your salvation, but also not. It's so interesting because it's like, whatever, the vines are going to turn him into the tree. The vines aren't like divine. But then this whole idea that, I don't know, that like he was like, I can't make a choice. I'm indecision incarnate. And then that is what frees him. And the fact that he draws the symbol of the road on his hand, of the choice on his hand. And so, you know, I don't know. I mean, I really like the story. I think that in a good way, it doesn't make, like, the ending doesn't make so much sense, or it doesn't make complete sense to where you're like, oh yeah, he before, you know, he was plagued by indecision or whatever, and now he decided that he needs to make a choice and walk down that road and everything will be all right. Like, that's kind of where I thought it could go, like at the very, very beginning. But pretty quickly it was like clear that it was like, no matter what you do, things are gonna be fucked. And you know, so I don't know what it means to draw that symbol on his hand. I don't know if he is saying, like, he is admitting to his helplessness, maybe, and that is what frees him, is just, you know, being like admitting the powerlessness, maybe. I don't know, but that's just one way I think you could read it. I think you could interpret this ending though in a lot of ways, and honestly, I wish there were more. Like, I read the one comment by Rude Dude, thank you. I wish there were more comments at the end of this story, and I think I might even leave a comment. Yeah, so I think my comment sums up, how I feel about this. So when Jack drew the arrow symbol, was that him admitting his powerlessness and just kind of coming to terms with bad shit happening no matter what choice you make? IDK, what a mind fuck of a story. I loved it. Please read and comment, people, because I need to swap fan theory. Sorry. No, I spelled that wrong, but... because I need to swap fan theories and interpretations. And yeah, and honestly, like, that is maybe probably one of the most haunting and best parts of this story, is that it isn't like, oh, you made the wrong choice and this is why the road's punishing you, or it isn't like like, even when like the thing seems to be helping him, or it's like exposing him to his past trauma, like it's his brother, right? He gets in a car with his brother when he's drunk, because he's driving him away from his terrible parents, and he crashes and kills his brother, sadly. And all that is playing through this creature that's taking the shape of his little brother, that's like playing through a speaker from his head opening up and all that stuff. And then all that happens and you're like, oh, so like this let's call him Dean or whatever, or Drew, or no, I think it's Dean. So like this manifestation of Dean is like bringing him to account and like exposing this trauma to the story, and it's, you know, like, I don't know, teaching him a lesson maybe. But then the vines just come and fucking kill him too, or like suck him back up and, you know, whatever. And so it's really just the way that I read this story is this is the crucible of past trauma, and if it tries to teach you anything, if Ross Road tries to teach you anything, it tries to teach you that no matter what choice you made in the past or in the present, you can't escape the horrors of the world, and you can't escape the trauma. And one thing that you might think is the next horror in your life, like, you know, your girlfriend being pregnant or whatever, you might think that that's, you know, the worst thing, but that might be your saving grace. The same way that he hates the siren, and at the end he hears the siren coming to save him when he finally makes it out. But I do read this as he made it out, because first of all, I don't even think in the part 1 he saw the exit for Ross Road. He just accidentally takes it, and then all this happens, and then throughout the whole thing you never see the sign. So it's like I believe he did make it back out, and the ambulance is coming to save him. And so that's how I interpret the story. That's how I read it. But man, what a fucking mind fuck. Great horror scenes. Cool one at the end with the brother and all that shit in the shed, and then with the trees of people with the palms facing out and the symbols, and all the people clearly chose wrong with all their symbols, and they just ended up as trees. And so, I mean, I think that's really all really great scenes. The scene with the preacher and the Cinephia and the church and the flayed people and the Cinephia diner. I liked it all. I think it was great from start to finish. I had some other notes that were you know, that I spoke about in those parts, and I think the author has watched, you know, some of my other commentary, so you know, like, the little things I felt. But wow, what a strong ending, what an interesting ending. Even though he was saved and got out, it was still very interesting. And yeah, I just really liked it, man. I'm you know, I want to see this story. Like I said, what I really want is for other people to read this story, and I want to read their interpretations. And so I'm going to encourage everyone I know I can to read it. And yeah, just really a lot of fun. And then, oh yeah, the one thing I kind of thought about with this part is, I thought when he hears the siren, when he's in the shed and he hears the siren closing in, I just wanted that to get there a little bit quicker, because there were multiple times when it was like, and now he heard it and it was deafening. And I was like, oh, so it's right outside. But then it kind of just continued more, and then it's like, well, now it was gonna rupture his eardrums. And I was like, okay, it's definitely right outside now. And then it was like, and now he heard it in the camp that he was in with like all the structures or whatever. And I was like, it just kind of made me go like, you keep saying you can hear it so loudly, it's gotta be nearby. And I realize it gets louder and louder and louder, but I just kind of wanted that siren to get there. And then it was like, well, now he can see the darkness outside of the shed. He can't see the blue light of the moon, you know, so something's clearly right out there. And I'm like, okay, well, now it's here, you know. But I just felt like that part, there was already a really strong buildup, and it was really reaching to there. So I just would have liked if his brother would have got in the shed a little bit sooner. It's like he hears the siren, he hears it gets closer, that's all we need, then boom, he's in the shed. It was already, I realize sometimes you're using that siren to build tension, right? But if you're just like, and now it was getting louder, and now it was getting louder, to me that's not building tension as much as it is just like I'm just like, I want to get there, you know, so it's just kind of prolonging it, which, you know, might be really effective. It might work good on other people, but to me, I was just like, just in that moment, and I was just like, well, what's gonna happen, you know? Is the girl gonna come back, you know? And she did come back after his brother came, and so that was cool. And yeah, I really liked it. I really like the siren. In my opinion, the pastor and the people were kind of just some of these people who got lost on the road, who kind of built a disturbing whatever society of like horror, you know, because they become horror amalgamations because of how much they've been tortured on this road. And so those are the people that like didn't escape, but they also don't get trapped by the vines or the siren girl. And so they just make their own like fucked up church society thing, cult. And the girl, to me, is the arbiter because she knows how to get off the road. In my opinion, the siren head girl, as well as the vines and stuff, they are the like controlling force of the road. They are the, you know, they are the gods, and that is their domain. And because she was able to allow him to exit safely at the end, to me, that is like telling that it's their domain. And that, again, I don't know for sure what they wanted to teach him, why they let him go, but again, clearly it was their choice, you know. And yeah, or maybe it was Jack's choice, you could say. But yeah, clearly that is just what it is. And you know, it's not for us to know why they did all this to Jack. Like, I don't know it, you know. I don't think you can even approach a story that way. Like, what was the point, or why did all this happen? Because, I mean, we don't know. Is Jack gonna be a better, you know, father to his unborn baby and stuff like that? I hope so, but, you know, right now I feel like, you know, he's just kind of got to survive, and we'll see where it goes. But very cool story. Like I said, just a mind fuck, and very fun. Very simple at the beginning, and then as it reveals more and as the themes got brought up, it really kind of, I think, makes it a point to be like, well, nothing is that simple, you know. It's not just as simple as going left or right, you know. and as much as choice matters, and they're like, choose at the end, I don't know that choosing differently will alleviate any of your guilt or trauma, and maybe that's kind of the theme of it. I don't know. That's just me spitballing, but I'm fucking I'm super happy I read it, and thank you to no 145, and you know, sorry it took me so long to finish. I guess that's all I gotta say. Obviously it's a long story, so hopefully you're not like, well, goddamn, you know. All I'm saying is hopefully I didn't piss you off too much by taking my time with it. But it was a lot. It was that is a lot, and that would be a lot to read through, and even whatever, you know, even 2 sit-throughs, I think that would be a lot to read. But I don't know how they do it on Creepcast. They're fucking, you know, they're troopers, because after reading like a story like this or whatever, that was brutal, and that has taken a toll on me mentally. But I liked it. I thought it was really good, so thank you. All right, well, I am definitely going to give my voice a break. I think I will keep streaming for a little while and see what else we got on the pipe, on the vine, so to speak, on the whatever flower. Oh shit, I did not mean to exit out of what is something I don't just want to watch a Creepcast episode, but well, we could watch Creep TV, but I do want to throw something on and eat a snack and kind of chillax for a little bit. So I really do love Midwest Angelica. I think I'm just gonna throw Midwest Angelica on.
The files also state. Welcome back to Creep TV. You know, I've been actually getting really excited with Creep TV stuff. It feels like walking into a classroom and you like see the TV stand. You're like, oh, yo, today we don't have to read. We get to just watch stuff.
But that's bold coming from you saying that you don't have to read. I think like 90% of the reading on Creepcast
man,
is
I
read,
still have
so
to be one of the helpless students following along in case they get called on randomly. I have that
There
kind
you
of
go.
shiver down my spine. Which today we're talking about Midwest Angelica. I came across this. I forgot when I messaged you about this, but I was like, hey, this is really sick. But it's just a analog horror series on YouTube by the channel Midwest Angelica, and they have a little description I thought was kind of fun. At the top it says, in the year 1999, a corpse descends from the cosmos right into your backyard. I thought that was kind of fun.
Midwest Angelica has been interesting to me. So like, I'm sure as most people who follow my stuff knows, I like cover a ton of this kind of like analog horror, you know, YouTube creepy stuff, whatever. But Midwest Angelica is one of the few series I know nothing about. Like, obviously, I feel like all the big ones I know, except Midwest Angelica. People have recommended it. A lot of people have asked for it. So yeah, it's a good suggestion because I'm going into it blind. There's not a lot of times I get to do that on this show, especially Creep TV, considering that's like my job, right? But yeah, I'm excited to actually view something new. It has been highly recommended. It's probably been recommended more in my live streams and things like that than really any other analog horror series, as far as I can think of. That and maybe Channel 8, but that's all I could, or Vintage 8, but that's all I can think of.
I was gonna say, I was even looking on on the subreddit, the analog horror subreddit thing. This really doesn't get there. It's on people make tier lists on there all the fucking time. Yeah, on the analog horror of like what's good, and I see it on there, but really it's more. It seems like people are really like, they talk a lot about like urban spooks. And they talk about that kind of stuff. And I still wonder how under the radar this is, because looking at it now, it came out about 2 years ago. and it's still going today, obviously. But in terms of like analog horror stuff, it's not super new, but it's not like a legacy kind of project, I guess, on YouTube and stuff like that. So I'm curious to see how it follows. I just know that I've only seen the first episode of this, and it fucking rules, and I'm very, very excited to dive into all of it today.
So I actually haven't seen any of it, but I agree with you that like people talk about it highly. It doesn't get that many views, but everyone who has seen it is trying to get everyone else to watch it, which is a pretty good sign. Except for now. So I'm excited to try to get more eyes on it. Hopefully more people will check it out after this. Of course, link to it will be in the description. Also, you briefly mentioned Urban Spook. Are you familiar with that series at all?
No, so I had seen, I mostly started just seeing it off of that subreddit, and I was like, oh, okay, cool, I'll look at this. And I was looking at, I didn't look at any of the videos, I just looked at the thumbnails, and I was like, oh, this is kind of interesting. And then you said that you talked about it, or that you've made a video on it as well.
I did.
So, because I had pitched that today, but since he's already done a video on it, which I know you did a video on Greylock too, but let's try to space it out and see if we can't watch something that we both haven't seen. And I think Midwest Angelica is going to be a fun ride.
I think so. We'll have to watch Urban Spook sometime. You'll love it.
I'm stoked. I want to see it. I love watching all of it. Also, I watched Longlegs last night.
Oh, I'm going to see that tonight. Don't say anything, but was it good?
Do you want me to give you my opinion, or do you want me to just wait?
Just like how good you think it was, nothing specific.
Just out of a rating?
Yeah.
6 out of 10.
I need to go to the bathroom again, so I'm going to let it play, but then I might just restart it when I come back, so deal with it.
Really?
6 out of 10.
That's kind of sad.
That's what I say.
That's kind of sad.
In terms of, you have to look at this stuff too. I always tell people, if you gave a movie a 5 out of 10, I don't think it applies the same way as, I don't know, School Papers. To me, a 5 out of 10 is like very average. It's a very middle of the road film, right? So to me, a 6 out of 10 is like, it was fine. It's a little bit, I thought, it had its good qualities. Whatever. I'm not going to go into it anymore, but I'm just saying, like, it's not like it's the best fucking thing I've ever seen, but it's not like it was bad.
Okay. All right.
Whatever. I don't want
I've been staying away from the hype because everyone's like, it's the greatest thing that's ever.
Yeah.
Blah, blah, blah.
No, I do think the marketing for it was extremely brilliant, but I think
the marketing's great. Man, talk about a good campaign.
Yeah. No, it was very, very good. And like I said, I think that, like, I don't think you'll go into it and be like, oh, that was, what the hell even was that? I don't think it's going to be that, but I'm just curious. I'm curious to hear what you say.
Okay.
I could be wrong. You could be like, it was the best thing I've ever seen in my life. Who knows?
Well, I hope it is, and I hope you're just wrong.
Okay, well, that's fine too. I enjoyed it thoroughly.
Midwest Angelica. I'm already excited. I'm just looking at some of the episode titles, and I'm seeing a lot of biblical references. Babylon, Azazel. This is all up my alley, so I'm excited. But without further ado, are you ready to begin with Call Now?
Oh, I'm ready.
The thing you always do with these is you always check the description, right? Because descriptions almost always have something going on, right?
I had no idea. See, I saw you doing that last time. Do people like throw little clues into the descriptions all the time? I'm a mindless ape, and I'm like, click. Don't read anything.
So the place they hide messages is the description and the closed captions.
Okay.
It says Midwest Angelica 000. The tape was discovered at the Oklahoma Cherokee site. It is believed that the footage, which depicts an advertisement on KMTV Channel 3, was recorded sometime between October 31st of 1991 and January the 1st of 1992. The product depicted in the advertisement, a film titled Midwest Angelica, has yet to be recovered. So,
okay.
Here we go. Are you ready?
I am ready.
Let's go.
1999. A corpse descends from the cosmos right into your backyard.
Hell yeah.
The ultimate in science fiction. An alien thriller.
I'm already
a threat unlike any other. This is the Midwest Angelica.
Let's go.
Dude,
the music,
that
the vibe.
music is so hype. What the
Let's
fuck?
go.
A twister of biblical proportions. Don't hesitate.
Dude, I'm
This
popping my
is your
pussy right now.
chance. Call within the next 50.
Dude, I wish this shit was real. I wish there was a tape.
There might be.
I wish there
There
was
might
a
be.
tape, man.
Mandela
Hopefully-
Catalog has a physical tape you can get. So,
Okay,
I mean,
well,
it
I'm down for
might
that.
be out there.
So yeah, little.
Alright.
And I like the little like just that being your channel trailer. That's fun.
Yeah. There was, for one, the music went hard, as discussed, but did you see this thing?
Yeah, the arm.
Yeah, the arm, okay.
I just want to say I love
That's
the
so cool.
the grain too, with that kind of like chrome sunset or yeah, basically like a little sunset kind of thing. Such a
Plus,
sick-
there's like the constant fuzz, like the really loud, like the audio mess up. Yeah,
it's like a
feels
it's like
very
the
authentic.
audio gain is really up high. It's like nice deal. Which that tentacle did look very Lovecraftian.
Thank you. There we go. There's the first part of the bingo card.
Thank you. Bingo it up. Bingo it up,
something
bitch.
up to the camera. Anyway, well, aesthetically, I'm already in.
Yeah, I mean,
Obviously, not a lot to go off of story-wise yet, but man, what a setup.
Well, we know that it's about an alien of some kind
Right.
dropping into Earth. But I tell you what, like I said, dude, I mean, my little clam burger was slapping together, dancing. I was popping it out there.
I was
dude.
into that one. That went hard.
Oh, dude.
That was so good.
Yeah.
I'm excited. I'm already sold. I'm already into it. So let's just get into the next one. All right, already a lot. Let's read the description first. So,
Okay.
It is believed that the tape was created from sometime between April and July of 1999. However, the tape depicts footage originating as early back as 1985. It is thought that the tape was used internally at home and NASA for assessment of the circumstances surrounding AZ-001. The tape was discovered within the Grand Forks and Technical College rubble. Oh, okay. That's not good.
No.
So home, whatever home is, which I think we're going to find out here, and NASA used this surrounding something called the AZ-001, and it was found in the rubble of Grand Forks Technical College. Okay, interesting.
The following presentation is property of home and is not to be distributed.
By the way, Alex Kister, the creator of the Mandela Catalog, commented on this video and said, "These are the best, most authentic visuals I've ever seen in analog horror. It's criminal that this doesn't have more attention." So that's mighty high praise for this episode we're about to watch.
Mighty high praise.
That's mighty fine attention, if I do say so.
Yeah,
I'm gonna continue to eat. I'm gonna snack out for a bit. We're gonna enjoy some Midwest Angelica. And then once I'm done snacking out, yeah, we're gonna watch. I got a few other things. We're gonna watch the Splooge Monster. We're gonna listen to it, and then we might just troll the Creepcast or subreddit or Creepcast submissions and find some other stuff to read. So that is the plan as of right now. And probably watch some more short horror films too. And I do think there are some more parts to Midwest Angelica, so I might just even, after we're watching this or as we're watching this, I might just skip to the end and kind of figure out where they end and then watch whatever new parts there are of Midwest Angelica, because I think there are some new ones. I'm almost positive.
I do say so myself. If I do possibly present myself as such.
Around April of this year, we picked up an anomalous biosignature around Jupiter's orbit. The object, which we've codenamed AZ-001, appears to be 66.3 kilometers in diameter. We still need more data to prove if life is indeed thriving on this object.
Okay.
Can I say American brain here? How big is 66 kilometers?
It's like 40 miles, I think.
So the AZ001 is 40 miles long. It's that big.
Yeah, maybe like 35, somewhere around there.
35 to 40 miles. That's crazy. So it's a giant, like literally Jack and the Beanstalk, fucking giant floating around in space.
Bigger than that. I mean, visualize in your head something 44 miles from you.
I guess that's true. That's huge.
That's how tall it is, right?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
All biosignature scans taken between June and September of 1985.
It's 41 miles, to be exact.
41 miles.
Yep.
I'm just writing this down.
Man, that's big. No wonder this thing like made an impact. I wonder if it's supposed to be wormwood or something.
If it's supposed to be what?
Wormwood. It's this in the Book of Revelations. It talks about a meteor that will hit the Earth, and it describes it says its name is wormwood.
That's not a very fun name for a fucking doomsday asteroid. Wormwood.
It's there's significance with the name related to Old Testament prophecy and stuff like that. Like it's very, very biblical, you know.
I see. Well, yeah. I just wouldn't mind, like, I don't know, Titan. Something weird like that, right?
Sure, yeah. You know what? You take it up with God.
Yeah, well, I'm going to shake my fist at the sky. I'm going to say, get better names, you son of a bitch, is what I'm going to say outside.
Believe that it will reach the vicinity of Earth's orbit by the year 1999.
Don't like that.
No.
Made the decision to form a group known as the Division of Heavenly Operation and Material Exam. I have been chosen as one of the lead positions in home.
It's almost strange to say this, but the object seems to be emanating massive, detectable brainwaves. We have detected the presence of delta waves here at home, HQ, which are the same sort of waves generated during deep sleep in humans.
That's so sick.
Currently in the process of attempting to code these waves to gather more information regarding AZ001 and its potential effects.
The effects for this are great as well, by the way. Like, I know a lot of it's like stock footage or whatever, but like the graphs of like brainwaves and stuff like that look so convincing.
Yeah, it's fun. Yeah. I like all the stock footage too. Super fun.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Go ahead and say it. What does that look like?
It looks Lovecraftian, it does. But I will say that's so
say
fun.
The thing.
This is so fucking sick.
It is.
AZ001 Alpha. Uh-oh. Old boy's coming in hot. Look at him. Lord have mercy!
He is cooking.
Get along, slow that boy down!
You gotta put some brakes on that kid.
Wait, is he gonna land in Newport, Nebraska? Is that why they set the deal up there? Or that's Oklahoma? Nice.
Some of this could have been like recorded in like I know a lot of guys will do stuff in like edited like Arma lobbies or something like that, or maybe like if this is like fully CG, it could be like a Blender thing. So
yeah, I mean, I know Kane does all of Blender and stuff, which it still amazes me how people can make this 3D stuff. And I know that they use the analog aspect of it to hide all of the
imperfections. And
yeah,
stuff
exactly.
Like that, yeah.
This looks real. This looks like you could just record this in your backyard kind of thing. What the hell is that? Now, I wouldn't touch that if I were you. Looks like a giant finger. Uh-oh. Yeah! No! All right, that is the end of the tape.
Man, how hard does that go? His face melting.
Yeah, the guy sitting there with a fucking flame tube. Doesn't even look like a flamethrower. He's just like, I'm gonna go ahead and burn this. All right. I love the alien aspect of it. I said the evangelical. Am I saying that right? Evangelical.
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 Well, evangelical is like religion. Do you mean angelic?
No.
So you're looking for?
I guess I was saying like the religious aspect to the sci-fi.
Oh yeah,
to this
the
thing.
biblical.
It's just
touch of it. Yeah.
The religious kind of weird thing of them labeling, which A001 is this giant structure, and then a chunk of it, which is A001 Alpha, breaks off and lands into Earth's crust, and it's just basically this weird, like, squid finger-looking thing. And then now it's obviously killed people, so I'm curious to see.
It looks like people that come into contact with it get like almost like a fungus, like it grows over them. Because that guy, it was like he was melting out of his helmet, but then like, it crawled out of the helmet after it came off.
Yeah.
So it's like a possessor thing almost.
That's what it feels like. Next video up is attention.
Attention. Would you like me to go ahead and read the description?
You want to read I can read. Do you want me to read it, or do you want to read it?
If you want to read, you go right ahead.
Yeah, let me read. I'll read the description this time because I like doing a nice little description. Midwest Angelica 001 bracket S. The footage is believed to have been recorded sometime in 1995. No known records of any pesticide tests were found to have taken place in the areas shown that year. Interesting.
Okay. Whatever that means.
Also, I kind of like that they're kind of going back and forth in time. So we ended in 1999 when it actually landed. So I'm guessing that now we're going to have some stuff where it's probably going to be, it's going to keep time jumping. You know what I mean? Probably from 1985 up till 1999. We're going to keep going through there of how they were trying to handle this issue.
Yeah, I think so.
If you or loved one are living in any of the counties shown on your screen, you're encouraged to consult your doctor or call the toll-free number below for a free evaluation today. Tests of an experimental pesticide containing ingredients linked to insomnia, somnambulism, strange or uncomfortable dreams, and general sleep problems have
all from a pesticide.
1-800-555-4664.
So that's the end of it. So what's kind of interesting is it's interesting that they said that no known pesticides are actually known to have been occurred that year. So whatever kind of announcement that was, it was either not legit or it was just swept under the rug.
I think it's clearly not pesticide. I think some organization, probably Home, knows of something that was going down in 95, again, likely related to the, the thing. The giant body in the sky.
The giant man. Next, we have Starfield, and the description reads, little is known about Starfield Ranch other than what is shown in the footage. Files containing information about the Jones family were recovered from Home HQ alongside the tape itself, which seems to have been annotated by Home. The files also state that it is unknown how the camera continued to operate long after its battery should have been depleted. Ooh.
Interesting.
Okay, so also, nice. It looks like the date reads here 1/16/1999. So
this would have been when the chunk hit the Earth.
This is when A001 Alpha hit Earth.
Yes. Yeah. What happened to Rocky?
I don't know.
He's probably fine. I'm sure Rocky's okay.
What happened to Rocky?
Where's Rocky?
Don't worry about it.
Rocky? Is that you, Rocky?
I also love that these are probably two very young people. I like how the dad's like almost in borderline skinny jeans.
Yeah, the dad's like maybe not 19.
Yeah. Well, boy, I went to PacSun and I got myself a pair of jeans. Don't worry about it.
Like any father would, of course, naturally. What happened to Rocky?
I don't know.
What happened to Rocky? Also, 4:44 a.m. That's fun. There's a like these old urban legends. For one, 444 is an angel number, so that has significance. But also, there's all these little urban legends online. Don't turn on any electronics at 4:44, or else something will happen. Whatever. Just a fun time to set it up.
What? Rocky? Uh-oh. Rocky, you're sounding kind of funny over there, buddy. Come here, Rocky. Oh, shit.
Rocky?
You should
I did, yeah. That's cool. Go back to that. Trev,
what the fuck was that?
He's just feeling a little strange today. He must have ate some bad chicken. Haha.
Several minutes of footage are too degraded to view. Only a select few frames are discernible.
Yeah, it's him getting absolutely jumped by Rocky.
There you go.
Yep. Rocky,
no!
Rocky, no! Yo, that's so cool. The deer.
That is.
It's
sick.
like coming out of a deer to other deer. That's dope.
Is that a deer or is that the dog? Or
I think
I see the deer in the background, but it looks like it's coming out of Rocky.
Okay, so the previous one looked like a deer. Well, no, that kind of is a dog. You're
This is a dog,
I guess I
yeah.
need to know what Rocky looks like. Okay.
I see the deer's like doing a little drive-by. It's like, what the fuck is that?
There's no protocol for this.
Yeah, what the hell? Or maybe it was a deer and it's infecting all of the animals in the forest. Maybe.
Yeah. Gunshots are audible. I could imagine.
Rocky!
Rocky, no!
Rocky, stop! Well, kind of almost looked like the dad was getting a little freaky with the squid, though, huh?
yeah, just hand up in the
just
air.
a little bit. He's like, God, what are you doing to me now? Oh, son, get inside. Rocky's not feeling well.
Son, you need to go tell your mom not to come outside. I'm going to be busy with Rocky for a little while.
Son, go inside and get my jar of molasses and honey. Quick, go. Your daddy
Get the
needs
butter.
it. Avery Jones is assimilated. Uh-oh.
Even if it wasn't taken
Uh-oh,
from
and
someone
pregnant.
like, a Sophie girl, like where they have child porn that they're distributing.
Okay, I don't want to watch that. I wanted to watch posted, on. I don't know what the plagued moth admitting to watching a lot. Okay, no comment. Oh, I don't want to watch this. Oh, the Sophie Ryan incident? Okay, so this is... I want to watch this creepypasta. Or music video.
Ma'am, I hate to tell you this, but you're walking into some pretty artsy camera angles. This will not turn out well for you. It's like you're in an A24 film, if it was made by someone who worked at Forever 21.
The creepypasta movie came out in 2023 to mixed review. Creepypasta, the movie, is an anthology film with 10 separate short films within its runtime. Now, these 10 films are held together with an 11th short film, which basically is a thread explaining why all of these videos are being shown. Now, behind the Creepypasta movie are some first-time film creators and some seasoned veterans like Mr. Creepypasta and Vincent Vinacava. Now, if those names sound familiar, Mr. Creepypasta is a very large narrator or reader of other people's stories on YouTube who has been embroiled in fraud and grooming children. Vincent Vinacava may sound familiar because that's his little buddy, that's his friend. It's someone who's worked with him on his channel for a long time. Vincent Vinacava is also somebody who tried to trademark the word creepypasta for their exclusive use. Now, at the time, they were putting out a comic book called Creepypasta, and so they wanted to trademark the title so that other people couldn't use it. Vincent Vinacava said he was trying to protect it so that other bad people couldn't trademark it. But then he, had a post up where he was asking directly, how to stop other people from using the word. It's a whole big thing. That's for another time. This is a movie review. This is fun. So yeah, Creepypasta the movie. I recently found out that this movie is actually free to watch, like on Tubi. Not sure where it was before that, if anywhere. So I decided to dig in and watch the Creepypasta movie and sort of give like a little review. So I'll watch this film and I'll, give it a fair shake. And, who knows, maybe it'll turn out to be an excellent... oh, no. Now, if you check out Creepypasta movie on Facebook, you'll find that Creepypasta is a Screambox exclusive. What does that mean? I don't fucking know. We got the title, Creepypasta, and we've got the tagline. It's not just a story anymore. And I want you to keep that in mind. Keep that tagline in mind as we go forward. It'll come into play later. As you can see, it's self-described as the first feature-length horror anthology devoted to the horror fiction phenomena known as creepypasta. Now, the creepypasta film started out with a very different cover, like a little VHS mock-up here. Very interesting. It's using clip art, which I guess is, par for the course with creepypastas. Like, the thumbnails for narrations pretty much steal images from across the internet, so having a stolen image as your first cover for your movie, whatever. The creepypasta, the nightmare is viral. You may notice that's a bit of a different motto there on the bottom. And one other thing you may find in looking over their old posts is that this film was a contest, essentially. Yeah, if you want your short film to be featured in the Creepypasta movie, all you had to do was submit it to them, agree that you would show it nowhere else ever, I guess, and not get paid. Because, surprise, filmmakers were offered exposure and a cut of profits should the film turn a profit. I don't think this film turned a profit, meaning nobody got paid. Now, that's just my assumption. Somebody out there, if you made a video that...
Of course, dude. Exposure. That is the currency online. It is not currency. It is not even cryptocurrency. It is exposure. This is interesting. I like this video so far. I didn't know about this until I saw this post, and I was like, well, I don't think I'm gonna watch the movie, so maybe I'll watch this movie review. And with all the the drama, surround it leading up, that it was a contest in which no one would get paid, even the people who won and had their movies featured, and then, the stuff with Mr. Creepypasta being involved and stuff. I'm like, this is good. This has a lot to, in terms of whatever. A lot of juicy details, so I'm enjoying it so far.
Was featured in the Creepypasta movie. Let me know, did they ever pay you? But yeah, this gives us a little bit of information here. Send your submissions to Tony@schlockfilms.com. So we have identified the main organizing, company of this film, which is Schlock Films, and it was done in association with Midnight Hour. Midnight Hour being the trademarked name, or attempted trademarked name, of Vincent Vinacava and Mr. Creepypasta's production company. Now, you may notice something here, right on this rule right here. Let's take a look at this rule very closely.
Oh my God!
You must create your own original story and.
So this is just fraud. This is just false. The fact they're marketing this movie. They're marketing this movie as, it's going to be about creepypastas. It's going to be creepypastas that you know and love. But then it says you must create your own original story and characters. As much as we love to read about viral icons like Slender Man, Jeff the Killer, Russian Sleep Experiment, we're looking for new and original tales of terror, not retellings of old material. Use your imagination and give the world new original nightmares of your own creation. So they could have just called this like a horror anthology, you know?
Characters.
Has
As
nothing
much
to do
as
with
we love to
creepypasta.
read about viral icons like Slenderman, Jeff the Killer, and the Russian Sleep Experiment, we're looking for new and original tales of terror, not retellings of old material. Use your imagination and give the world new, original nightmares of your own creation.
I guess I shouldn't have read it, sorry.
Dear viewer, dear sweet, humble viewer, I have a question for you. If this is an anthology of 11 completely original short films, how is this related to creepypasta at all? These aren't creepypastas. These aren't even based on creepypastas because it's against the rules of the quote-unquote contest. This is not related in any way to creepypasta at all, except for the fact that these are short horror films which are not creepypasta. Like, what the hell? This is a complete and utter lie. The premise from the beginning is a lie. It boggles my mind. You could have named this movie anything, and it would be, just as applicable as Creepypasta the movie, because this is not about creepypasta. Now, there is a facet of this story where, at the beginning of the film, they say, a girl is missing who wrote creepypastas. And then that girl in the narration says, do you know what creepypastas are? They're horror stories on the internet, which is like very reductive, but okay. And that is where it ends. That is where the connection to creepypasta ends. I shit you not. This has absolutely nothing to do with creepypasta. So you might be saying right now, okay, these aren't based on creepypastas, but maybe they have the general themes of creepypasta. Maybe there's some sort of Jeff the Killer-like character. Maybe there's some kind of Smile Dog-esque creature, that type of thing. But I swear to God, these are some of the most generic indie horror films I have ever fucking seen. And I don't blame the filmmakers for that too much. I think it's the fact that this is for a contest. You're not going to enter your best idea into a contest for someone else's movie, for someone else to essentially have the rights to, to show around, and you can't show it anywhere else, and so on and so forth. If you're going to submit something to a contest and you can't show that movie yourself, like on your own channel or in any capacity, you're not going to give them like your A game just by default. It's a very bad setup for a contest, especially one with no pay, where they say you get a cut of profits, and then the movie obviously is not going to make a profit, so you get nothing. So you may be saying to yourself, well, what are these films about? So let's go through them one by one. Now this is where you can tell that absolutely no thought went into how they were presenting these films. Right away, with the first installment, the first short independent horror film, it's in another language. It's not in English. The main film, the opening of the film, everything, tying this all together is an English film, English-speaking film. The very first one they put up, subtitles, non-English speaking film. That's going to shake loose so many fucking viewers. And it just goes to show they did not put any thought into what order they were putting the videos in. Like, you put ones that are non-English speaking, you put those a little bit into your film after people are invested. You don't hit them with it right away. So, again, just goes to show they were paying no attention. But putting that aside, let's quickly go through what each of these...
even put in... Basically, you need to change the whole title of this movie from creepypasta, but then you also just put, like, these are horror... This is a horror anthology movie of short films, from across the world, and you market it as a diverse project. You don't just say that, oh, these are all the creepypastas you know and love on the big screen, and then it's not that, and then you start off with, guess what people are expecting to be an English based movie. or an English speaking movie, and then you start off in another language.
These films is about. Story number 1. A woman in her bedroom is using her phone when she follows strange lights to her closet, only to be pulled under the bed by an unseen monster in the shadows. And then the monster uses her phone to call her sister up to the room. Story number 2. A pair of children in a bedroom are discussing an imaginary monster when one of them goes outside and is kidnapped by said monster. Story number 3. An old woman in her bedroom sees a small child in her house and then is pulled into the darkness by an unseen monster. Story number 4. A woman in her bedroom is pulled into the darkness by an unseen monster. Story number 5. A man in his home is using his phone when he's grabbed by a monster in the darkness. Story number 6. Mr. Creepypasta, who has no reason to be in the film at all, manages to overact through a mask without saying a word. Story number 7. A woman using her laptop computer to send DMs is dragged into the closet by an unseen monster. Also, she has a baseball bat. Story number 8. A little boy in his bedroom sees another little boy in his bedroom and an old woman in his bedroom, and the old woman comes out of his closet and then grabs him. By the way, all 3 of these characters are at one point under the bed. Story number 9. A woman in her bedroom calls a monster through the mirror who grabs her in the darkness, and then the monster uses her phone to call her boyfriend over. Also, she has a baseball bat. Story number 10. A woman tries to get a kid to go to sleep in his bedroom, checking under his bed for monsters before being grabbed by something unseen in the closet. Then she gets away, and then she gets grabbed by the thing from the closet. Now, if you're a clever little radish, you may have spotted some themes, namely things under the bed, things in closets, people holding bats, cell phones, bedrooms. You may have noticed that a lot of these films, when you pare them down to their most basic storytelling beats, are essentially the same story. There's a woman and she gets grabbed by a creature in the dark. Sometimes it's a man or a child who gets grabbed by a creature in the dark, but essentially they're all the same story. Except for the really weird one with Mr. Creepypasta. Now, what this speaks to is the fact that this was not so much a contest as it was just a catch-all for anything people submitted. If you submitted a short indie horror film to the makers of this movie, they would put it in the anthology as long as it was competently filmed. There's absolutely no attention paid to what stories are being told, what order they're being told in, or if they're telling the same story over and over again. This is the laziest fucking shit I have ever seen. Like, if you went to No Sleep right now, if you went to r/creepypasta, if you went to any story website, and you read 10 stories in a row that had the same fucking beats, the same fucking elements to them, you would be, wondering what the hell happened to the state of creepypasta. Why is everybody writing essentially the same story? And yet here we have 10 of basically the same story. There's a person, and maybe they walk around the house a little. Maybe they talk to some other characters. But eventually they end up in their bedroom, and there's either something under the bed, or there's something in the closet. Or, if they don't go to the bedroom, there's something in the hallway closet. Or there's something up on the stairs above them. It's all the same fucking thing. Person, setting, minor setup, creature in the dark. That's it. Over and over and over again, 10 fucking times. Except for the weird one with Mr. Creepypasta. I think the one starring Mr. Creepypasta must have been written by Vincent Vinacava, because it makes the boring ones that copy each other without meaning to, it makes those look like comparatively much better. Because the one with Mr. Creepypasta is like, what the fuck are you, why? Why would you do this? Just comedically bad. But yeah, so that leaves one more story. Because remember I said there are actually 11. The overarching story that connects everything together is that this man on your screen right now needs to find a video. He needs to find a video. Now this video is on a thumb drive, and this thumb drive is in an old house, and this old house is owned by a missing 14-year-old girl, and this missing 14-year-old girl writes creepypastas, and so now she's torturing people by collecting videos of people's deaths to monsters that are not filmed found footage style, but are actually like short films with actual directing and cinematography, and she shows these videos of people's last moments before being grabbed by a closet monster to people who come to the house to find the blackmail videos that she has collected on the thumb drives, and as they watch the movies on the thumb drives trying to find the right one that has their own video, they start to bleed. And as they bleed, zombies get up in the house and they look at the person, but they don't do anything, and giant spiders, I guess, put their legs into the shot and don't do anything, and eventually, when the person finds their video of their blackmail material, they find out they're on a live stream, and then they die, so that they can't even have the shame or anything like any regret or remorse, or they can't be arrested, they can't have any comeuppance, they just die, which probably, death at that point is probably preferable to the video getting out, so you're, I guess, mercy killing them. And then the 14-year-old girl talks over a speaker to them as they die and makes fun of them. And I'm just as lost as you guys are. Suffice to say, the connective tissue between these films is literally a tissue. It is tissue thin. It is Kleenex thin. It does not make any fucking sense. And at the end of the whole movie, I'm just sitting here wondering, why was any of this made? Is this a tax write-off? Is this something where, somebody got, a kickback to make it or something like that? I don't understand why this was produced in the first place. Because if you're going to do this, it doesn't take any real work to just tell people to send in creepypasta films. Send in, we're holding a contest. We're holding a contest for a certain number of films that will be in our movie. Okay, phase 1 of the contest, masked killers. Send us your masked killer video. Fucking Blueface Magoo, Eyeless Jack. All these different characters like that. Next phase, a stranger in the distance. The next phase of our contest, send us your independent film, send us your shorts about a stranger in the distance, like Slender Man, but, not really Slender Man. You can get the theming in there. You can get that in there, and it doesn't take any work. All it takes is you setting some ground rules for what people are making. But you set no ground rules for what people were making, so everybody made a monster under the bed, monster in the closet, monster uses your cell phone story. And it's just fucking horrible. Now, I will say that there is one saving grace to this film. There is one moment in this film that brings it all together, and in my mind, takes a 0 out of 10 film to 10 out of 10. And I am not fucking joking. There is one stellar, shining moment in this film that redeems the entire thing and makes the entire runtime worth watching. Now, one little side note I'll put in here is that it's really crazy to me that Trash Arts, one of the groups behind this film, actually filmed a short for the Creepypasta movie. They filmed a short for it. And when you look at the behind the scenes of what they filmed, you've got a dude with fucking papers on the bed, like little scribble papers, like Slenderman notes. You've got like shades of actual Creepypasta elements here. And I look at these pages and I'm like, what is this? What was this film? What was this short film about? It looks like the 8 pages. I mean, you've got maybe a little bit more than 8 pages here, but you get the idea. And I'm like, what is this one that was actually based on Creepypasta, and why did you not include it? Could you not leave out, the worst of what you put in? I'm not going to, pick which one was the worst, because that would be kind of mean to the filmmakers. But leave one of them out. Put this in. It's got the elements of Creepypasta in it. Lead with this one. Because that way, it's leading with the one that has Creepypasta elements, and then maybe people will be fooled into thinking the other ones are related to Creepypasta at all. But no, I don't know what this film is. I don't know where it was put. It's probably just in a shit can somewhere, sitting on a shelf. So that's the Creepypasta movie. If you want to check it out on Tubi. It's free. I'll link it below. And as you are listening to this, up on my channel right now is a Riff Tracks inspired unofficial commentary track that you can play of me just saying a bunch of random stupid bullshit while the movie plays.
So you're just gonna go to sleep just like that. You don't have any inner demons. I don't trust people who go to sleep right away. You gotta have some inner demons. You gotta have some regrets, or I think you're a sociopath.
So if you can't get through it on your own, you have a little slime beast to listen to along the way. And hey, you know, if for no other reason, watch it for the unlicensed Captain Spaulding cameo. Won't you? If you liked this review, let me know with a like, a comment, a subscription, whatever you want to do. Just let me know if you liked this, and maybe next we'll watch Creepypasta Deathnet, a film that is made, it seems, by entirely different people. And hey, it can't be as bad as... Oh, God damn it!
Why not give the option to these people who have written these classic creepypastas, just license the story or whatever you have to do, buy the rights. You know, I'm sure it wouldn't be that expensive for some of them. And make a movie of 3 or 4 classic creepypasta stories and add on to them, reinvent them. You know, I think you can use the Slender Man character without straight up copying the story, because that, like, you know, that was a Marble Hornets thing first. So it's like, just make a similar looking creature and call him something else if you're worried about getting sued. But then at least you would have people that like the character or like the thing going to it. Or better yet, you just make a lot of really cringy, like, that was the thing. It seems like their biggest crime in this creepypasta movie was making a lot of really boring whatever short films. It's like, just make cringy funny, you know, go that route with it. Make the hooded man one, you know, a cringy guy who punches somebody and the blood won't stay in his body and he dies and he gets arrested, but then he gets let out, and then, you know, he's just the hooded man. Like, I don't know. All right. The splooge monster. Let's get into it. Last but certainly not least.
It lives in the pipes and eats what they flush. I used to think that the worst part of working nights at a men's gym would be the blood, or maybe the piss. Turns out, I was way off. Blood you get used to. Piss became simple background noise. What I didn't expect, and what I could never have prepared for, was the thing in the sewers. The thing that feeds off man juice. Yeah, I said it. This isn't some metaphor or gross out creepypasta. This is real. This thing is alive and growing fast. Faster than any creature I've ever seen. Every time some nasty ass man jerks it in the gym bathroom stall and flushes the evidence, the damn thing gets stronger, bigger, smarter. I think it's learning to crawl up. The disturbances started with the clocks. My job at the gym is cleanup. I'm the janitor. Super glorious, I know. I work the third shift, 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. I clean shit most people keep out of sight and out of mind. Used condoms, used needles, puddles of testosterone manifested as swampy ponds of sweat. A lot of the guys, they just come into the bathroom, vanish into stalls for 20 minutes, then come out sniffling and red-faced, leaving behind nothing but towels or sticky toilet paper filled with shame and filling the bathroom with a stench of desperate sadness. And the gym toilets, they were different. They didn't just clog, they gurgled. Like something below them was drinking it all in, eagerly and with gusto. At first, I thought it was sewage backup, but I started noticing a pattern. First off, it was only the men's room, and only after certain guys used it. The ones who'd walk in with gym bags and leave looking 10 pounds lighter, flushed and dazed like they'd lost more than just fluids. The ones who'd disappear into stalls with their phones and not come out for 30 minutes. One night, I got curious. Big mistake. Around 3 a.m., the gym was mostly empty. I heard this familiar slurp at the far left stall. Someone had obviously used it and flushed. I gloved up, walked across the gym, into the bathroom, into the stall, and opened the lid. The water was gone.
What's up, Rude Dude? We're listening to Splooge Monster. It's pretty gross thus far. I finished Strings Attached, or No Strings Attached, sorry, and Ross Road. And wow, Ross Road was a fucking mindfuck. But then also, I finished No Strings Attached, or I thought I did on my last stream, but it ended quick. Like I ended it early. I didn't realize I did when my computer was freaking out. So I'm sorry, but I did finish it today on this stream, and I've been streaming since like I don't know what 2-3 in the morning. So it's been a fun long stream. I'm trying to do this like I was trying to go for a more like marathon stream. So and I was able to finish Ross Road too, so that was really cool. But how are you doing? How's your day going?
All of it. Not drained, sucked. The bowl was bone dry and shiny, like someone had oiled it. Next, the smell hit me. Not shit, not piss. Something worse. Like a hospital linen chute full of old towels, bleach, and crusty body fluid from a silver flood in a teaching hospital. Mix that with the smell of a Planned Parenthood waiting room, and you're close. Sharp, sweet, rotted. That's when I saw it. Just a glimpse. Something pale, pinkish gray, slick with slime, retreating down the curve of the drain. It looked like an elongated albino giraffe tongue? Or a pretty fucked up tentacle. I swear to God, it shuddered when the overhead lights flickered. I thought I was hallucinating. I even tried to write it off as sleep deprivation. Until the next night, that is. The gym was quiet all throughout my shift. Just me that night. Alfonso had ducked out early to smoke a blunt and drink 40s with Eleanor, the cashier at the 7-Eleven next door. Just me. A quiet gym. I'm scraping gum and something I don't want to know what off of the shower floor when I hear it again. The deep gurgling. The same stall.
I did. I really enjoyed No Strings Attached too. I'm I'm pissed at myself because I didn't capture my initial read through of that last that last part. So my reaction on the stream today wasn't as, you know, whatever. Like I had read it before, so obviously I knew what was gonna happen, but I can't say it enough. I love the tone of that story. I love that it's, you know, it's a naive whatever clumsy idiot guy who's charming too. And yeah, I just love I love the lines where he's like it goes from like, you know, I was sure that she was gonna eat me, you know, but at the same time she was the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen, you know. Like I love the way that it transitions between that. So yeah, watch the VOD and you know, yeah, it's a great story. And then Ross Road, I mean, don't even get me started, but Ross Road just kind of made me like I just need to swap theories with like other people who have read it so that I can try to figure out what the fuck. Because as far as I can tell, I don't here or no, this is no strings attached. I didn't leave. Fuck yeah, I exited out of it, but I basically just said like, here, I'm just gonna pull it back up. Come on, why when you type in Ross Road does it not just come up? Gotta go to Creepcast submissions and then I gotta find it. And where's my recent bar? That got popped out. God damn it. I gotta click through all the parts. Hold on, we're getting there. Oh, it's Ross RD. Okay, sorry, my bad. You're right. I spelled it out and I shouldn't have done that. I'm almost there anyway. It's the part I want to get to, but basically, yeah, this is the comment. I was like, so when spoilers, by the way. So when Jack drew the arrow symbol like on his hand, was that him admitting his powerlessness and just kind of coming to terms with the bad shit happening no matter what choice you make? IDK, what a mindfuck of a story. I loved it. Please read and comment, people, because I need to swap fan theories and interpretations. And that's kind of my opinion. Obviously, I had a lot more to say that you can watch on the VOD, but essentially, yeah, that's where I kind of finally came to. At least in terms of the ending and like my interpretation of it, but you know, there is there's a lot more that I probably like missed or what like I don't know, with the Mandevilla blooms and stuff and the people in the church like you know, like fearing them and thinking of them as the devil. I kind of thought like, well, maybe the flowers and the vines and shit that move around and grab stuff. I was like, maybe they're like a good entity, right? You know, maybe they're and I guess in a way they were, because like ultimately they let Jack go and like let him leave the road because he, I don't know, made the right choice, or because he you know, he whatever, he showed that the futility of making choices. I don't know. And so they ultimately did, like, the siren head girl let him go, but I mean, man, it was just brutal. And it was brutal with the shit with his brother, and hearing the, you know, the conversations and stuff, like through his brother's like open mouth and all that stuff. And then the fact that at the end, he just hears the siren coming in the distance, and that's his saving grace. Like you said, like, I love that. I love that ending. I think that's a really great, you know, subversion of, and the part earlier in the story when he writes about like how we all hear a siren, and it, you know, it stops us in our tracks, and we all know what it means, and stuff like that. Like, that paragraph was like my favorite paragraph in the whole story. I loved it. Yeah, exactly. That's my same feeling too. It's like, I'm not sure why the road let him go, but I like, yeah, I like the open-endedness of it. And I just liked, I do like that he got out, because I'm like, even if it's completely random how you make it out, I'm just like, that to me makes it a more interesting story, because now I'm like, well, it wasn't just a deep dive into all of Jack's trauma throughout his life just to kill him at the end. Now he has to go back to his life and like deal with it all, or try to learn from this crucible of past trauma and horrific shit that he's been through. You know what I mean? So I like the ending a lot. I do. And now we're listening to the Splooge Monster, which, you know, which I'm down for, and I think I'm even gonna go back a few minutes. Because honestly, I love that it lives in the pipes and eats what they flush. And this is like such a creepy concept, especially if you've heard of what a fatberg is. Fatbergs are absolutely disgusting things that clog up sewer systems, and they're from people using like flushable wipes, because they don't actually disintegrate. And I picture this monster, like, obviously it could just be a cum monster like is here, but I picture it as like this disgusting fucking thing with like hair and shit. And yeah, it's gross. This is a very gross concept, but I do like this story so far. And you know, it's funny too, the way
dazed, like they'd lost more than just fluids. The ones who disappear into stalls with their phones and not come out for 30 minutes.
Like that detail right there. He's like, I started noticing when the toilet got clogged, I started noticing the type of people to go in there. And it was only the men's room, and it was guys who went in and came out looking whatever, like 10 pounds lighter, or went in with their phones and stayed in there for 30 minutes. I'm like, holy shit.
One night, I got curious. Big mistake. Around 3 a.m., the gym was mostly empty. I heard this familiar slurp at the far left stall. Someone had obviously used it and flushed. I gloved up, walked across the gym, into the bathroom, into the stall, and opened the lid. The water was gone. All of it. Not drained, sucked. The bowl was bone dry and shiny, like someone had oiled it. Next, the smell hit me. Not shit, not piss, something worse. like a hospital linen chute full of old towels, bleach, and crusty body fluid from a silver flood in a teaching hospital. Mix that with the smell of a Planned Parenthood waiting room, and you're close. Sharp, sweet, rotted. That's when I saw it, just a glimpse. Something pale, pinkish gray, slick with slime, retreating down the curve of the drain. It looked like an elongated albino giraffe tongue, or a pretty fucked up tentacle. I swear to God, it shuddered when the overhead lights flickered. I thought I was hallucinating. I even tried to write it off as sleep deprivation. Until the next night, that is. The gym was quiet all throughout my shift. Just me that night. Alfonso had ducked out early to smoke a blunt and drink 40s with Eleanor, the cashier at the 7-Eleven next door.
I love that. Like, yes, this is an absurd concept, and yes, it's completely gross. But I also love just these little funny details about Alfonso ducked out early to drink a 40 and smoke a blunt with the girl at 7-Eleven across the street.
The gym was quiet all throughout my shift. Just me that night. Alfonso had ducked out early to smoke a blunt and drink 40s with Eleanor, the cashier at the 7-Eleven next door. Just me. A quiet gym. I'm scraping gum and something I don't want to know what off of the shower floor when I hear it again. The deep gurgling. The same stall. It had to be. But unlike usual, it didn't stop after the flush. As I set my tools down and stood up, I heard a splash. Not a little one, mind you, a massive one. Like someone had dropped a whole Thanksgiving turkey into the kiddie pool. The sound of heavy, beleaguered breathing was all I could hear after the sound of the water hitting the floor. Wet, syrupy respiration, like something thick and coated in mucus was exhaling through a straw. I stepped out of the shower room and stopped cold. The stall door was open. A trail of what looked like thick, cloudy sputum oozed from the bowl to the tile, where it pooled in little uncomfortably white globs like someone sneezed out an entire soul. In the bowl itself, the water bubbled. Just a few blips at first, then violently, like a pot left too long on a burner. Before I knew what was happening, something began reaching out of the toilet drain. A hand. It wasn't human. It had far too many knuckles, skin like chewed up foreskin. Long, writhing fingers reached out, tipped with little suction cups like an octopus trying to mimic the elegant form of the human hand, but it had gotten it dreadfully wrong. It gripped the rim of the bowl, squelched violently, and slowly pulled something else upward. I didn't wait to see what it wanted to expose. I just ran. I didn't clock out. I didn't lock up. I ran out the emergency exit, into the alley, and hopped the back fence. I immediately turned and puked behind the Panda Express dumpster as if I had just come face to face with God's forbidden premier chimera. I called in sick the next night, and the one after that. But guilt brought me back. That gym is in the middle of a major downtown area. Hundreds of people use it every day, if not thousands, and almost 2/3 of that traffic flows through at night too. If some powerfully malevolent and disgustingly wet splooge monster is crawling up through the sewer to get a taste of whatever sweaty gym bros are flushing, I couldn't just let them get tainted. So, feeling like United States Senator Larry Craig, I set up a camera in the gym's men's bathroom. Hidden directly under the sink, motion activated. I figured it would catch maybe some weird plumbing stuff, maybe a raccoon or something, right? I was deluding myself, still attempting to convince myself I'd hallucinated everything. Those efforts were futile, of course. I watched the footage the next morning after biscuits and gravy and my morning Red Bull. The next morning for the creature came from a behemoth. The next meal for the creature came from a behemoth. Big dude, shirtless, walked into the stall with a phone, stayed for about 10 minutes. You could hear his happy time, gross, squelchy sounds, heavy breathing, skin slapping skin. I won't describe much more than that. It was gross. I felt gross. Can't believe I listened to that shit. He flushed, stood up, wiped his hands on his shorts, and walked out. Then, silence. For about 30 seconds. Bubble, gurgle, slorp. The bowl emptied fast, and I saw it again. This time the camera caught it clearly. It rose up from the pipes. Tall, thin, dripping with white slime. Its body was translucent, almost the texture of jelly, but laced with dark, vein-like tendrils. No eyes, no mouth, just a pulsing mass of orifices, some opening and closing like gills, the others twitching like they were hungry. No eyes, but in my gut, I felt like it could see me. Even the next day, watching the footage, looking straight through the camera. At the center of its chest, something glowed, faintly, like a core. I paused the footage. It wasn't just glowing. It was moving, like a heart. And it was full of floating things. Little white dots. Thousands of them. It dawned on me what they were, and my breakfast evacuated itself into the trash. It wasn't eating semen. It was collecting it, storing it, breeding with it. I quit the next day. Didn't even give notice. Just sent an email and blocked the manager's number. But I couldn't get it out of my head. I immediately began research. Sewer mutants, folklore, cryptids, nada. There's nothing on this thing. No name, no warnings. Like I'm the first person who ever saw it. Or maybe I'm just the first person who didn't come and go, the first man not to be caught in its spell. I haven't told anyone until now. I haven't needed or wanted to. But last night, something happened. I was in my apartment, 4th floor, miles and miles from that gym. I flushed the toilet, and that's when I heard that fucking sound again. That heavy, mucus-laden, beleaguered breath, followed by something new. A whisper, barely audible over the hum of the fan. I've been peeing in bottles and shitting in the alley since that night. How can I ever use a toilet again?
That was awesome. I did not think I would like it as much as I did, but that was very creepy, and I'm scared to use the toilet now. I don't even know if you'd... I guess it is... It's body horror at first in terms of he's explaining the grossness of the gym and like the needles and the testosterone laden sweat and all that shit like that. That's the type of cryptid who would rob a bank, and I'm not talking about money. Yes, bro, that is the perfect idea for part 2. That is the thing. It breaks or maybe that with our narrator, it starts to be like, get me more, you know? And so the guy's like, he doesn't want to give it any shit or whatever, and so he's just like, well, if you want splooge the most, I know a place that has a lot of it, and he helps it. I don't know if that's a creepypasta anymore. I don't know if that's even a horror story, but I want the story where he helps the splooge monster rob a sperm bank. I love that. I think that is where the story needs to go. And it fucking, like, it kills people. It, like, fucking shoots out its tentacles, and it shoots down people's throats, and they're like, oh, and it shoots out their eyes and shit. Yeah, that would be awesome. But yeah, that was great. Again, that was just from the regular creepcast, scary like, or fan made stories, sorry. Where did my fucking thing go? Okay, there we go. Sorry, Jesus Christ. And I was just searching through it before I started streaming last night, and I saw that it was a video of a reading of the story, and I was like, okay, damn, hell yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, really, that's what it is. The splooge symbiote, Venom 4, yeah. It does look like that is what I didn't have that thought come to mind, but I was like, this reminds me of something I've seen before, you know what I mean? And of course, yeah, Venom is exactly what it looks like, or the other monsters in Venom. Which I think they just did they called it The Last Dance or whatever. But yeah. Here, I'll comment on it. That is so funny, bro. The splooge symbiote. Well, and then you could have a sort of a symbiote universe where then there is a shit monster too, and they fight and shit. Oh God. What is this world coming to? I love it. All right, yeah, so I think let's see. Well, all right, yeah, so I am going to read this story. I read one of, and I am getting pretty tired, so I think this might be the last thing that I do, but streaming for 7 hours isn't easy, but I am bummed because I do, now that I have Rude Dude and Jesus Peace here, or a few people stopping by, I am inclined to continue, but I don't want to overdo it. I don't want to stream for so long and then just be completely like, I don't want to stream again for a month. You know what I mean? This already has been pretty much a marathon stream, so I might as well just finish strong, finish with the story. I read the one yeah, take care. Can't wait for the VOD later. Yeah, for sure, man. No, don't worry. The VOD will. I don't know. YouTube's weird. Like it doesn't just let me. With Twitch, I feel like you just click a button and it pretty much just uploads the VOD. But with YouTube, it just says uploading. Like it does it in its own time. So I don't really control when it goes up, but it will be up. I'm sure it'll actually take a long time because the fucking stream was so long. But yeah, thank you, and that's fine. And no worries. I appreciate you stopping by, and I'm just gonna read this story though, so that way I finish with the story. I spent some time reading, what's it called, reading, or we watched some short films, we watched, we did some other stuff on this stream too, and I am looking for more like if there's a horror short you want me to check out or anything like that. Cool. We watched Slime. What's his name? Like Slime. It's not Slime Boss. It's I don't know, but it was his video. Slime Beast. Slime Beast. About the creepypasta movie, and it was pretty funny, and he had a lot of good points just about how this was a stupid thing that Mr. Creepypasta did, almost like a vanity project that they just didn't even think out, that they just didn't even really try to make good. And yeah, so I'm trying to do some other stuff, especially, you know, on these longer streams, and I want to watch more stuff too, or listen to more stories, just so that, you know, my voice doesn't completely get shredded, you know. But thank you for stopping by. Peace out, homie. So yeah, and there is a new pig in the barn, and I'm terrified of it. I've also read from Sweetly Phoenix. It's just I forget exactly what it is, but it's like I bought a sex doll and things are starting to get weird or something like that. And that story was crazy and very scary in an even unsettling sort of way, I would say, but it was very good. And so, you know, I'm going to read this one. We're going to see what it's all about. Here, let's get some music up in this biatch. There's a new pig in the barn, and I'm terrified of it. I've never told anyone this before. Working at a slaughterhouse was awful, but what happened on the farm was much, much worse. The work on the farm was always the same, but I remember those few days particularly well. The blade slipped from my gloved hands. Here, hold on, I'll be right back. I'm actually gonna get a drink. I'm gonna get an energy drink because I gotta go run some errands after this, so. Got to throw on my Midwest Angelica.
It is me. Son, you're going to be about to have a new brother or sister from your pop here.
Hey, Bree Jones is now pregnant.
Yeah!
Yo! Go back. I want to look at it.
I love that little hand. That's probably a practical prop.
That had to be. Yeah,
Look
yeah,
at
yeah.
that light coming up from the ground up, though.
You have to press play. Yo!
That's your brother's hand.
Let's go.
All right.
Let me come meet your new brother.
Now, Avery, don't worry. This is your son. This is your brother's new hand. Don't worry about it.
Hey, look, we're going to raise him Christian.
Come over here and touch
should.
your brother. Give him a nice handshake.
Mom?
Uh-oh.
Mom?
Nice.
Infection.
Nice. Let's go. I love the thing. Give me that like bioplague.
So here it almost looks like, so obvious.
Put it in
that's
my
a cow.
blood.
Nice.
Yeah. Put it in my blood.
Oh, don't go down the septic tank, boy.
I've never told anyone this before. No, we are down here. The work at the farm was always the same, but I remember those few days particularly well. The blade slipped from my gloved hand, slick and red, clattered on the solid dirt. I gripped the edges near my wrists and pulled them off like shed skin. The barn was hot. Sweat was dripping down my body and pooling on my palms where the gloves used to be. The farm always smelled like ammonia, sweat, and dirt. Sometimes, after a fresh kill, it nearly smelled sweet, like old pork. It was always unpleasant. I gagged when I thought of it. The pigs were really what made it so hot. Heat seeped from their large bodies in waves. I could feel it the second I entered the barn. They had thick skin, pale pink and covered in a thin layer of hair. Their eyes were black and shiny. They often held solid, intense emotion, fear, intelligence. I tried not to look at them much. Too much. It made me uncomfortable. Farming wasn't a violent business, sure. I killed, but I wasn't violent. Not like at the slaughterhouse. This job was different. Smaller demand and smaller supply meant time didn't matter as much. I didn't have to be so rough with the different pigs if they didn't. I didn't have to be so rough with the pigs if they didn't cooperate. I didn't get so mad either. My job was to take food to every pen, check their water, and help clean up. And when the time was right, when they needed to be sold, I would kill. I had been working at the farm for a while when I found the fourth pig. That day, I came into the barn carrying a bucket of corn, soybeans, and barley. I balanced it against my chest and grunted. There were 3 pigs in every pen. There were 42 pigs on the farm. Except today, in the pen looming ahead of me, there were 4. I frowned. At first I thought I had miscounted, but there was an extra pig here. Carefully, I set down the bucket. The first 3 I could recognize. If you could recognize a pig, not that I knew them well, but simply that they were familiar, and this 4th one was not. He was foul. He was looking directly at me. His body peeled with old skin and dried mud. Heat didn't emit from him like the others. In fact, only for a moment, I thought the air felt cold. Air around him felt cold. He was large and long, and his nose tilted downwards grotesquely. His eyes were black. They held no fear. It was a pig I had never seen before. "I don't think you're supposed to be here," I murmured. The words were very slow when I said it. My tongue stuck to the roof of my mouth, and I took a short breath. No pigs had been killed today, but I thought I could smell something sweet. Before I could empty the bucket, the 4th pig began to choke. He struggled with a noise in his throat. It wasn't anything like the pigs usually sounded like. I was used to hearing them. It was the only sound on the farm. I heard it so much, I thought it must have been trapped in the barn walls and in the clothes I wore to work, staining everything like smoke. I knew I would never forget it. The sighs, the squeals, the grunts those pigs made. But the sound I heard now was different from all that. It sounded strained. It sounded like it hurt. It was a low-pitched squeal followed by an organic scraping sound. It was hoarse and harsh and reminded me of gagging. I knew what a pig larynx looked like. I had dissected one in high school far before I knew I would end up killing them for a living. It's wide, white meat. The vocal folds are narrow, slit-like, and not made for the kind of noise this pig was attempting to make. Thought came to my mind and I frowned. This pig was trying to talk. The pig kept opening and closing his mouth so I could see the red and black gums inside. Saliva was falling between his crooked yellow teeth. I immediately looked away. Maybe this pig was trying to talk? I dismissed the thought. I picked up the bucket again and made my way to the pen a few feet away. I could still hear the fourth pig making that sound. It was louder now. I could hear it above the rest of the pigs. That night I thought of the slaughterhouse. I needed to know if I had seen something like it before. The fourth one in a pen for 3. I needed to know if I'd ever met a pig like that. Most of my memories of my old work were fuzzy. I had only been 19 when I took the job. In the slaughterhouse, there was only metal and blood. The air stank of warmth and iron. It stuck inside my lungs like an intruder. I could taste it. Even over all the bleach they were using, I could still smell it. Everyone was in a hurry, and everyone was angry. A lot of them didn't want to admit how angry they really were. They had to keep moving. There was all this pressure to get things done. The animals had to move. It didn't matter what the workers did to make that happen. The pigs were lifted by their back legs. They would be trembling. They were always trembling. But then they were stunned with electricity and shot once in the head. And after all that, the pigs needed to be scalded. They were submerged in boiling water till everything turned soft. The skin, hair, and filth scraped off in loose chunks. I quit my job at the slaughterhouse when a coworker killed his wife. He took her steam iron and struck her on the head. I don't know what happened after that. I didn't know my coworker's thoughts, or what he did when he was finished, or how long the trial took, but I knew the man had been too angry to stop there. When the police came for him, she was only exposed meat. I knew a violent place creates violent things, and I knew I had to leave. That's why I didn't work at the slaughterhouse anymore. That's why I tried not to think about it too much. About what could have been, or why I was killing pigs. The rest of my night was restless, with unpleasant memories. But I knew for sure this was my first time seeing a pig like that. The next morning was too hot. My skin stung in the air, and sweat dripped down my back and forehead. The fourth pig was still there. He was looking at me when I entered the barn. He didn't stop looking at me until I stood in front of the pen, and only then did I see the other pigs. They were in a pile in the corner. They were scrambling on top of each other like rats, and their high-pitched squeals clustered together like screams. They had pushed themselves against the wire fence, so it left dark red marks in their thick skin. They were trying to get away. They were terrified. Sweat fell down my back. I hated the sensation. It reminded me of spiders or a person running their fingers down my spine. The feed bucket nearly slipped from my hands, but I caught it. I didn't want to spend any more time here than I had to. I wanted to get far away from this pen and the pig inside as soon as possible. "You're still here, huh?" I said. It was hard to say again. I didn't want to talk too loudly. I told myself it was because I didn't want the other workers to hear me. But truthfully, it was the way the pig was looking at me. That solid emotion was there. But it was different from other pigs. He didn't look afraid. I didn't want to talk to this I didn't want to talk to this animal. It made me feel uncomfortable. But I still lowered my eyes to the ground and murmured, "I don't think you're supposed to be here." I looked up again when the choking started. It was just like the day before. It was reacting, opening its mouth wider and wider. It was making that noise again. "What are you?" I jumped back. My eyes landed on the pig. The pig opened his mouth. So was that the pig? It was making that noise again. But I don't know if that's him who said, "What are you?" or the pig. My eyes landed on the pig. The pig opened his mouth. The scraping noise was still coming from his throat. The voice was low and rasping, the rasp of a person who hasn't talked in a long, long time. The pig had spoken. "What's wrong, farmer?" When the fourth pig talked, it was horrible. The words were slow and every syllable was drawn out. He took breaths between every word, deep and heavy. He kept pausing. I thought it was very difficult for him to speak. Sounds like that are not meant to be made by the larynx of a pig. I wanted to believe I was dreaming or hallucinating. I thought to myself, "I'm dreaming," but the words got stuck in part of my brain and didn't form right, like an unborn child. The thought died just as it began to live. Something about this experience was too solid. It was here. The fourth pig was here, and I was in the barn, and that awful choking sound started again when the pig continued to speak. "You look afraid." I tried not to focus on what the pig said. I didn't want to acknowledge it. I turned my head desperately and searched for the other workers. I wasn't the only one on the farm. I couldn't have been, but the barn was empty. The other pigs in the pen screamed louder, and the sound quickly spiraled out into the other pens until one after the other, every pig in the barn was pushing against the wire fences, screaming. I could still hear the fourth pig talk. The noise from the other pigs would not save me. I could hear anyone outside. I couldn't hear anyone outside. There was work to be done. There should have been hammering and yelling, and there should have been other workers. Where were the other workers? I carefully took a step back and peered through the barn doors. I couldn't see anything except dirt. I took another step. I had to find someone. If I took another worker back with me, I could say, "Look, there are too many pigs in here. This fourth one has to go," and they could get rid of it, or at least I would have a witness. I took another step back. I was trying to make distance between me and the pig. "Are you sure you want to leave me alone with them?" the pig asked. "What?" I stopped. I looked back at him. Inside his deep black eyes, at the teeth jutting from beneath the snout. I hated talking to the pig. I didn't feel like I should listen to him at all. "What do you mean?" "Aren't you scared I'll leave the pen? The pig replied in a deep, low rasp. Aren't you scared of what? The pig inhaled suddenly, a wet, guttural gasp. Aren't you scared of what I'll do to the other pigs? I froze. I could feel my heart beating. I couldn't hear it above the rest of the pigs, but I knew it was beating awfully fast. It shook my entire body. I wanted to doubt. I wanted this all to feel far away and hazy, like a dream, like the dream it had to have been. But I didn't feel any of that. All I felt was the uncanny realness of this pig in front of me. I flinched as a figure entered the barn. Her head was tilted low, so the brim of her hat obscured her face. When she tilted it back, her eyes were narrowed. The other worker squinted at the pig pens with disgust and confusion. Why are the pigs making that noise, Church? She asked. I looked at her, then at the dirt, and back to the pig pen. I was trying to count the pigs inside, but they were moving too quickly. It's just body after body. And it was too loud. The words wouldn't stick in my head, but I had to count because I couldn't tell if the fourth pig was there anymore. There was too much happening, and I didn't know if he was still in the pen. I started to speak, but my words trailed off. If the pig had left, where did it go? How did it get out? Are you okay? The worker asked. She was looking with narrowed eyes, her eyes switching between me and the pig pens. I nodded. You seem scared. So do the pigs. Did something happen? Was there some sort of predator in here? Fox or something? No, I whispered and didn't say another word. Oh, okay. The worker cleared her throat and looked away from the pig pens. You seem pretty shaken up. You're not sick, are you? I shook my head. Well, how about you ask about going home for the day? Make sure you aren't coming down with something. I didn't know what to say. I wanted to nod or agree with her, but I couldn't bring myself to say anything. I was too busy thinking about the pigs. I was too busy thinking about my own throat and the way I talked. The fourth pig had known language. He knew words. He could form sentences. He shouldn't be able to. Me and the pig shared the same speech. Yes, I finally murmured. I'll go home. That night I thought about the slaughterhouse again. I didn't mean to, but I couldn't stop thinking about the fourth pig. About the way I talked, the way I moved, and the screaming of the other pigs in the barn. The screaming and the panic was what really got me thinking about it. Metal on metal is a horrible sound. The lights in the slaughterhouse were long and white on high metal ceilings with towering metal beams. The walls were metal too. Floors were concrete. Pig meat hung in rows on sharp metal hooks. They were flayed. You could see the red muscle, white fat, and the only way you could really tell it was a pig were the hooves at the end of the feet. They were only supposed to shoot the animals once, straight to the head, but sometimes that wasn't the case. Pigs were always coming back mutilated, shot too many times and bathed in blood, snouts cut off or ears torn, skin hacked away in jagged pieces. Pigs had made the workers mad, and they couldn't control themselves. Maybe some of them did just for fun, just because they could. I love bacon, but this is making me want to not eat bacon. This is a brutal story. Anyways, let's continue. What I really believed is my coworkers did these things because it was encouraged. Violence every day does bad things to a person. It becomes easier. What may have once been considered unthinkable might not seem so bad anymore. I had asked a man I worked with why he hurt the pigs. I said, "Where's your decency?" And the man said, "There ain't any room for it in a place like this." It was rough work, and not just for the pigs. People get into the meat industry because they're desperate. There was no stopping in the slaughterhouse. Not even if someone got hurt. There was too much pressure to get things done. The scene was common. I had seen it almost every day. They needed the pigs to go faster because they were running out of time, but they kept slipping in their own blood, in the blood of the ones there before them. Then the workers got angry, pressure and the heat and the big metal walls, and bad things happened to the pigs or the people. There was meaning in metal and blood. Next morning I was prepared. I couldn't shake the horror that came with the pig. This time I expected it. I was ready for it. The barn was silent. Pigs stood still in their pens. They moved swiftly, abnormally. They had moved too much the day before, screamed loudly, and now their bodies were spent and their mouths could not make a sound. I came to the pen with the fourth pig, but the other pigs inside were gone. Their absence made me uncomfortable, so did the silence. So I stepped closer and told the remaining pig, the last pig, "You behind the fence. What are you going to do?" "Nothing," replied the pig. "Yes," I jeered, "because you are hiding behind the fence." The more the pig talked, the more I realized it sounded like a sick person. I thought the pig must have felt his own throat scrape against itself, the uncomfortable rawness it left behind. "I'm not scared," I said finally, because I wasn't sure what else to say. My hand shook when I said this. "No," croaked the last pig. His black eyes were staring up at me. They were dark and deep as the sea. "No, because I've decided something." I took a step toward him. I took a step toward him. Cold shed from the pig in waves. "You can't be a pig. You're something else." Oh yeah. Yeah, pigs can't talk. Is that what separates humans, animals? Speech. No, I thought for a moment, but I wasn't really thinking about the answer to the pig's question. I was thinking about how, and the last pig spoke the same words. Our mouths built the same sounds. Our brains both knew the right noises to make, the right way to move teeth and tongue. We shared the same language, and this made me uncomfortable. It's intelligence, emotion. Yes, but many animals are intelligent enough to love and to be afraid. Then he had to stop. He took a deep breath, a deep panting breath. Each time he inhaled, there was quiet whistling noise. The pig opened his mouth, and only now did I realize thin blood was beginning to show on the pig's teeth. The pig inhaled and said, intelligent enough to know what will happen to them here. So what really separates you from them? I said, why do you keep saying them like you aren't one? The last pig didn't say anything after that, so I took a deep breath. When I did, I realized the smell in the barn had changed. It no longer smelled like blood or sweat or ammonia, but there was an overwhelming sweetness. And I asked, where did they go? Where are the other 3 pigs? I didn't know. Cared about the pigs. I don't. And why? Oh, I didn't know you cared about the pigs. I don't. And why do you ask? Because this is wrong. Because something is very bad is happening. I let my words trail off. I wouldn't allow myself to talk more about the bad thing. Not to the pig. It's my job. I'm a farmer. Are you sure? I looked down at my hands. I felt faint. I felt unnatural. My hands began to morph together into something tough, gray and abnormal. They looked like hooves. I shut my eyes. A wail grew in my throat, but I swallowed it down, letting the sound dissolve behind my teeth. Sweet smell was choking me. I looked again and unfurled my hands from fists. That's why they look like hooves to me. I was bending my fingers too tightly. I was clenching my hands into fists. This is what I told myself. I was going to leave work early. I went to the barn door and didn't look back. I couldn't see the last pig anymore because he was too far away. He was just another animal now, in a sea of live pink meat. But it wasn't meat I was thinking about. It was the speech I shared with the pig. Language was once debated as an indication of humanity. Ancient people talked about a savage race with heads of dogs. It was argued if they were considered human or not, because though their bodies were human, they spoke in wails. Kill me when the day comes, the pig called out one last time. Will you be able to, farmer? Oh, God. I couldn't stop thinking about it. The blood in the pig's mouth, the things he said, the silence of the barn. Did I avoid going back to work tomorrow? Is there even a point if the pig would occupy my thoughts? If it would haunt me like a ghost? If it stuck to me like the cries of the other pigs I'd heard for years? I was sick from thinking about it. It made me sick. I need something to take my mind off it. I sat down for dinner. I took a meal from my freezer. Gray pork and diced carrots. Gross. A knife cut through it slowly, like rubber. Eating wasn't heavy on my mind, but my stomach was empty and my mind was disturbed. I took a bite. I hated the way my teeth sank into it. My chewing was too loud. The more I ate, the more disgusting it became to me. I couldn't stop thinking about the last pig. Imagine the meat pulsing, breath. Nausea grew in my stomach, so I chose to look at an empty spot on my plate instead. The surface of the plate produced a dull reflection. What gazed back was a barely visible picture. It was my own body, malformed, blurred, and repulsive. This reflection, this wretched mirror of myself, revealed a long gray shape, 4 limbs that ended in cloven points. It was large, black eyes. This wasn't my body. I looked down at my hands and my legs and saw that I was still the same. I didn't bother to look at my reflection again or at the meat on my plate. I stood from my chair. The movement was clumsy and stiff. The old pain spreading through my chest and paralyzed me. New fear was born in me. It was born whole and alive. Maybe this was my fate, some horrific irony. I was turning into an animal, not a pig. Wouldn't be a pig. The rest of the night was a fog of unease and sleep. I dreamt about men with heads of pigs who only spoke in riddles and knew human language. I also thought about the slaughterhouse. I wished I was still there. Pigs never talked in the slaughterhouse. The next morning, I thought better about what to say. I thought I needed to confront it, stand up to it. I wasn't the same as a pig. I was above it. Wind stirred the dirt around the barn. I used to hear quiet sounds all the time. What could slip past the squeals of the pigs? The faint, slow drag of hooves, the creaking of wood walls, the distant conversation of other workers. But it occurred to me I never heard any of that anymore. I should have. The pigs didn't cry. The entire barn held its breath. How do you feel? The pig asked once I had come to him. The only one in the barn, the only worker among pigs. Feel big? Do you feel scared? I'm above you, I told the pig. I stood in front of the pen, far emptier than it should have been. I thought I might feel better if I said it out loud. You're just an animal. So you feel big, huh? The last pig stared at me for a longer moment. The light glinted off its eyes. Then the pig opened his mouth and there was a small scratching sound. The pig said in a low, rasping voice, "If you're so different from the animals, why did killing pigs make you think you'd kill a person? Why'd you quit the slaughterhouse, church?" The pig was looking at me with dark amusement. It dawned on me that the pig's eyes made me think of something. Beetles. The little black ones who came when the pigs died and the body wasn't cleaned up quick enough. When the sweet smell began to stain the barn. Only there weren't any beetles and no pigs were killed, and the smell had been there for days. You say you're just a pig, I began. After that, I would raise my voice only if I could muster it. In that quietness, I was above him. Well then, I dissected your kind in biology class. We opened your brain and cut your veins, and none of it mattered because you're only an animal. Pig stared back with his eyes. Yeah, is that right? What happens if one of these days something comes to you, something bigger than you, decides you're only an animal? He began to gag and that whistle noise got worse. The pig opened his mouth again. There was blood on his teeth. It was dripping out of his mouth, thin, wet strings. I don't think you should talk anymore, I said. Sick of hearing from me. More blood fell. It stained the pink skin, crooked snout. Your body isn't built to make words. You aren't supposed to speak. Well, I am. I grit my teeth. You know what I think? My body buzzed with angry anxiety. I was clenching my fist again. I tried not to look at my hands too much. I don't think you're a pig. I told you before, but I mean it. You're not. Pigment. It was another choking sound, but higher pitched. I thought he was trying to laugh. Is that right? Tell me, farmer, what am I? You're one of those bigger things you talked about. Pig looked at me and tried to laugh again. His large black eyes burned into mine and his mouth turned up. It was almost a smile. Almost. It was almost a smile. Almost. I am a pig. No, I growled. You're not. I don't know if you're something in the body of a pig or just something that looks like one, but whatever you are, it's not a pig. Tell me what you are. I'm a pig. The last pig sputtered. His jaw made a cracking sound on the last word. I was worried the pig would keep talking until something bad happened to his body, till more blood came or his throat was torn to shreds. I wasn't worried about the pig. In fact, I should rejoice if this awful thing fell apart in bloody raw pieces, but I didn't want to see it. I didn't want to be there to witness. I'd killed pigs before, but I knew the sight of a pig's death would be unbearable. Tell me what you are, I repeated. I did not know what else to say. Pig, the last pig cried out. Tell me what you are, I yelled. I was afraid. I was very, very afraid, but my mind was trapped in the idea of something wrong with this pig, because what kind of animal could learn to talk? What kind of thing would imitate an animal? I'm a pig. I didn't know what would happen once the pig answered, told me what it was. The idea was horrible, to me, vile even. This wasn't a question I wanted to ask. These weren't answers I wanted to know. Tell me what you are. I almost said it again, but I really couldn't bring myself to. I was too scared to ask again, and I was too scared to get an answer. I didn't want to talk to the pig anymore because speech belongs to human beings. But violence now. What is more present in nature? Violence is a trait for the animals. I raised my hand and hit the pig. My palm struck the crooked downturned snout, and it made too loud of a sound. It rang out through the barn, which was still silent. It hadn't been silent in all the years I had worked here. It was silent with the presence of the last pig. The voices of the others died when this animal learned to speak. But the barn wasn't silent in that moment, because my hand against the skin of the last pig made too loud a sound. When I hit the pig, it occurred to me that humans share this violence. No shit, Sherlock. The pig fell to the ground heavy. It fell fast. It fell like something dead. In the place of the last pig was shapeless red meat. There was nothing left but slabs of raw pork. There was no animal. There was only gore. And the air had never smelled so sweet. A figure had entered the barn again. Church? The other worker called out. Her voice was strange. Why are all the pigs so quiet, Church? So did he kill all the pigs? I don't know, but that was a great story. That was pretty cool. That was a good story. I think I liked that it didn't get overly like, well, humans can talk, animals can't talk. Well, humans have complex emotion, not just regular old emotion that animals. I liked that it didn't get too bogged down in the ethical kind of discussions. And I like that, I don't know, that I think the guy was just kind of insane from working in a slaughterhouse. I don't think the pigs were, well, I don't think the last pig was ever really there. I think this is more just the story of a dude breaking down and becoming desensitized to violence, as it says, with the dudes working in the slaughterhouse, and then eventually, I think he either like kills all the pigs and that's why they're so quiet, or he, but we don't really know because he was just losing his shit. But to me, it's clear that he lost his shit. And at the end, he was just yelling at the butchered, like it says, the slabs of pork that I'm guessing was from one of the pigs that he just killed. And that's what I think. Or I was even wondering if he had killed some workers, and because he was talking about how the farm was quiet too. So I like this story because there's a lot of ways you can interpret it. There's a lot of ways you can interpret the ending, and just the whole story throughout. And I think that's really cool. And any story that can make me think twice about loving bacon must be pretty good, because I do love me some bacon. So that's gonna do it for me, folks. I appreciate anybody who watches this or stopped by. Hopefully it wasn't too, I don't know, ridiculously long, or too hopefully people can still enjoy this and just skip through it and find the parts that they want to watch or listen to or read. But yeah, I wanted to do this because I really wanted to finish those stories, and really wanted to just kind of do some other stuff and play around with the longer format. Not that I will usually do this. I think I'll usually keep it to about 3 hours. Will be kind of a good stream for me, but I don't know. Tell me what you think. And please, please, please send stories my way if you want me to read your story. If you're a filmmaker, YouTuber, you've made, anything like that. All that stuff. I want to watch it. I want to share it. I want to talk about it. So yeah, please just send it my way. Send me a message. If there's a story you like that you didn't write, but just one that you think I would get a kick out of, just send me that my way too, and then I can reach out to the author or whatever too that way. So but yeah, thank you so much. Peace out. It's been a great stream. Thanks for hanging out with your boy RedDeathMask. Adios, amigos.